primera comparecencia tiene solamente 4 propósitos. Primero, le informaré sobre el cargo o los cargos que se ha presentado en su contra. Segundo, le preguntaré si ya le está representando un abogado. Si ya usted ha contratado abogado y este se encuentra presente, entonces será el abogado quien hable en representación suya. Si su abogado no se encuentra presente, usted tendrá la opción de proceder con su audiencia hoy o posponer hasta mañana. Si usted decide posponer, será su responsabilidad contactar a su abogado para hacerle saber que tendrá audiencia. Nadie más hará esto por usted. Si usted desea proceder sin que su abogado esté presente, puede hacerlo. Si usted no tiene abogado, le preguntaré si usted puede pagar por uno. Si usted puede, tomaremos nota de esto y procederemos. Si no puede y califica, el juez asignará provisionalmente a la oficina del abogado de oficio para la que le represente en espera de que usted llene una solicitud para estos servicios. Usted tiene derecho a que un abogado esté presente antes, durante y cualquier interrogatorio. Tercero, si hay alguna objeción en cuanto a motivo fundado, estas se abordarán de inmediato. Finalmente, voy a estar revisando las fianzas y otras condiciones de liberación con usted para determinar si es necesaria cualquier modificación. Debe saber que si el juez lo pone, voy bajo libertad condicional, independientemente de si es directamente o como condición de su fianza. Las condiciones que se anuncien hoy en esta audiencia estarán en efecto inmediatamente, aunque usted aún se encuentre encarcelado. Por ejemplo, si usted le ordena que no puede tener contacto con determinada persona y usted llama a esa persona desde la cárcel antes de salir en libertad, usted estaría violando su libertad condicional. Durante todo este proceso, usted tiene el derecho constitucional de permanecer en silencio. Si decide no permanecer en silencio, todo lo que diga podrá ser usado en su contra. Todo lo que se diga donde yo me encuentro, así como también donde usted se encuentra, está siendo grabado. Hay un abogado de la Fiscalía presente escuchando todo lo que se dice aquí, así que no diga usted nada sobre el delito en sí. Por favor, tenga presente estos derechos durante el transcurso de este procedimiento y pase al frente cuando llamen su nombre.
Thank you, Ms. Godinez. And
You're
we can
welcome.
have Andres Avila, please. Andres Avila.
Andrés Ávila,
Sir, you are here because you failed to appear for a pretrial conference.
¿está usted aquí porque comparecer para una conferencia preparatoria?
You have previously
Sí.
been appointed the office of the public defender.
A usted ya se le había nombrado un abogado de oficio.
I do find probable cause based upon the caveats.
Yo encuentro que hay motivo fundado basándome en la orden de aprehensión.
Your bond has been set at $1,000, sir, and your next court date is July 22nd at 8:30.
La fianza será de $1,000, señor, y su próxima cita en el tribunal va a ser el 22 de julio a las 8:30.
Thank you,
Okay.
sir.
Gracias, señor.
Francisco Blanco.
Francisco Blanco.
Sir, you are here charged with petty theft.
Señor, ¿está usted aquí por un cargo de hurto menor?
Do you
Sí.
have an attorney?
¿Ya tiene usted un abogado?
No.
Can you
¿Cómo?
afford to hire one?
¿Tiene usted
No.
¿tiene los medios para un abogado?
No.
No.
Sir, I will appoint the office of the public defender to represent you.
Señor, yo le asigno la oficina del abogado de oficio para que lo represente.
I do find probable cause for your charge.
Encuentro que hay motivos fundados para su cargo.
Your bond is set at $500.
Tiene usted una fianza de $500
Your next court date is July 2nd at 8:30.
y su próxima cita en el tribunal será el 2 de julio a las 8:30.
Thank you, sir.
Gracias, señor.
Jorge Chavez Blanco,
Jorge Chávez Blanco.
Sí.
you are here
Yes.
charged with no valid driver's license. Do you have an attorney?
Señor, está usted aquí por un cargo de no tener licencia válida de manejo. ¿Ya tiene usted un abogado?
No.
No.
Can you afford to hire one?
¿Tiene usted los medios para un abogado?
No por el momento.
Not at this time.
Sir, I will appoint the office of the public defender. I do find probable cause for your charge.
Señor, yo le asigno a la oficina del abogado de oficio y encuentro que hay motivo fundado para su cargo.
Your bond is set at $1,000, sir.
Y tiene, señor, usted una fianza de $1,000.
Your next court date for this case will be July 2nd at 8:30.
Y su próxima cita en el tribunal será el 2 de julio a las 8:30.
Sir, I do find that you are subject to an immigration detainer.
Señor, yo también encuentro que usted es sujeto para retención para inmigración.
I am requesting the clerk of court prepare that document for my signature today.
Le pido a la secretaria judicial que me prepare el documento para mi firma.
You will be held no bond pending ICE retrieval.
Quedará usted detenido sin fianza hasta que ICE venga a buscarlo.
Thank you, sir.
Gracias, señor.
Evelyn Palacios Mencos,
Evelyn Palacios Mencus.
and you are here on violation of probation warrant. Do you have an attorney?
Señor, ¿está usted aquí por un cargo de incumplimiento de su libertad probatoria por una orden de aprehensión? ¿Ya tiene usted un abogado?
No.
No.
Can you afford to hire one?
¿Tiene usted los medios para contratar uno?
No.
No.
Ma'am, I will appoint the office of the public defender. I do find probable cause for your charge or charges.
Señor, yo encuentro un motivo fundado para el cargo o cargos.
You are going to be held no bond, ma'am, until you see a judge on July the 13th at 8:30.
Señora, usted quedará detenida sin fianza hasta que usted vea al juez el 13 de julio a las 8:30.
Thank you, ma'am.
Gracias, señora.
Ms. Godinez, you want to just make an announcement to be sure?
Yes, Your Honor. ¿Alguien más que esté presente en cualquiera de las salas que vaya a necesitar asistencia en español, por favor, levante la mano?
All right,
No
seeing no
response, Your
hands.
Honor.
Thank you, ma'am. Tomorrow we should have that new speech for you, so I'll send it to you, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am. Have a good afternoon.
You too.
To South County, Johnny Bell. Mr. Bell, you are here charged with domestic violence battery. Do you have an attorney, sir?
No, ma'am.
Do you afford to hire one?
No, ma'am.
Sir, I will appoint the office of the public defender. I do find probable cause for your charge. All right, sir, your bond in this case is going to be set at $7,500. If you do bond, you will be on pretrial release. Conditions will include you contacting pretrial services in person immediately upon your release, and then you will call in every Wednesday. You will not consume or possess any alcohol, nor go into any bars, lounges, or package stores. You will not possess any weapons, firearms, ammunition, or knives. You will have no contact whatsoever with the alleged victim in this case. You will stay 500 foot away from the victim, her home, vehicle, place of employment, and/or school at all times. Do you understand these conditions, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Your next court date on this case will be July the 2nd at 8:30. Now, sir, I do see that you are out on bond and pretrial release at 26 CF 1473. I am revoking your bond and/or pretrial release in that case. You will be held no bond pursuant to Parker versus State. Thank you, sir. Am I going to sign the revoke? Okay. Danny Bermia. Sir, you are charged with domestic violence battery. Do you have an attorney?
No, ma'am.
Do you afford to hire one?
No, ma'am.
Sir, I will appoint the office of the public defender to represent you. I do find probable cause for your charge. Your bond is set at $5,000, sir. If you do bond, you will be on pretrial release. Conditions will include you contacting pretrial services in person immediately upon your release, and then you will call in every Wednesday. You will not use, possess, or carry any firearms, guns, weapons, ammunition, or knives. I will permit you to have contact with the alleged victim in this case, sir, but there is to be no violent contact. Do you understand, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, your next court date is July the 2nd at 8:30. Thank you. Donald Burns. Mr. Burns, you are here charged with trespassing, sir. Do you have an attorney? I can't hear you, sir.
No,
Can you afford to hire one?
no,
Sir, I will appoint the office of the public defender. I do find probable cause for your charge. Your bond is set at $1,000. Your next court date is July 2nd at 8:30, sir. Thank you. Philip Calderon. When I went through the list, this one wasn't in there, so I'm gonna have to read the actual document. You are here charged with aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, sir. Do you have an attorney?
No, Your Honor.
Do you afford to hire one, sir?
No, Your Honor.
Sir, I will appoint the office of the public defender. Give me 1 second. All right, sir, I do find probable cause for your charge. Your bond is going to be set at $5,000. If you do bond, you will be on pretrial release. Conditions will include you contacting pretrial services in person immediately upon your release, and then you will call in every Wednesday. You will not use, possess, or carry any firearms, guns, weapons, ammunition, or knives. You will have no contact with the alleged victim in this case. You will stay 500 foot away from the victim, his home, vehicle, place of employment, and/or school. I will give you one opportunity within 48 hours of your release from custody to return to the residence with a law enforcement escort to retrieve your personal belongings. Do you understand, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
Your next court date is July 21st, sir, at 8:15. Thank you.
What was the date, Your Honor?
July 21st, sir, at 8:15. Brandon Hoffman. Brandon Hoffman. Oh, I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you. All right, we'll bring him back tomorrow.
He was a bring back from yesterday.
Ma'am?
He was a bring back from yesterday.
Oh, do you want me to, I can go ahead and do it.
I mean, if he's not there.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and do Mr. Hoffman because I didn't realize he was same thing yesterday. So he is here on violation of probations and a new charge of resisting an officer without violence. I am going to appoint the office of the public defender. I do find probable cause based upon the documentation. On the violations, he will be held no bond. On the new resisting, it will be $1,000. His next court date will be July the 2nd at 8:30. Zachary Lewis.
Request to be heard on this one, Judge.
Yes, sir. Mr. Lewis, you are here charged with kidnapping, domestic violence battery, and domestic violence false imprisonment. Do you have an attorney, sir?
No, ma'am.
Can you afford to hire one?
No, ma'am.
Sir, I will appoint the office of the public defender. I have reviewed the paperwork and do find probable cause for each of the 3 charges. Mr. Matthews?
Your Honor, with regard to the first count of kidnapping, that is an enumerated dangerous offense under 907-041 5A. State is filing a motion for pretrial detention on that count. I'm writing a hard copy to appointed counsel. May I approach?
You may, sir.
State respectfully request the court review this motion for facial sufficiency, and if so found, hold the accused no bond on that count, pending a hearing on this motion to be heard, or should be set to be heard, next Monday at 1 p.m. on the A2 docket. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Lewis, I do find that the motion is legally sufficient, sir. So on the kidnapping count, you will be held at no bond. You will have a hearing on June 22nd at 1 o'clock regarding whether you will get bond eventually on that. On the domestic violence battery, it will be $5,000. On the domestic violence false imprisonment, it will be $10,000. If you do ultimately bond, sir, you will be on pretrial release. You will be fitted with a GPS monitor prior to being released from custody. You will not use, and you will call in every Wednesday. You will not use, possess, or carry any firearms, guns, weapons, ammunition, or knives. You will have absolutely no contact with the alleged victim in this case. You will stay 500 foot away from the victim, her home, vehicle, place of employment, and/or school at all times. Do you understand, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Your next court date is July 21st at 8:15, sir. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Daniel Marin Guzman. Sir, you are here charged with resisting an officer without violence, domestic violence battery, domestic violence simple assault, and grand theft. Do you have an attorney?
No, ma'am.
Do you afford to hire one?
No, ma'am.
Sir, I will appoint the office of the public defender. I do find probable cause for each of your 4 charges. Well, Ms. Reed, are you standing up for a reason?
I am still trying to find there it is. I'm looking for the paperwork because you're going so quickly, I couldn't follow it that quickly. Thank you, no.
You good?
I
Okay.
just needed to stand up to see my fingers.
Okay. So, Mr. Marin Guzman, your bonds are as follows. On the resisting, 1,000, domestic violence battery, 5,000, domestic violence simple assault, 1,000, and the grand theft is 5,000. If you do bond, sir, you will be on pretrial release. Conditions will include contacting pretrial services in person immediately upon your release, and then you will call in every Wednesday. You will not use, possess, or carry any firearms, guns, weapons, ammunition, or knives. You will have no contact with the alleged victim in this case. You will stay 500 foot away from the victims, their homes, vehicles, places of employment, and or school at all times. Did you live with the victim of the domestic violence, sir?
No, ma'am.
All right, so your next court date is July 21st at 8:15. Thank you.
Thank you.
Briscoe Morale?
He refused, Judge.
All right, he's a failure to appear, so I'm going to go ahead and do him. He failed to appear for arraignment and 2 separate charges. He's previously been appointed the office of the public defender. I do find probable cause. Bring him up for me. If you are on the line, you are to not make any noise.
No.
You're to make no noise, and you are not to speak. Your device should be on
It's
mute.
her somewhere in the,
Just remove
I'm too big to be heard.
remove them if you
Okay.
can. Why is this no bond? Oh, 5-day hearing. All right, so you are going to be held no bond, but you are going to have a 5-day hearing on the 3rd at 8:30 for the court to determine, where did he go?
That's why I refused, Judge.
Thanks, man. I'm confusing myself. Okay, he'll have a 5-day hearing on June 23rd at 8:30 to see whether he gets a bond. Whoosh, I'm glad we're all together here. Theodore Parker?
Yes.
In the broken.
Parker, sir, you are here charged with possession of paraphernalia and possession of cocaine. Do you have an attorney, sir?
No,
You afford to hire one.
no,
Sir, I will appoint the office of the public defender. I do find probable cause for each of your 2 charges. Your bonds are set at 1,000 on the para, 5,000 on the cocaine. Your next court date is July 21st at 8:15, sir. Thank you.
thank you.
James Steele.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Steele, sir, you are here charged with vulgar behavior. Do you have an attorney?
No, ma'am, I was changing
Hey,
clothes
sir,
at the
sir,
clothing
sir,
bar.
sir, sir, sir. No
Yes, ma'am.
talking. Answer my questions only. Do you have an attorney?
No, ma'am,
Can you afford to hire one?
no, ma'am.
Sir, I will appoint the office of the public defender. Ms. Reed, did you have any challenge?
If you can give me just a second. Judge, I think that there is a probable cause challenge without going into all of the specifics of the allegations. There has to be an allegation that somebody did not have clothing over specific parts of their body, and in this, did not have covering rather, not so much clothing. And in the allegations in the report, it indicates that he was covered, not by clothing necessarily, but he was covered. And so I don't think that there's probable cause for the actual charge that he's charged with. And also, the allegation is that the officer Ortiz, or deputy rather Ortiz, made a determination that this was done in an indecent manner, although Mr. Steele gave an explanation for the way he was the way he appeared, which did not indicate that there was any vulgar or indecent action or activity occurring. That's why I believe that there is no probable cause for those two reasons. Thank you.
Mr. Matthews?
With respect to defense counsel's request, if we're going to challenge DC, I need to talk about the facts of the case as alleged. So respecting that, it's alleged at least twice in the affidavit that the defendant was completely naked or unclothed. While it does say he had a small piece of cardboard covering the genitals, he was also alleged to have been standing on the corner on US 98 North. The state would argue that the allegations before the court, as they stand, are sufficient for the purposes of finding probable cause.
All right, Mr. Steele, I am going to find probable cause based upon my documentation of the paperwork and the language used by law enforcement. Your bond is going to be set at $5,000, sir, and your next court date is July 21st at 8:15. Thank you, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Judge, I would ask the court to set bond for this charge at a reasonable amount that an indigent person, which he's obviously indigent, can afford. Anything less is tantamount to no bond at all, which is contrary to the U.S. and Florida constitutions.
His bond is set at $5,000. Deshaun Stevens. Mr. Stevens, you are here charged with aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. Do you have an attorney, sir?
No.
Can you afford to hire one?
Could I afford to hire one? No.
Sir, I will appoint the office of the public defender. I do find probable cause for your charge. Your bond is set at $5,000. If you do bond, sir, you will be on pretrial release. Conditions will include that you will contact pretrial services in person immediately upon your release, and then you will call in every Wednesday. You will not use, possess, or carry any firearms, guns, weapons, ammunition, or knives. You will have no contact with the alleged victim in this case. You will stay 500 foot away from the victim, the home, vehicle, place of employment, and or school. Now, the two of you lived in the same residence, is that right?
Yes, yes.
I will give you one opportunity within 48 hours of your release from custody to return to the residence with a law enforcement officer to retrieve your personal belongings. You understand, sir?
Yes.
Your next court date is July 21st at 8:15. Thank you.
Okay, and also, well, I said I understand, but just to clarify, when you say retrieve my belongings, you mean I actually have to move?
Your clothes, your clothes, your things for daily need, your medications, things like that. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, yes, ma'am.
Thomas Tishner. TJ. Okay. Sir, you are here charged with domestic violence felony battery. Do you have an attorney?
No, Your Honor.
Can you afford to hire one?
No, Your Honor.
Sir, I will appoint the office of the public defender. I do find probable cause for your charge. Your bond is set at $5,000, sir. If you do bond, you will be on pretrial release. Conditions will include you contacting pretrial services in person immediately upon your release, and then you will call in every Wednesday. You will not use, possess, or carry any firearms, guns, weapons, ammunition, or knives. You will have no contact whatsoever with the alleged victim in this case. You will stay 500 foot away from the victim, their home, vehicle, place of employment, and or school at all times. I will give you one opportunity within 48 hours of your release from custody to return to the residence with a law enforcement escort to retrieve your personal belongings. Do you understand, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
Your next court date is July 21st at 8:15. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Who's your last person there, Ms. Kimbrough, or
on Reddit?
Reddit?
Reddit.
All right, Mr. Reddick. Sir, you are here charged with 6 counts of grand theft firearm, 20 counts of burglary of an unoccupied conveyance, 20 counts of petty theft. And then you have a hold for the jack. Do you have an attorney, sir?
No, ma'am.
Can you afford to hire one?
No, ma'am.
Sir, I will appoint the office of the public defender. I do find probable cause for each of your charges, sir. Your bonds will be as follows. On each of the grand thefts, it will be $5,000. On each of the burglary of an unoccupied conveyance, it will be $5,000. On each of the petty thefts, it will be $500. And then you have a no bond hold for the jack, sir. If you do bond, sir, at some point, you will be on pretrial release. Conditions will include you contacting pretrial services in person immediately upon your release, and then every Wednesday, I'm actually going to have you fitted with a GPS monitor, sir, prior to you being released from any custody. You will not use, possess, or carry any firearms, guns, weapons, ammunition, or knives. You will have absolutely no contact with any victim identified in these cases. You will stay 500 foot away from the victims, their homes, vehicles, places of employment, and/or school at all times. Do you understand, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
So your next court date will be July 21st at 8:15. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Sal. Brenda Cartagena, you are here charged with possession of paraphernalia and possession of meth. Do you have an attorney?
No, ma'am.
You are going to hire one.
No, ma'am.
Ma'am, I will appoint the office of the public defender. I do find probable cause for your two charges. Your bonds are set at $1,000 on the para, $5,000 on the meth. Your next court date is July 21st at 8:15. Thank you, ma'am. Natalie
Paffoletti.
Letty. Ma'am, you are here charged with resisting an officer without violence and trespassing. Do you have an attorney?
For another case, I do. I don't know if I can use that same attorney. I don't know how that works, and I have no way to contact
Ma'am,
him.
stop talking, please. Do you have a public defender on the other case?
No. Forget it. No.
Who is her attorney on her other cases? 26 CF 3428.
I didn't resist arrest either. Just to
And we're not going to talk about that, and it's 3428.
Sure.
38. 3428.
Can't resist arrest.
Terry Tribble. Oh, he's a private attorney. All right, well, I can't appoint Mr. Tribble. All right, are you going to have the money to pay for Mr. Tribble to represent you on this case?
No.
All right, well, ma'am, I'm going to appoint the office of the public defender to represent you on this case for the time being. Ms. Reed?
Yes, Judge, I have a probable cause challenge for the charge of trespassing in a structure or conveyance. The allegations do not support anything to do with the structure or anything to do with the conveyance. The allegation is that she was allegedly sleeping on property and stood up to walk away, etc. That does not constitute a structure or a conveyance, so there's no probable cause for that charge.
All right, state, there is PC for trespass after warning.
Which would be a first degree misdemeanor,
Correct.
not a second as charged.
Right. So
But I think that there's probable cause for the M1. Judge, I'm going to be asking that she be held no bond for Parker on her other case.
Right.
And I believe there's probable cause for the for the resisting, which is an M1. That being the case, if the court is not inclined to find a PC for the
I think
charge.
they didn't describe the structure or conveyance. I think that's the issue. But there is PC within the affidavit for trespass after warning.
Yes, ma'am. So if the court is not inclined to find PC, I would request 24 hours to perfect it. I believe that information is readily available.
All right, so Ms. Sufoletti, what I'm going to do on the resisting, I'm going to set your bond at $1,000 and find probable cause. On the trespass, structure, or conveyance, I'm going to find no PC at this time, but I'm going to give the state 24 hours to collect additional information. Right now, you will be on an ROR status for that charge, ma'am. You will be brought back to first appearance tomorrow on that charge for the state to provide additional information.
Okay.
However, you are out on bond in 26 CF 3428. I am revoking your bond in that case pursuant to a finding of probable cause in this case. You will be held at no bond pending, pursuant to Parker versus State in that case, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay, just, I did not get a written warning or for a written thing for
Step over,
trespassing.
ma'am. Kelly Dormany. Dormany. Bailiff, where's Dormany? Can't hear you. I cannot hear you. Why can't I hear her?
Bookend, Judge.
Okay, she's still at bookend?
Yes.
So we'll bring her back tomorrow. Thank you.
Great.
Crystal English. Crystal English, she's still at booking as well?
Also still at booking.
All right, we'll bring her back tomorrow. Let me just take a break real quick. Well, do we have the party, Lauren Enzafolder present on the line virtually with Peace River?
Yes, we do. We're here.
All right, can you turn the video on so I can see her?
See whatever. I don't even look good.
I don't care how you look, ma'am, that's not the point. All right, ma'am, you are here in charge of battery and a law enforcement officer. Do you have, stop quiet, please. Do you have an attorney?
I am a Christian.
Do you have an attorney? Can you afford to hire one?
No, ma'am.
I will appoint the office of the public defender to represent you, ma'am. I do find probable cause for your add-on charge. Your bond is set.
Courtroom, is this live?
Ma'am, I need you to please be quiet and let me do my job here. Your bond is set at $5,000. The public defender's been appointed. Your next court date is going to be on, doing the 21st, July 14th at 8:15, ma'am. Thank you.
On 14th.
Lisa Hernandez.
Jonathan Stephen Phillips, he's cute. He's my boyfriend.
She did not make it from booking.
Okay, we'll move her over to tomorrow. Michelle Farrer. Ma'am, you are here charged with petty theft of a merchant. Do you have an attorney?
No.
Can you afford to hire one?
No.
Can you, okay. I will appoint the office of the public defender. I do find probable cause for your charge. Your bond is set $1,000, ma'am. Your next court date is July 2nd at 8:30. Thank you, ma'am. Sherry Goyert. Ma'am, you are here on a violation of probation out of Dade County. We are going to notify Dade County that you are here and ready for pickup and ask them to come and get you. If they do not pick you up by June 24th at 1 o'clock, you will be brought back to first appearance, ma'am. Thank you. Brandy Gunther.
It's Gunther.
Ma'am, you
Yes,
are here
ma'am.
charged with battery on a law enforcement officer, resisting an officer without violence, and approaching a first responder with specific intent after warning. Do you have an attorney?
No, ma'am.
Can you afford to hire one?
No, ma'am.
And I will appoint the office of the public defender. Ms. Reed?
Thank you.
I'd like to defend myself.
Okay, all right, ma'am. We'll remove the public defender then. Ms. Reed, you can still make your argument.
Okay, Judge, my argument was that she's charged with approaching a first responder with a specific intent after a warning. It's a second-degree misdemeanor. And the allegations are not that she approached anybody, but that they allege that she didn't walk away when instructed. That's different than approaching somebody after being instructed not to. So there's no probable cause for the charge of approaching a first responder.
I'll be honest, I've never read the statute for the approaching. Mr. Matthews, do you know? If it's, I mean, do they actually have to be approaching?
Judge, I believe it has to be a movement towards as opposed to a refusal to leave. A refusal to leave, I think, would come under the statute of obstruction or resisting. And I can look at the statute real quick.
And she's already charged with resisting.
Yeah, she's already charged.
Heard him joke.
Quiet, ma'am. Well, of course, it's not in my book.
You want to look it up on the...
Oh, wait a minute. I was looking for the wrong statute.
842.31.
Statute specifically states approach, Judge.
All right, so I am going to find probable cause for the resisting, for the battery on a law enforcement officer, and I will find no probable cause for the third charge of approaching.
Why?
Your bonds are as follows. I'm not going to answer
Why?
that question. Ma'am, I'm going to answer that question.
I didn't touch him.
Your bonds are set at $5,000 on the bat Leo, $1,000 on the resisting. You'll be ROR'd on the third charge. Your next court date will be July 21st at 8:15. Thank you, ma'am.
Why can't get an RSC?
Hudson? April Hudson.
I didn't touch that motherfucker, man. The liar. You know it. I'm keeping him here for bullshit charges. I didn't touch a Leo.
Y'all need to move her somewhere. Listen, y'all need to put her somewhere or she's going to go to jail for 179 days. So she needs to be moved now.
What did you call it? April Hudson.
April Hudson.
They're removed.
Ms. Hudson, you are here charged of possession of cannabis less than 20 grams, possession of paraphernalia, and possession of meth.
No,
Do you-
I'm sorry. Your Honor, Ms. Hudson is medically unable to appear in first appearance today.
Okay, we'll set her on for tomorrow. Tierney Jenkins, is that you, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, you are here charged with driving while license suspended or revoked and failure to have liability insurance. Do you have an attorney?
No,
Can you afford to hire one?
no.
Ma'am, I will appoint the office of the public defender. I do find probable cause for each of your charges. Your bonds are $500 on each count, ma'am. Your next court date is July 2nd at 8:30. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Scarlett Lynn,
Did not arrive from booking.
goodness. All right, we'll move her over to tomorrow. Jennifer McDonald. Are you Miss McDonald?
Yes, ma'am.
And you are here charged of possession of cannabis less than 20 grams, resisting an officer without violence, and possession of paraphernalia. Do you have an attorney?
No,
Can you afford to hire one?
no.
Ma'am, I will appoint the office of the public defender. Ms. Reed?
Thank you. Judge, I have probable cause challenge for the charge of resisting without violence. The allegation that the Deputy Michelle B. Zada made is that she asked Ms. McDonald to end the phone call. And the allegation is that she can, and place her hands behind her back, that she did not end the phone call. There's no mention that she didn't place her hands behind her back. She just didn't end a phone call. And not ending a phone call does not impede a police officer's ability to do his or her duty by taking somebody into custody. The phone could still be going, doesn't make a difference to whether or not they are going to place somebody in custody or in handcuffs.
All right, respectfully, I disagree. The officer's trying to place her under arrest. She's on the phone. When he tells her to get off, she doesn't do it. So I do find probable cause for the resisting as well. Your bonds are set at $1,000 on each count, ma'am. Your next court date is July 2nd at 8:30. Thank you, ma'am. Narcy Mendieta Gutierrez, is that you, ma'am?
Yes.
You are here charged with possession of cannabis less than 20 grams, unregistered motor vehicle, no valid driver's license, and possession of paraphernalia. Do you have an attorney?
No, ma'am.
Sir, may I help you that you've got your hand raised?
Oh, Judge, I was trying, Judge, I'm sorry, I was just trying to address my case because I have a medical issue coming up.
Okay, well, you're going to have to let me finish what I'm doing.
Yes, ma'am, that's what.
I called out twice for private attorneys and no one responded, so I'll get back with you in just one moment. Ms. Mendetti Gutierrez, do you have an attorney?
No, ma'am.
Can you afford to hire one?
No.
Ma'am, I will appoint the office of the public defender. I do find probable cause for your charge. Your bonds are as follows: $1,000 on the cannabis, $500 on the unregistered motor vehicle. Nope, go back. $5,000 on the cannabis, $1,000 on the unregistered motor vehicle, $1,000 on the no valid driver's license, $5,000 on the paraphernalia. I do find, ma'am, that you are subject to an immigration hold. So I am requesting the clerk to prepare that document for my signature today. While you have bonds on the criminal charges, ma'am, you will be held no bond pending ICE retrieval. And your next court date is July 21st at 8:15. Thank you, ma'am. Okay, sir, who is your client?
Good afternoon, Your Honor. I'm represent Brett Balzani.
What's the last name?
Balzani with a B as in boy.
All right, can we have Mr. Balzani, please?
Thank you, Judge. Michael Brown on his behalf. I appreciate it.
Approaching.
Yeah.
He is here on a violation of probation warrant that was signed by Judge Gibson. You are his attorney of record. Probable cause has previously been established through the warrant, so I don't have to find that myself. He is going to be held on a no bond hold, sir, until he sees a judge on July 13th at 12:45.
July 13th or July 14th?
it got reset apparently to July 13th at 12:45.
Okay, and Judge, I just noticed, I filed a motion to set bond. I just noticed it with Judge Gibson for next Thursday at 8:30.
All right, so you're gonna have a bond hearing then next Thursday at 8:30, okay? All right,
Thank you, ma'am.
Ms.
Thank you.
Brown.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Judge. May I be excused?
Yes, sir.
Thank you for the court's indulgence.
Absolutely. Eveles Keelis?
Keelan, yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, you are here charged as an add-on charge with fraudulent use of personal identification information. Do you have an attorney?
I was appointed a public defender on May 28th.
Are your other charges?
I guess related to this, I would believe so.
Well, for some reason, the state has just now added this charge to your other charges. So what I'll do is appoint the public defender to represent you on this charge as well. This isn't information filed, Ms. Reed.
It is, Judge.
So I will find probable cause based upon that, ma'am. Your bond is set at $5,000 pursuant to the KPS that was issued. Your next court date will be June 30th at 8:15.
Yes, ma'am.
My first appearance paperwork for Ms. Quiles indicates no bond on a violation of community control or probation.
I was already sentenced on those charges.
She says she was sentenced on that.
I know.
Yes, I was.
Actually, Judge, I have paperwork from the Florida Department of Corrections for that very case, which is CF 247012, which shows her probation terminated April 13th.
Okay, fine. So I don't have that, so that makes sense. All right, thank you, ma'am. Have a good day. Mildred Robinson,
Yes.
and you are here charged with tampering with physical evidence, possession of paraphernalia, and possession of cocaine. Do you have an attorney?
No.
Do you afford to hire one?
No.
Ma'am, I will appoint the office of the public defender. I do find probable cause for your 3 charges. Your bonds are set at $5,000 on the tampering, $1,000 on the para, $5,000 on the cocaine. Your next court date is July 21st at 8:15.
I thought it was just tampering with, probable cause for, paraphernalia.
No, there's a tampering with physical evidence and a possession of cocaine. All right, thank you, ma'am.
How much is my bond?
Do you show Ross as bonded? Do we have Ms. Ross present?
No, she is not present.
Okay. I couldn't figure out how she got a bond on domestic violence, but who gave her that authority to do that?
Can we find that out of whether there are pretrial release conditions, please?
No, there aren't. There's nothing.
Do we know who set the
This
bond?
is why she was released. Right here. So the jail must have selected DV, but it's actually dating violence, not domestic.
Oh, it's not domestic violence.
Correct.
Okay, so that's why.
Yeah, just a moment.
So we have it built incorrectly then.
Well, then if I looked at my DV,
Yeah, because I was concerned about that myself.
Thank you for the moment, Judge.
So is she bonding, is that what I've heard?
Yes, she's fine. And it does indicate dating violence throughout the affidavit, but he
So
titled it.
DV in this case is dating violence, not domestic violence.
Correct, yes.
Thank you for the
Shanita
clarification.
Smith,
Yes, ma'am.
you were here charged with domestic violence aggravated battery with a deadly weapon. Do you have an attorney?
No, ma'am. Jesus.
Can you afford to hire one?
No, ma'am.
Sir, or ma'am, excuse me, I will appoint the office of the public defender. I do find probable cause for your charges. Your bond is going to be set at $15,000 in this matter, ma'am. If you do bond, you are going to be on pretrial release. Conditions of pretrial release will be as follows. You will contact pretrial services in person immediately upon your release and then call in every Wednesday. You will not use, possess, or carry any firearms, guns, weapons, ammunition, or knives. You will take all prescribed medication that you are supposed to be taking, ma'am. You'll be
Yes,
permitted contact with the alleged victim, but there is to be no violent contact. Do you understand?
You said I can see.
Yes, you can see your husband, but there's
Thank
to be
you.
no violence. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Your next court date is going to be July 21st at 8:15. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Your Honor.
Yes, ma'am. Selena Torres,
Yes.
you are here on a violation of probation, ma'am. Do you have an attorney?
No, ma'am.
You afford to hire one.
No, ma'am.
And I will appoint the office of the public defender. I do find probable cause based upon the documentation. You are going to be held no bond until you see a judge on July 13th at 8:30, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay.
Just may I ask what happened to Guerda Bertilus?
What's the last name?
T-H-E-R-T-I-L-U-S.
That was a move to tomorrow.
Oh, thank you.
Yes. Jeriel Acosta.
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, you are here charged with operating a motor vehicle without a registration, no endorsement on your motorcycle, driver's license, and reckless driving. Do you have an attorney, sir?
No, ma'am.
Can you afford to hire one?
No, ma'am.
Sir, I will appoint the office of the public defender. I do find probable cause for each of your 3 charges. Your bonds are going to be set at $500 on each count, sir. Your next court date will be July 2nd at 8:30. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Jeriel Alicia Burgos.
Was unable, didn't make it from, booking yet.
All right, we'll move to tomorrow. Lil Shank Barnett. Sir, you are here charged with resisting an officer without violence, domestic violence, battery by strangulation, and then you have a capias outstanding on a domestic violence battery charge. Do you, you have Mr. Brown represent, no, that's not the right person. Do you have an attorney representing you, sir?
No, ma'am.
Can you afford to hire one?
No, ma'am.
Sir, I will appoint the office of the public defender. I do find probable cause for your charges. Your bonds are as follows. On the resisting, $1,000. On the domestic violence battery by strangulation, $10,000. And on your failure to appear capias, the judge set your bond at $500. If you do bond, sir, you are going to be on pretrial release. Conditions will include you contacting pretrial services in person immediately upon your release, and then you will call in every Wednesday. You will not use, possess, or carry any firearms, guns, weapons, ammunition, or knives. You will have no contact whatsoever with the alleged victim in this case. You will stay 500 foot away from the victim, her home, vehicle, place of employment, and/or school. Now, you guys were not living together, is that right? Or were you living together?
Yes, ma'am. We were living together.
All right, I'll give you one opportunity within 48 hours of your release from custody to return to the residence with a law enforcement escort to retrieve your personal belongings. Do you understand, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Your next court date is July 2nd, sir. Thank you. Brian Bowers.
Yes, ma'am.
So you are here charged with keeping a vehicle or shop for the use of drugs, drug possession of paraphernalia, and possession of cocaine. Do you have an attorney?
No. What was that charge again?
Keeping a shop or a vehicle for the use of drugs. Do you have an attorney?
No, I don't.
Can you afford to hire one?
No, ma'am.
Sir, I will appoint the office of the public defender. I do find probable cause for each of your 3 charges. Your bonds are set at $1,000 on the keeping a shop or vehicle for drugs, $1,000 on the paraphernalia, and $5,000 on the cocaine. Your next court date will be July 21st at 8:15, sir. Thank you. DeAndre Bourdoin.
Yes, ma'am.
So you are here charged with possession of paraphernalia and possession of cannabis resin. Do you have an attorney?
No, ma'am.
Can you afford to hire one?
Yes, ma'am. No, ma'am.
Okay, you cannot, correct?
No, ma'am.
Sir, I will appoint the office of the public defender. I do find probable cause for each of your 2 charges. Your bonds are set at $1,000 on the para, $5,000 on the resin. Your next court date is July 21st at 8:15. TJ, we got people in waiting. Justin Clemens. Did he not make it?
Right here.
Not
Oh,
saying no, let's
step
try
up
to
to
do
the
it.
microphone.
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry.
Your next court, or excuse me, sir, you're here charged with possession of cannabis and possession of paraphernalia. Do you have an attorney?
No, ma'am.
Can you afford to hire one?
No, ma'am.
Sir,
I have a probable cause challenge, and the allegation is, that,
I am going to appoint the public defender, Ms. Reed.
thank you, I jumped the gun a bit there, sorry. Judge, the allegation is that the deputies arrive at a location, they find Mr. Clemens sleeping, and next to him or near him in plain view is what appears to be a black metal grinder with loose leafy green substance. No statement is made or admission is made by Mr. Clemens as to ownership of that, and an explanation was given to him. And the case law, which is very clear and long-lasting, long-standing, says that mere proximity to a substance is not sufficient to charge somebody with possession of the substance absent something else like an admission. There was no admission here, so it's not enough for probable cause. Thank you.
Mr. Matthews?
Here's an independent structure alone with the drugs, Judge, and that was directly next to him.
All right, I am going to find probable cause for each of the charges, sir. Your bonds are set at $1,000 each. Your next court date is July 2nd at 8:30. Thank you, sir. Christopher Custer. Mr. Custer, you are charged with grand theft. Do you have an attorney?
No, ma'am.
You report to hire one.
No, ma'am.
Sir, I will appoint the office of the public defender. Ms. Reed?
Thank you, Judge. Judge, the charge is grand theft, and the allegation is that Mr. Custer allegedly took his father's bike or e-bike to fix, not to deprive him of it, not to steal it, not to sell it, not to use it for his own, but to fix. There has to be something more than simply having possession of it. So there's no probable cause. Thank you.
He had been told not to touch the bike. He apparently wanted to fix the bike, but Robert told him that he would fix it on his own. So he did not have the authority to remove that bike from that property. So I am going to find probable cause for the charge. Your bond is set at $5,000, sir. Your next court date is July 21st at 8:15. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Michael Davis.
Yes, ma'am.
So you are here charged with possession of paraphernalia and possession of meth. Do you have an attorney?
No.
Do you afford to hire one?
No, ma'am.
Sir, I will appoint the office of the public defender. Do you have a challenge, Ms. Reed, or just standing?
I'm just standing so I can see inside my bag of tricks.
Sir, I do find probable cause for each of your two charges. Your bonds are set at $1,000 on the para, $5,000 on the meth. Your next court date is July 21st at 8:15. Thank you, sir. Edith DeLeon Ortiz.
Didn't make it from booking.
We'll move to tomorrow. Kevin Diggs. Sir, you are here charged of possession of cannabis less than 20 grams, possession of paraphernalia, possession of cocaine, and driving while license suspended or revoked. Do you have an attorney?
No, ma'am.
Can you afford to hire one?
No, ma'am.
Sir, I will appoint the office of the public defender to represent you. I do find probable cause for each of your four charges. Your bonds are as follows. On the cannabis, $1,000, paraphernalia, $1,000, cocaine, $5,000, driving while license suspended or revoked, $500. Your next court date on these charges, sir, will be July 21st at 8:15. Now, I do see that you are on active probation, sir, in 26 MM 1419. I am going to have an instanter warrant for violation of probation issued, sir. You will be held no bond on that violation of probation, and I will appoint the public defender to represent you. Thank you, sir.
Can you give me the case number again? And then 26-1.
1419.
That was mine.
Robert Duffy.
Did not make it from booking.
We'll move Mr. Duffy to tomorrow. Richard Aravisto.
Yeah.
Sir, you are here charged with false ID to law enforcement, possession of cannabis, and possession of paraphernalia. Do you have an attorney?
I do not.
Can you afford to hire one?
No.
Sir, I will appoint the office of the public defender. I do find probable cause for each of your three charges. I am going to straight pretrial release you on these charges, sir. Conditions will include you contacting pretrial services in person immediately upon your release, and then you will call in every Wednesday. You will be subjected to random urinalysis, sir, at your own self-pay. You will not possess any weapons, firearms, ammunition, or knives while this case is pending. Your next court date, sir, is going to be on, is that right? Yeah, July 16th at 8:30, sir. Thank you.
Did you appoint this?
Ma'am?
Did you appoint the people?
I did.
Thank you.
Raymond Fernandez. Sir, you are here charged with possession of cannabis less than 20 grams and driving while license suspended or revoked. Do you have an attorney?
No, ma'am.
Can you afford to hire one?
No, ma'am.
I did, the other one was straight pretrial, not with bond. The one I just did. Mr. Evaristo was straight pretrial, not with bond. I'm sorry, Mr. Fernandez, or who am I doing here?
Yeah,
Fernandez.
Raymond Fernandez.
Mr. Fernandez, do you have an attorney, sir?
No, ma'am.
Can you afford to hire one?
No, ma'am.
Sir, I will appoint the office of the public defender. I do find probable cause for your charges. Your bonds are as follows: 1,000 on the cannabis, 1,000 on the para, 500 on the driving while license suspended. Your next court date is July 2nd at 8:30, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Scott Geegan,
Did not make it from booking.
all right, we'll move him to tomorrow. Kenyatta Greathouse. Sir, you are here charged with domestic violence, simple assault, and violation of an injunction for protection against domestic violence. Do you have an attorney?
No.
Can you afford to hire one?
No.
Sir, I will appoint the office of the public defender. I do find probable cause for each of your 2 charges. Your bonds are going to be set as follows. On the simple assault, 1,000, violation of an injunction, 5,000. If you do bond, sir, you are going to be on pretrial release. Conditions will include you contacting pretrial services in person immediately upon your release, and then you will call in every Wednesday. You will not use, possess, or carry any firearms, guns, weapons, ammunition, or knives. You will have no contact with the alleged victim in this case. You will abide by the injunction that is in effect. Do you understand, sir?
Yes.
Your next court date is July 2nd at 8:30, sir. Thank you.
Just what did you set the bonds at?
Virgil Green, 1,000, 5,000. Miss Virgil Green,
Did not make it, did not arrive from booking.
we'll move him to tomorrow. Stephen Grimes.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Grimes, you're here charged with criminal mischief, $1,000 or more, sir. Do you have an attorney?
No, ma'am.
Can you afford to hire one?
No, ma'am.
Sir, I will appoint the office of the public defender. I do find probable cause for your charge. Your bond is set at $5,000, sir. If you do bond, you are going to be on pretrial release. Conditions will include you contacting pretrial services in person immediately upon your release, and then you will call in every Wednesday. You will not have any contact with the victim of the alleged victim of the criminal mischief. Do you understand that, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
You stay 500 foot away from them, their property, their home, car, vehicle, a school, etc. Your next court date is July 21st at 8:15, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Tony Harrell.
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, Harrell, you're here charged of possession of paraphernalia and possession of meth. Do you have an attorney?
No, ma'am.
Can you afford to hire one?
No, ma'am.
Sir, I will appoint the office of the public defender. I do find probable cause for each of your 2 charges. Your bonds are set at 1,000 on the para, 5,000 on the meth. Your next court date is July 21st at 8:15. Thank you, sir. Dwayne Harris.
Yes.
Mr. Harris, you're here charged of possession of paraphernalia and possession of meth. Do you have an attorney?
No.
Can you afford to hire one?
No.
I will appoint the office of the public defender. I do find probable cause for each of your charges. Your bonds are set at 1,000 on the para, 5,000 on the meth. Your next court date is July 21st at 8:15, sir. Thank you. John Hastings.
Yes,
Sir,
ma'am.
you are here charged of possession of paraphernalia and possession of methamphetamine. Do you have an attorney?
No, ma'am.
Can you afford to hire one?
No, ma'am.
Sir, I will appoint the office of the public defender. I do find probable cause for your 2 charges. Your bonds are set at 1,000 on the para, 5,000 on the meth. Your next court date is July 21st at 8:15, sir. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Russell Hess. Mr. Hess, you're here charged of possession of paraphernalia, possession of methamphetamine, and trespass. Do you have an attorney, sir?
No.
Can you afford to hire one?
No.
Sir, I will appoint the office of the public defender. I do find probable cause for each of your 3 charges. Your bonds are as follows: 1,000 on the para, 1,000 on the trespass, 5,000 on the meth. Your next court date is July 21st at 8:15, sir. Yes.
Excuse me, trespass. I own Circle K. There's no trespassing. I was never trespassed. And the medicine I had was,
Don't talk about the facts of your case, sir.
all right, no problem.
Sir, you had previously been trespassed from this property on March of 2021, and it was valid. It's valid through March of 2029. All right, sir, thank you, and step over.
No problem.
Devin Koitik?
Kodik.
Say it again?
Devin Kodik.
Kodik. Sir, you are here charged with battery with a prior conviction and resisting an officer without violence. Do you have an attorney?
No, ma'am.
Can you afford to hire one?
No, ma'am.
Sir, I will appoint the office of the public defender. I do find probable cause for each of your 2 charges. On the battery with a prior conviction, 5,000, resisting 1,000. If you do bond, sir, you will be on pretrial release on that battery charge. Conditions will include you contacting pretrial services in person immediately upon your release, and then you will call in every Wednesday. You will not use, possess, or carry any firearms, guns, weapons, ammunition, or knives. You will have no contact with the alleged victim in this case. You will stay 500 foot away from the victim's home, vehicle, place of employment, and/or school at all times. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Your next court date is July 21st at 8:15, sir. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
David Leva,
Yes, ma'am.
sir, you are here charged with possession of meth, possession of paraphernalia, resisting an officer without violence, and unlawful possession of a suspended license. Do you have an attorney, sir?
No,
Can you afford to hire one?
no, ma'am.
Sir, I will appoint the office of the public defender. I do find probable cause for each of your 3 charges. Your bonds are as follows. On the meth, 5,000, para, 1,000, resisting, 1,000. Unlawful possession of a suspended license will be 500. Your next court date will be on July 21st at 8:15, sir. Thank you. Scott McSorley? Is that you, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
So you are here charged with possession of paraphernalia and possession of meth. Do you have an attorney?
No, ma'am.
Can you afford to hire one?
No, ma'am.
Sir, I will appoint the office of the public defender. I do find probable cause for each of your 2 charges. Your bonds are set at 1,000 on the para, 5,000 on the meth. Your next court date is July 21st at 8:15, sir. Thank you. Raymond Maines?
Yes, ma'am.
Maines, you're here charged with possession of paraphernalia and possession of meth. Do you have an attorney?
No, ma'am.
Afford to hire one?
No, ma'am.
Sir, I will appoint the office of the public defender. I do find probable cause for each of your 2 charges. Your bonds are set. Stop laughing, sir, unless you want to come back tomorrow. 1,000 on the paraphernalia, 5,000 on the meth. Your next court date is July 21st at 8:15. Thank you. Xavier Martinez Gonzalez.
Did not make it from booking, Your Honor.
We'll bring him back tomorrow. Whoever's got him tomorrow's gonna hate it.
They did the same thing to you.
I beg your pardon?
They did the same thing as.
Oh, we have a bunch of bringbacks.
Big fraction.
Abdul McMath.
Yes, ma'am.
So you are here charged with driving while license suspended or revoked as a habitual traffic offender. Do you have an attorney, sir?
No, ma'am.
Can you afford to hire one?
No, ma'am.
Sir, I will appoint the office of the public defender. I do find probable cause for your charge. Your bond is set at $5,000, sir. Your next court date is July 21st at 8:15. Thank you,
Yes,
sir.
ma'am.
JD Morales. Tomorrow?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am. Andrew Natira.
Yes, ma'am.
You are here charged with unarmed burglary of an unoccupied dwelling, grand theft, and criminal mischief. Do you have an attorney?
No, ma'am.
Can you afford to hire one?
No, ma'am.
Sir, I will appoint the office of the public defender. I do find probable cause for each of your 3 charges. Your bonds are as follows. On the unarmed burglar of an unoccupied dwelling, it will be $20,000. Grand theft, $5,000. The criminal mischief will be $500. If you do bond, sir, you will be on pretrial release. Conditions will include you contacting pretrial services in person immediately upon your release, and then every Wednesday you will call in. You will not use, possess, or carry any firearms, guns, weapons, ammunition, or knives. You will have no contact with any victim identified in this case. You will stay 500 foot away from their home, vehicle, place of employment, and/or school at all times. Do you understand, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Your next court date.
Request no contact with the location as well. The victim didn't live at the location.
Yes, and there will be a no contact with the location. Do you know off the top of your head what it is?
I would have to look it up, but I'll be happy to do that very quickly. As quickly as the internet will let me. 209 K Street in Auburndale.
So you will not go anywhere near 209 K Street in Auburndale. Do you understand, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
K-A-Y.
K-A-Y. Thank you, Mr. Matthews. July 21st at 8:15, sir. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Randall Pullen,
Yes, ma'am.
you are here charged with possession of cannabis less than 20 grams, possession of a concealed handcuff key while in custody, possession of paraphernalia, possession of meth, possession of cannabis resin, dumping litter on private property, and failure to obtain a permit to comply with the law. Do you have an attorney?
No, ma'am.
Can you afford to hire one?
No, ma'am.
I did not see any paperwork regarding the dumping and the failure to obtain a permit. I have an affidavit. Oh, it was there. All right, let me read this one real quick. Okay. All right, sir. I do find probable cause for each of your charges. Your bonds are as follows: $1,000 on the cannabis, $5,000 on the possession of a handcuffed key, $1,000 on the paraphernalia, $5,000 on the meth, $5,000 on the cannabis resin, $5,000 on the dumping, and $1,000 on the failure to obtain a permit. Your next court date, sir, will be July the 21st at 8:15. Thank you, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
King Reynold Reddick.
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, you are here charged with no driver's license and no motor vehicle registration. Do you have an attorney?
No, ma'am.
Can you afford to hire one?
No, ma'am.
Sir, I will appoint the office of the public defender. I do find probable cause for your two charges. Your bonds are going to be set at, actually, you know what, sir? I'm going to pretrial release you on these two charges. Conditions will include you contacting pretrial services in person immediately upon your release, and then you will call in every Wednesday. You will not drive without a valid driver's license and appropriate registration for your vehicle. Do you understand, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Your next court date will be July the 2nd. Oh, hang on, it's going to change. Give us 1 second. So you're going to go to court, sir, at the Lake Alfred Courthouse on July the 14th at 9 o'clock in the morning, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Tristan Rollerson. Mr. Rollerson, you are here charged with false info to law enforcement. Do you
Your
have an
Honor.
attorney? Yes?
Did not make it from booking.
Oh, thank you. It's amazing to me that they don't tell me I'm talking to the wrong person.
Right.
I mean, I could be saying they're charged with murder, and they just stand there and say nothing. Alex Vigo Campos.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
you are here via warrant, charged with criminal mischief, $1,000 or more, and shooting into a building. Do you have an attorney?
No, ma'am.
Can you afford to hire one?
No, ma'am.
Sir, I will appoint the office of the public defender. I do find probable cause for your charges, well, each previously been established actually through the warrant. Your bonds are going to be set at $5,000 on the criminal mischief, $20,000 on the shooting into the building. If you do bond, sir, you will be on pretrial release. Conditions will include you contacting pretrial services in person immediately upon your release, and then you will call in every Wednesday. You're going to have a curfew, sir, of 9 p.m. to 6 a.m. You will not use, possess, or carry any firearms, guns, weapons, ammunition, or knives, and you will have no contact with any person identified as a victim in this case or witness. You will stay 500 foot away from any victim or witness, their home, vehicle, place of employment, and or school. Do you understand, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Your next court date is July 21st at 8:15, sir. Thank you.
Did you appoint him?
Yes, I did. Cameron Williams,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Urbano Valhay. Is he tomorrow?
Yes, Mr. Urbano is for tomorrow, yes.
All right, we'll move him over to tomorrow. Mr. Williams, sir, you are here because you failed to appear for mandatory docketing on 3 separate charges. There was a battery, resisting, and a petty theft. You have previously been appointed the office of the public defender. I do find probable cause based upon the documentation. The judge in this matter set your bonds at $5,000 on each count, sir, so you do have bonds. Your next court date is July 22nd at 8:30. Thank you, sir.
Judge, there was right here under the comments, if defendant posts new bonds amount, defendant remains on pretrial. We searched through there and I believe.
Never placed on pretrial.
Exactly. I think the box was cut off when it was being.
Yeah.
Yes.
Apparently, you were never, oh, he's gone. Well, I'm not going to put him on pretrial at this point. Thank you.
Thank
though.
you, that advance.
Yes, ma'am.
Richard Wilson.
Yes, ma'am.
Wilson, you are here because you failed to appear for arraignment on a driving while license suspended or revoked charge, or failure to surrender your driver's license or registration. Let me see which one it is, because it's a little. Sir, do you have an attorney representing you on this charge?
No, ma'am.
Can you afford to hire one?
No.
Where you been? Where you been since?
Actually, do you want the short or the long story?
I want the short story. It's short as
Okay,
you
I've been in not Orlando, Auburndale for 7 years. And they quit looking for me. It was like pre or after COVID. So I called the sheriff that did the ticket and what he has the license, by the way. He took my license and driver's license tag. Anyway, so I changed my license to the new address where I was. Not this one now, but okay, I was driving under a different license. They took that license, but they never updated what was it, State Road 52, US State Road 52. That's where they quit looking for me. And they didn't look on the state registry, Jeff or whoever. I'm not saying it's totally my fault,
Okay, let
but
me ask you, stop talking. If I release you on your own recognizance on this charge, will you promise me you're going to come back to court?
ma'am, I have been waiting 7 years to talk to you.
All right, I'm going to release you on your own recognizance. You're going to come to arraignment on this charge at Lake Alfred. Or is he Bartow? It's a Bartow. On July the 14th at 8:30, okay? You're going to get that paperwork when you're released from custody. Do not lose
Okay.
it. Make sure you come back on July
So-
14th, okay?
Yes, ma'am. Do I have to post bond or anything?
No, you do
Okay.
not have to post a bond or anything,
Hey.
okay? Right. Thank you, sir.
I was not kidding. I have waited 7 years.
Christian Wright.
Yes, ma'am.
Right, you're here charged with resisting an officer without violence and possession of cannabis resin. Do you have an attorney, sir?
No, ma'am.
Can you afford to hire one?
No, ma'am.
Sir, I will appoint the office of the public defender. I do find probable cause for your 2 charges. Your bonds are set at $1,000 on the resisting, $5,000 on the cannabis resin. Your next court date is July 21st at 8:15, sir. Yes.
Is there any way I could prove against the cannabis resin? Because I got that.
Because today, sir, don't say anything else. I don't want you to say something that will hurt yourself. Today is not the day for that, okay? I've appointed an attorney for you. Talk to your attorney, and your attorney can file some motions and do what they need to do, but today is not the day for that, okay?
And you said when's my next court date?
July 21st at 8:15.
I
Thank you,
hope.
sir.
I have a lot of what happened to these people.
Thank you, Central. You guys have a great day.
I do it.
All right, so who you got?
Lugo, you want to lobby Lugo?
Officer Meisinger, I just called Robinson to ask whoever's in room 1 to hang up and wait for our call to come through.
All right, thank you. I was just gonna call. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Morning, how are you?
Good, thanks.
Good. You ready for Mr. Smith?
Yes, please.
That's good. You're right in. Smith, come on.
And P.O. Davis, can you hear us okay?
Yes, good morning, everybody.
Good morning. Good morning, Mr. Smith.
How are you doing?
Good, thanks. So we're all here, so we're gonna get started with your revocation hearing, okay?
Okay.
Good morning, I am P.O. Meisinger, a hearing examiner for the Board of Pardons and Paroles. This is a revocation hearing concerning Smith Uri number 431159. Today is June 17th, 2026. This hearing is being conducted via video at the BOPP Central Office in the Carl Robinson Correctional Institution. This is a public hearing and public access to the hearing is available via video live stream. Can you please state your full name and DOC inmate number for the record?
Uri Smith, 431159.
And we have a parole officer present today. Can you please identify yourself for the record?
Parole Officer Patrick Davis. I work in the Hartford District Office.
Thank you. We have counsel here today.
Sure. Attorney Alfonso Sirica from the Parole Revocation Unit on behalf of Mr. Smith.
This is a revocation hearing to determine whether you have violated conditions of your release. I will review and make findings of facts, each of the charges against you. The state, not you, has responsibility to prove the allegations by a preponderance of evidence. That is, the better weighted evidence must establish that more probable than not the allegation is true. If I do not find that there is a preponderance of evidence to support a violation of one or more conditions of your parole, I'll reinstate your parole, which means release you, place you back on parole supervision. If I find that you have violated one or more conditions of your parole, I will consider whether or not your parole should be revoked. If I recommend revocation, I'll make a recommendation as to appropriate sanction, and my recommendation will be given to a panel for a final decision. If the panel wishes to impose a sanction beyond my recommendation, a supplemental hearing will be provided to justify additional confinement. So this is the procedure for today. I'm going to read you your rights. Then we will review the parole violation charge the state your PO is bringing against you. I will review and identify exhibits filed for the record. The state will then have an opportunity to present a relevant testimony. After the state is finished, counsel will have the same opportunity. After considering all of the evidence presented, I will announce my findings. If I find that you violated one or more conditions of your parole, the state will have an opportunity to speak to your background and history. After the state is finished, counsel will have the same opportunity. Do you have any questions about the purpose or procedure before we begin?
No questions.
Okay, important rights today. The right to have an attorney present and you have counsel here. You have a right to receive the written notice of charges, the violation. Did you receive that written notice?
Yes.
You have a right to review the evidence against you before the hearing. You have a right to submit evidence in support of your case. At the hearing, you have a right to call and examine voluntary witnesses and cross-examine adverse witnesses. Do you understand these rights and are you ready to go forward?
Yes.
Okay, so we will now review the charge, state your parole officer is bringing against you, and information underlying each charge. So P.O. Davis, you could please read the charges as well as the addendum after.
All right. Obey all laws. Charge number 1, obedience to the law. On 01/11/2026 at 6:42 p.m., you were observed in a white Nissan Maxima traveling east on I-84 near exit 67, bearing CT registration AP 37937. You were observed by a Troop C Talon State Trooper changing lanes of travel for no reason. You were also not using your turn signal, and you were not maintaining proper lanes for extended periods of time. Your license plate came back canceled to a Pontiac Solstice. At this time, the trooper attempted to initiate a traffic stop with lights and sirens in the area of exit 68 in Tolland. You did not stop, instead increased your speed in an attempt to elude the trooper. You then shut off all your lights to your vehicle and continued to drive recklessly through traffic. At this time, the trooper stopped the pursuit per policy. Approximately 1 to 2 minutes later, Troop C reported a 911 call referencing your vehicle in the area of exit 70. You elevated the need to apprehend as you were continuing reckless and dangerous behavior. Another trooper near exit 72, 73 in the town of Union started to engage in pursuit. After several seconds, you tried to exit on exit 74, left the roadway hitting a tree stump and flipping over on the exit ramp. You then proceeded to exit the vehicle and were running away from the scene. You were located hiding behind a metal guardrail approximately 300 meters from the vehicle's final rest. You had visible injuries to your face and hands, and you were soaking wet from running through the drainage ponds just off the exit ramp. Troopers also could smell alcoholic beverages emanating from the area of your face as you spoke. Troop C, Tolland, also later found out that you did not have a valid driver's license. Troopers had probable cause you were driving under the influence of alcohol. After a search of the vehicle, it was discovered that you had a large canvas bag with a large amount of suspected marijuana, which was packaged to be consistent with the sale and not for personal usage. Several containers of alcohol were also observed on the floorboards. You were then transported to Hartford Hospital by Willington EMS. Subsequently, you were arrested by Troop C, Tolland, and held on a $100,000 bond for the following charges: CGS 14-227A, operating under the influence of alcohol and or drugs; 14-222 *, reckless speed over 85 miles per hour; 14-223 in parentheses B, double asterisk, engaging police in pursuit; 14-236, failure to drive in proper lane; 14-147C, misuse of registration plate; 14-213B, no insurance; 21A-279A1, possession of a controlled substance; 53A-64, reckless endangerment second; 53A-167, interfering and resisting; and 21A-278B, C1, illegal selling and manufacturing of cannabis over 8 ounces. You were due to appear in court at GA 19 Rockville, Monday, 01/12/2026 at 9 a.m. Your next court date, according to the state of Connecticut's judicial website, is 02/04/2026 under docket numbers T19R-CR26-0191161-S and TR19R-MV26-0278696-S. Charge number 2, drugs. On 01/11/2026, you were found to be in possession of 55 grams of suspected marijuana and several Ziploc bags, multiple containers of the Ziploc bags for suspected drug sales, 3 cereal milk, 3.5 gram packages of marijuana, and 1 Gary Payton 7 gram package of marijuana. You are not allowed to possess this amount of marijuana. Charge number 3, no consumption of alcoholic beverages. On 01/11/2026, Connecticut State Police had probable cause to believe you were driving a motor vehicle under the influence of alcohol. You also had multiple alcohol containers on the floorboard of your vehicle. You have a no alcohol condition on your signed parole, special parole conditions, and shouldn't be drinking or possessing any alcohol. Charge number 4, halfway house placement. On 08/28/2025, you were placed at the Watkinson Halfway House and signed a halfway house agreement, abide by the rules of the house. On 09/28/2025, you were given an instruction by halfway house staff to leave the basement and go to your room during visitation. You proceeded to come into the staff office and stated to staff while visitors were present, y'all do whatever the fuck y'all want, make up shit where in the book is that a rule? You were again instructed by halfway house staff to go to your room, and you stated, man, word on my mother, I don't give a fuck, send me back. Y'all do whatever, dumb as fuck. This is a violation of your signed halfway house agreement. Specifically, I will treat others with respect and not engage in any verbal or physical altercations with supervised persons, staff, or third parties. On 10/19/2025 at 11:40 p.m., you were issued a pass to St. Francis Hospital to receive emergency medical care. Staff contacted the hospital to confirm your whereabouts and was told that you were not there. You returned to the halfway house at 3:34 a.m. with no discharge paperwork. You were unaccountable in the community for 3 hours and 50 minutes. This is a violation of your signed halfway house agreement. Specifically, I will not leave the physical confines of the halfway house unless authorized by program staff or parole. I will only go to the locations indicated by an approved community pass unless changes have been authorized by staff. On 10/28/2025, you were informed by halfway house staff that you were 2 weeks behind on substance. You proceeded to walk out of the staff office. This is a violation of your signed halfway house agreement. Specifically, I will save money and pay fees to the program as required. On 11/05/2025 at 6:15 p.m., you were issued a pass to go to St. Francis Hospital for medical treatment. Staff contacted the hospital to check your whereabouts. It was discovered that you left the hospital at 6:45 p.m. and returned at 12:36 a.m. for treatment. You were unaccountable in the community for approximately 4 hours. This is a violation of your signed halfway house agreement. Specifically, I will not leave the physical confines in the halfway house unless authorized by program staff or parole. I will only go to the locations indicated on an approved community pass unless changes have been authorized by staff. On 11/13/2025, halfway house staff attempted to have another conversation with you regarding overdue substance and provide you with a payment plan. You refuse to sign the payment plan or pay substance. This is a violation of your signed halfway house agreement. Specifically, I will save money and pay fees to the program as required. On 11/15/2025, you signed out of the halfway house on a work pass at 7:33 a.m. and returned at 6:41 p.m. When staff called your employer to confirm your work hours on 11/20/2025, it was discovered that you did not report to work on this day. You were unaccountable in the community for 11 hours and 8 minutes. This is a violation of your signed halfway house agreement. Specifically, I will not leave the physical confines of the halfway house unless authorized by program staff or parole. I will only go to the locations indicated on an approved community pass unless changes have been authorized by staff. On 11/22/2025, you walked out of the halfway house without authorization at 7:30 a.m. and returned at 6:24 p.m. You did not have permission from either halfway house staff nor your parole officer to leave the house. You were unaccountable in the community for approximately 11 hours. This is a violation of your signed halfway house agreement. Specifically, I will not leave the physical confines in the halfway house unless authorized by program staff or parole. I will only go to the locations indicated by an approved community pass unless changes have been authorized by staff. On 11/24/2025, you walked out of the halfway house at 12:04 p.m. without authorization. You did not return 12/04/2025. You were unaccountable in the community for 11 days. This is a violation of your signed halfway house agreement. Specifically, I will not leave the physical confines in the halfway house unless authorized by program staff or parole. I will only go to the locations indicated on an approved community pass unless changes have been authorized by staff. Charge number 5, no driving. On 01/11/2026, you were observed by Connecticut State Police troopers driving a white Nissan Maxima that was unregistered. You also don't have a valid driver's license. At no time did this parole officer give you permission to drive a motor vehicle. You were aware of this instruction based on your signed special parole additional conditions.
Okay, and can you please read the addendum that was submitted?
Sure. All right, the addendum I submitted, Mr. Smith was arrested by Troop C on 01/11/2026, Holland, and held on a $100,000 bond for the following charges. CGS 14-227A, operating under the influence of alcohol and/or drugs, guilty, sentenced to 90 days jail, 05/11/2026. CGS 14-222 Astertic, reckless speed over 85 miles per hour. That was nollied on 05/11/2026. CGS 14-223B, double Astertic, engaging police in a pursuit, was nollied 05/11/2026. CGS 14-236, failure to drive in proper lane, was nollied 05/11/2026. CGS 14-147C, misuse of registration plate, was nollied 05/11/2026. CGS 14-213B, no insurance, was nollied 05/11/2026. CGS 21A-279A1 in parentheses, possession of a controlled substance, was nollied 05/11/2026. CGS 53A-64, reckless endangerment second, was nollied 05/11/2026. CGS 53A-167, interfering and resisting, guilty, sentenced to 90 days jail, 05/11/2026. CGS 21A-278BC1, illegal selling and manufacturing of cannabis over 8 ounces, was nollied 05/11/2026. Mr. Smith appeared in court at Rockville GA19 on 05/11/2026 under docket numbers T19R-CR26-0191161-S and T19R-MV26-0278696-S. BOPP may proceed with revocation. It appears on docket number T19R-MV26-0286696-S. Mr. Smith owes a $500 fine.
Right. Thank you very much. And the state is all the following exhibits that are pre-marked for identification as Exhibit A, signed statement of understanding, agreement, conditions of parole. B, Raymond actual custody order. C, parole violation report, notice and parolee rights. D, parole violation report. E, police report, case ending in 11824, Connecticut State Police Troop C, Holland. F, BOPP Rev Hearing Summary. G, BOPP Decision Information Summary. H, Local News Article, WFSB. I, sign offender misconduct reports. J, offender incident reports from Watkinson Halfway House. K, residential disciplinary reports from Watkinson Halfway House. L, Community Solutions, Inc., abscond report from Watkinson Halfway House. M, signed Halfway House agreement form. N, Community Solutions Adult Work Release Department of Corrections Client Handbook. And O is State of Connecticut District Branch Criminal and Motor Vehicle printout. Did you receive notice of parole violation report, and those other documents I marked, and did you review them?
Yes.
Okay. And council's follow the following exhibit that is pre-marked for identification, Defense Exhibit 1, which is a list of parole accomplishments and future plans for parole reinstatement. Do you need to continue this hearing to obtain any additional evidence?
I do not. Could we make a correction? I didn't want to interrupt P.O. Davis there regarding the addendum. Everything he put on the record, I agree with. All the charges were nollied, but the one charge of operating under the influence, one charge of interfering. Just so the record is clear, there is no outstanding $500 that my client owns. That fine was remitted at the time of sentencing on May 11th of 2026. I'm not sure if P.O. Davis had access to that or not, but I just want to make sure the record, there is no outstanding $500 that Mr. Smith owes to the state of Connecticut.
All right, thank you. Okay, so at this time, I am going to do the oath so that both of you may speak. So Mr. Smith and P.O. Davis, can you please raise your right hand? You solemnly swear, solemnly affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give concerning this case to be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, 5 penalty of perjury?
Yes.
Okay, so at this time, the state will have an opportunity. If you'd like to call witnesses, present evidence, and speak to any of the evidence submitted at this time, you may.
All right. This was a very serious case where Mr. Smith was charged with 10 criminal and motor vehicle violations. He was remanded on January 11th, 2026. I talked with troopers the night of the incident at length. Mr. Smith put hundreds of people, innocent people, at risk and in danger on the highway for really no apparent reason. It was self-reported by a family member to me that he was headed to the Patriots game. He did not have permission by me to drive, and he did not have permission by me to go out of state. The case made multiple news outlets, which is worth noting. I also want to say it should be noted that when I went to serve Mr. Smith at HCC, he took no accountability for his actions. He actually stated that it was the trooper's fault that put him in this incident. I don't think he's ready yet himself or the public for him to be out in the community. He was he was supervised by me for less than 1 month and committed these crimes. He also just received a disciplinary report for fighting on 7 days ago on 6/10/2026 at Carl Robinson.
We'll just speak to the charges currently. Any additional information, we can talk about the second part, but just regarding the charges at this time.
Okay. All right. And yeah, that's all I got. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll turn it over to council.
Yes. P.O. Davis, just a couple of quick questions.
Sure.
You said he was under your supervision for approximately a month. How many times did you actually meet with Mr. Smith during your period of supervision?
At the initial intake, and then I saw him once more, so twice in a 3 or 4 week period.
All right. Do you know who the parole officer at the time that was assigned to the halfway house was? Was it P.O. Stickles?
Yeah, I'm looking here. It looks like P.O. Stickles, but it looks like he was at Renaissance East in Waterbury. And if that was the case, it would have been Parole Officer Babbage.
Okay.
But Stickles has supervised him in the past, yes.
Okay. So regarding charge 1, charge 2, and charge 3, I think that was dealt with in court. I know the comments P.O. Davis just made, but my client did plead guilty to those charges. So he did take accountability for what occurred despite the comments that were made. Obviously, there's a guilty plea in court, and in order for that to happen, client needs to take accountability for that, which Mr. Smith did do that. Regarding the incidents at the halfway house, starting with the September 28th, 2025 incident where my client was in a waiting room and was told, was in the basement and was told to go into his room during visitation time. Mr. Davis, I'm sorry, can mix them up. Mr. Smith, do you recall what happened that day on that incident on September 28th of 2025?
Yes. So while I was in the basement, she told me to go to my room, and the basement is the workout area. So I didn't really understand why I had to go back to my room. So I went upstairs to the office and I asked, do you know why I have to go back to my room? Because they never told me to go back to my room from the weight room, working out room. So she was like, yeah, they're having visiting hours right now. So I'm like, okay, do you know when the visiting hours are over? She said, when they're over. And all right, no problem. And I went to my room. I never had no back and forth, or I never was rude, disrespectful to her, nothing. None of those words were said, nothing. So I don't know.
Okay. That's what your testimony, that's what occurred on that day.
Yes.
Correct. Okay. The incident on October 19th of 2025, when you were issued the pass to go to hospital, it looks like at 11:40 p.m. to St. Francis Hospital. Did you actually go to the hospital that day?
Yes, I actually went to the hospital.
Okay. And what occurred? Could you let the hearing examiner know what occurred while you were waiting to be seen?
I went to the hospital, and while I was sitting there, the lady told me that it might be a little while waiting. So I was sitting there probably about for like an hour or so. In the back of my head, I know I'm in the halfway house, so I know that I'm really on like a time management kind of thing. And the longest I'm out, the more worried they are or aware. So I went back up to her after that hour, and I asked the lady, do you know how long it's going to take? She told me she doesn't know, she's not sure because that same night, I don't know if you guys were aware, but there was 3 casualties that happened that night. So I don't know if the hospital was busy or what was going on. So I was just sitting there. So at the time kept going by, I was never admitted. No one ever came to see me. So I just left and I went back to the halfway house. When I got back to the halfway house, I informed that to staff and they were like, okay, once Stickles comes in, you have to talk to Stickles. And when Stickles came in, me and Stickles had a conversation and she told me that I was good. I was all set. There was no problem.
Right.
I didn't do anything wrong.
Okay. So from the hospital, you went back to the halfway house, they contacted Stickles and you told her exactly what occurred, correct?
Yes.
Okay. The incident on October 28th regarding you not paying up the fees for the halfway house, do you recall the conversation you had with them and did you admit to them that you were behind and you were willing to pay?
Yes, I did.
Okay. The next one occurs on November 5th, but where were you from October 30th to approximately November 5th?
October 30th to November 5th, I was in the hospital and I was diagnosed with multiple sclerosis.
Okay. And you were at Middlesex Hospital first?
Yep.
And then were you in another hospital after that?
I went to Middlesex. They discharged me from Middlesex and the staff at the halfway house picked me up. As soon as I got back to the halfway house, I threw up. I wasn't feeling good. I was dizzy, could barely walk, and a couple of the symptoms were coming back. So I was then transferred back. Well, not back to Middlesex, but they transferred me to St. Francis.
Okay, so the incident that occurred on November 5th at 6:15 p.m., that was the same day you were released from Middlesex Hospital?
Yes.
Okay. And once again, on November 13th, the incident with they try to have a conversation with you regarding the money owed to rent. This one was after you were in the hospital and you were currently not working at the time. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead.
I wasn't, when I got out the hospital, I didn't work for about like 2 weeks.
All right. The incident on November 15th of 2025. I know you and I discussed this. Do you remember what day of the week November 15th was?
On a Saturday.
Okay. Do you work on Saturdays?
I don't usually work on Saturday, but I picked up some extra hours on that Saturday.
Okay. And they claim, the halfway house is written, that you didn't go to work that day. They called your employer and you checked with the person you were working for and asked them if they ever called them. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, my boss said no one from the halfway house contacted them.
Okay. And did you let the halfway house staff know that your boss indicated they never called them?
I told them that, and it was like one in one ear and one out the other.
All right. The last two, November 22nd and November 24th, through our conversation, Mr. Smith, you did admit you did leave the halfway house because of the medical needs, but did you at any point in time discuss this with P.O. Stickles at the P.O. from the halfway house?
Yes.
Okay. All right. I don't have anything else to add regarding the first part of the hearing. As I indicated, I know the charges speak for themselves in court. My client did plead guilty to those charges. All the charges were not lead. I'm not minimizing what happened here, but from being in court for close to 20 years, G819 has a reputation of being a very hard court, difficult court. And we can see from the sentence here, my client received 90 days on each count concurrent, and the remaining charges were nollied. So that's all I have for the first part of the hearing. I do want to be heard about his background at the appropriate time.
Thank you. Is there anything else further from the state before I make or announce my findings?
No.
No?
No.
Okay. So I'll be right with you with my findings. All right, so what I'm gonna do is I am going to announce my findings in regards to those charges. So regarding charge 1, I do find you violated conditional bail laws, obedience to the law, based on your conviction of operating under the influence and received a sentence of 90 days jail and interfering, resisting, and sentenced to 90 days jail. This is also based on exhibits A, D, E, and H. Regarding the charges of reckless speeding, engaging police in pursuit, and reckless endangerment. Second, I do make a finding on these charges. Although they were nollied, I do find the behaviors meet the elements of the charges. Regarding charges, failure to drive in proper lane, misuse of plates, and no insurance, no finding, as those are infractions. And I do not make a finding on the charges of possession of controlled substance and illegal sell, manufacture of cannabis due to the behavior not meeting the elements. Regarding charge 2, obey all laws, drugs, and making no finding due to the charge not meeting the elements. Regarding charge 3, I find you violated additional condition, no consumption of alcoholic beverages. This is based on evidence provided in support of the charge, exhibits A and E, as well as the conviction for operating under the influence of alcohol. Regarding charge 4, I find you violated additional condition, halfway house placement, based on evidence provided in support of that charge, which exhibits A, M, N, I, J, K, and L. Regarding charge 5, I do find you violated additional condition, no driving, based on evidence provided in support of the charge, exhibits A and E. So that includes the fact-finding portion of this hearing. Before I make a recommendation, the state will have an opportunity to speak to your background and history. After the state is finished, council will have the same opportunity. This purpose part of the hearing is to help determine what outcome I will recommend. So at this time, P.O. Davis, would you like to say anything for the second part of the hearing?
Yeah, I'm very happy to hear that there was some accountability on Mr. Smith's part. I am aware of his medical issues. That's very unfortunate. The DR for fighting on 06/10/2026 is a bit concerning. That being only 7 days ago. And then the positive here that I have is he was working, and his residence where he lived with his sister seemed supportive, and his sister seems very supportive as well. That's all I have.
Thank you. I'll turn it over to council.
Yes, on behalf of Mr. Smith, and I appreciate you, P.O. Davis, putting that on the record. I understand, you were supervising him, but I did speak to him a few times. He just so the record is clear, he did take accountability for what happened. My client is only 25 years old. I'm not making excuses for him, but he's got a lot to learn, and he's still young at the age of 25, in my opinion. He was born in Jamaica. He does receive family support from his mother, his brothers, and his sisters, some extended family. Upon his previous release, he was at the Community Solutions Halfway House program, the Watkinson House in Hartford. Then it looks like December of 2025, he was at the Connecticut Renaissance East in Waterbury. Then he was sponsored by his sister, as P.O. Davis indicated, until he was remanded. He did indicate to us back in 2022 he did successfully complete Open Earth Halfway House in Hartford. Then he was sponsored by his girlfriend, and then he was sponsored by one of his friends. He did obtain, looks like in 2023, his OSHA 30 certification through his job, J&L Precision Cleaning, and he obtained that certificate in Hartford. As far as his employment, it appears the last time he, J&L Precision Cleaning in Hartford is where he was working, and at a part-time job at People's Choice in Hartford for approximately a year. Also worked at Laser Ship in East Hartford. And while he was working there, once they ran his background, that employment terminated. But it seems to me, since when he's out in the community, he's always had steady employment. He does receive medical care, is indicated because of his diagnosis of MS. Since he's been incarcerated, he did report to us, he's employed as a chairman at Robinson, and he does receive his medical care at UConn Health. As P.O. Davis already indicated, he indicated to us is his sister. We provided you with an address and a phone number. He does want to enroll in trade school to study plumbing. And he does want to obtain his OSHA 60, which is the next level up from the 30. And he's indicated to us he can't return to his full-time J&L position cleaning. Mr. Smith, anything you want to add about your background or what you heard that I commented on, what your parole officer commented on? Not about the charges, that has already been dealt with, but anything about your background and what you want to do when you get out. This is your opportunity to add to this.
Yeah, I just want to, well, speaking on what P.O. Davis said about the fighting situation, I was actually assaulted, so it's not really like I'm here looking for trouble. I'm here trying to get my mind right, you know. Look, I'm looking forward to get back to the real world and do what I have to do, become a better person. But really speaking on my behalf, I take full responsibility, accountability for my actions, and understand that what I did was wrong. I sincerely apologize and accepted the consequences of my decisions. Since being incarcerated again, I have reflected on my mistakes, and I am committed to making better choices.
McHugh, you have one lobby, McHugh.
And moving forward in a positive and law-abiding way. And that's pretty much really what I have to say.
Thank you. I appreciate your statements. Is there anything else from either party?
I do not have anything else.
I do not have anything else.
Thank you. So I will be with you shortly, my recommendation. I do want to ask Mr. Smith, do you have a problem with alcohol or any type of illicit substances?
No, no.
No. Right, so I have reviewed all the evidence that was submitted by the state as well as council, and I've listened to testimony today. There are some things that I am going to put on the record. You were in the community approximately 4.5 months before you were returned to custody, in which you received new serious. This was a serious incident, obviously, as was stated by your parole officer. It did put the community as well as yourself in severe danger. You received a new conviction for operating under the influence of alcohol as well as interfering, resisting, and there were findings made on other charges as well. You completed the sentence of the 90 days jail as of the 5/11/26. There are 2 prior criminal violations on this period of special parole supervision, which was noted. It is similar behavior to what you are in for now at this time. So there has been a pattern of the same type of dangerous behavior, which is a serious concern. As well as it appears you are non-compliant in the community since your release on 8/28/25 to the community that led up to this incident. Your officer recommended 12 to 18 months incarceration. I was happy to hear as well as your officer stated that there was some type of accountability because I believe that's important for you before you can move forward and hopefully change your behavior. So I do hope that you take and think about what you've done because it is extremely serious and a lot of people as well as yourself could have been killed in this incident. So based on the information that I have, I am going to recommend that your parole be revoked and that you be re-paroled for April 12th of 2027, which is approximately 15-month period of incarceration. I recommend the following parole conditions: no consumption of alcoholic beverages, no contact with your co-defendant Cameron Mathis and Eli Jordan, mental health evaluation and treatment deemed necessary, was operation of motor vehicle. My findings are going to the parole board on July 2nd. So if the board wants to let you out sooner, they may. They can let you out anytime sooner. As of 7/2, they may let you out. That's the soonest date. Anytime in between, and just know that they can max out your special parole. You're on parole till March of 2029. So just know that that is an option. I hope that you think about your actions while you're in it before you come out, and that you make better choices out there. So you will get this in writing. What the board's decision is about a week after July 2nd. I believe you can also talk to your attorney.
May I have that date? It's April 17th of 27?
April 12th, April 12th of 27. Yeah, there was a year sanction on the last violation, so I believe that this amount is my recommendation.
All right,
So is there any
Yuri,
questions, sir?
no, I just want to explain. Yuri, so it's going to the board on July 2nd. She indicated you and I will get something in writing. If they don't agree with this and they reject it, there's a possibility to be another hearing. I'll set up a legal call with you. Any questions after we get the report, you know how to get a hold of me and we can discuss it.
All right.
All right.
Do you
All
have
right.
any
Good luck
questions
to you.
at this moment?
No questions.
Okay, so you're all set, sir. Wish you best of luck.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Pio.
Have a good day.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Theo Davis, we'll see you later.
Yeah, around 11, maybe, probably a little later now for Wilfredo.
No, 11.
11? All right, cool.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Take care. Thank you, Meisinger.
Have a good day. I'd like to go on the record regarding Clinton Prentice, number 414870's preliminary hearing has been continued per request of his counsel. This date of continuance is the next hearing date of July 14th, 2026. Regarding inmate George Figueroa, number 192694's preliminary hearing has been waived by counsel, and his revocation hearing will be scheduled upon disposition of pending charges.
Hi, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
I was not aware of any video courts or anything scheduled today. I don't
We
have a
have a
list.
parole hearing, for Mr. Highsmith.
For who?
Highsmith?
Highsmith?
Yes, his number is 397-793.
793. Yeah, I don't have anything on my schedule, so it might be a minute.
That's okay. I have to see him, so that's fine.
Okay, just the one, right?
Yes, he's the only one.
Okay.
Thank you. Attorney Dean, can you hear me okay?
Yes, good morning.
Perfect. Okay, good morning.
Gonna move this laptop to the other room.
Oh,
I didn't even think of that.
yeah.
Yeah, you could.
Just knocking this door when you're done. All right.
Morning, Mr. Highsmith.
Good morning.
Morning. Attorney Dean, are you there?
How you doing?
Yes.
Good day. Perfect. All right, we're all here. So we are gonna get started with your revocation hearing, okay?
Yes.
Good morning, I'm P.O. Meisinger, a hearing examiner for the Board of Pardons and Paroles. This is a revocation hearing concerning Highsmith Trevon number 397793. Today is June 17th, 2026. This hearing is being conducted via video at the BOPP Central Office in McDougall Walker Correctional Institution. This is a public hearing. Public access to the hearing is available via video live stream. Please state your full name and DOC inmate number for the record.
Trayvon Highsmith, 397793.
And you have counsel here today. Can you please identify yourself for the record?
Yes, Hannah Deed on behalf of Mr. Highsmith.
This is a revocation hearing to determine whether you have violated conditions of your release. I will review and make findings of fact as each of the charges against you. The state, not you, has responsibility to prove the allegations by a preponderance of evidence, that is, the better weighted evidence was established that more probable than not the allegation is true. If I do not find that there is a preponderance of evidence to support a violation of one or more conditions of your parole, I'll reinstate your parole, which means release you and place you back on parole supervision. If I find that you have violated one or more conditions of your parole, I will consider whether or not your parole should be revoked. If I recommend revocation, I'll make a recommendation as to appropriate sanction, and my recommendation will be given to a panel for a final decision. If the panel wishes to impose a sanction beyond my recommendation, a supplemental hearing would be provided to justify additional confinement. So this is the procedure for today. I'm going to redo your rights. Then we will review the parole violation charge the state your PO is bringing against you. I will review and identify exhibits filed for the record. Counsel will then have an opportunity to present a relevant testimony. After considering all of the evidence presented, I'll announce my findings. If I find that you have violated one or more conditions of your parole, counsel will have an opportunity to speak to your background and history. Do you have any questions about the purpose or procedure before we begin?
Yes.
You have a question? Go ahead.
No question, no question.
Oh, okay. So I'm going to read you your rights now. You have the right to have an attorney present. You have counsel here. You have a right to receive the written notice of charges of violation. Did you receive the written notice?
Yes.
You have a right to review the evidence against you before the hearing. You have a right to submit evidence for your case at the hearing. You have a right to call and examine voluntary witnesses, cross-examine adverse witnesses. Do you understand these rights, and are you ready to go forward?
Yes.
So we will now review the charge, state your PO is bringing against you, and the information underlying each charge. Charge 1, release action reporting. Your charging officer reported on 2/17/26. He failed to report to the New Haven District Office as instructed. This officer attempted to contact you via your phone and sponsor with negative results. On 2/18/26, he spoke with this officer via phone. You were instructed to report to the New Haven District Office on 2/19/26. On 2/19/26, he failed to report to the New Haven Parole Office as instructed. Charge 2, under obey all laws, obedience to the law. Your charging officer reported on 2/4/26, you're involved in a dispute with your girlfriend in a vehicle. You punched her in the face with a closed fist and then punched her over 5 times before leaving the scene. Hamden PD issued a warrant for your arrest with the following new charges of assault third and breach of peace. On 2/6/26, you're involved in a dispute with your girlfriend. You broke into her home, assaulted her several times by punching her in the face. As a result, the New Haven PD issued a warrant for your arrest with the following new criminal charges: assault third, criminal mischief third, burglary second, and breach of peace second degree. You're scheduled to appear for the New Haven GA 23 court under docket ending in 4704-S for the aforementioned charges. And the state has filed the following exhibits that are pre-marked for identification as Exhibit A, Connecticut Conditions of Parole; B, Connecticut Board of Parole Remand to Custody Order; C, Notice of Parole Violation, Parolee Rights; D, Parole Violation Report; E, New Haven, West Haven, Police Reports and Warrants; F, C2 Judicial Pending Case Detail; and G, BOPP Decision Summary. Did you receive the Notice of Parole Violation Report, and those other documents I marked, and did you review those?
Yes.
Okay. And PCF also submitted an addendum, and the addendum stated on 5/1/26, the subject went before the Meriden GA 7 court for dockets ending in 3131-S for the following charges of assault third and breach of peace. He's found guilty of assault third and was sentenced to 4 months jail. The remaining charge and breach of peace was nollied. On 5/26/26, the subject went before the New Haven GA 23 court under docket ending in 47-4-S for assault third, criminal mischief third, burglary second, and breach of peace second. The charges were all sub to assault third and criminal mischief third. He was found guilty of assault third and criminal mischief third and sentenced to 11 months jail, execution suspended, 2 years probation for both charges. And council has filed the following exhibit, pre-marked for identification, Defense Exhibit 1, which is a list of parole accomplishments and future plans for parole reinstatement. Do you need to continue this hearing to obtain any additional evidence?
We do not.
Okay. We have no witnesses today, so is now defense's opportunity. If you'd like to call witnesses, present evidence, and speak to any of the evidence submitted at this time, you may.
Thank you. Just briefly as to the charges, I do just want to note that the addendum, as stated, is accurate. My client just received the 4-month flat sentence out of GA 7 on that misdemeanor assault charge, and the remaining count in that case was nollied. And out of GA 23, he did receive the 2 concurrent suspended sentences, also on misdemeanor charges, and the more serious charge in that matter was also nollied. As to the charge of reporting, I do just think it's relevant to note my client did turn himself in on this violation on 3/2/26. He was under the impression that if he turned himself in on the prior Friday, that he would have to sit at the police barracks in county over the weekend until he made the docket for arraignment. However, he didn't realize that he could at that point potentially have been brought to county. He was under the impression he would have been sitting at like HPD all weekend. So I will just note though, however, he did do the right thing by turning himself in. And I would like at the appropriate time to speak to his background. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'll be right with you with my findings. I do want to note the EOS date on the 4-month sentence is August 28th to 26th with a parole eligibility date 6/27/26 on the new sentence on the new convictions. So I am going to announce my findings in regards to the charges. So on that charge 1, I do find you violated that condition of least direction reporting based on evidence provided in support of the charge, exhibits A and D, as well as testimony. Regarding charge 2, I do find you violated condition, obey all laws, obedience to the law. Based on your conviction of assault third and received a sentence of 4 months jail, and assault third and criminal mischief third and sentenced to 11 months, execution suspended 2 years probation. Also based on exhibits that A, D, and E. Regarding the charges of breach of peace second, I do make a finding on those charges in regards to the 2426 date. As the behavior meets the elements of that charge, there is a no finding on the burglary second, as the behavior doesn't meet the elements. So that includes a fact-finding portion of this hearing. Before I make a recommendation, council will have an opportunity to speak to your background and history. This purpose part of the hearing is to help determine what outcome I will recommend. So if you would like to at this time.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Highsmith is 31 years old, born and raised in New Haven. He does have a strong support system, including his grandmother, grandfather, godmother, aunts, uncles, cousins, and several neighbors. He also does receive support from his grandparents' church community in New Haven. Upon release to community release in November of 2024, he successfully completed Roger Sherman Halfway House. He was then sponsored by his cousin at an address in New Haven. He was working full-time for B&J Landscaping out of Hamden, and prior to that, he did have experience working in the restaurant industry. He reports speaking to a private licensed therapist for approximately 7 months while in the community and was on a minimum contact schedule with parole. Beginning in June of this year, I believe June 2nd, he got signed up and started participating in DV programming through the McDougall Walker Correctional Institution twice a week. I don't believe that was something that he was required to do. It was something that he got into on his own because he wants to move forward and better himself. He has never, based on my records, ever had a DR while incarcerated. He does follow the rules and is a good inmate. He doesn't get in trouble. Upon reinstatement of parole supervision, my client would like to be sponsored by his aunt at the address we provided. Should he be placed at a halfway house, he would ask for the New Haven jurisdiction due to the proximity to his family. He is interested in learning more about construction. He is also able to return to his landscaping position. He's open to all treatment recommended, including doing DV programming and also re-engaging with his therapist. And he also hopes to continue attending his church and continuing his relationship with that community. I am asking that you would consider a re-parole date for my client no later than July of this year. He does only have a few months left on supervision and can certainly benefit from the assistance parole can provide in getting him back on his feet once he is released. Additionally, as I mentioned, I do believe he turned himself in on this. Thank you.
Thank you. So I will be with you shortly with a recommendation. All right, so I am gonna make a recommendation after, I'm just gonna put a few things on the record that I've looked at. I've reviewed all the evidence submitted by the state, listened to testimony today. You were in the community approximately a year and 3 months on discretionary parole supervision. You do have 4 years probation to follow this sentence. You did receive 2 new convictions, which were both domestic violence related, and it was noted by PCS that, so the same victim in 48 hours that was attacked. So that is extremely concerning while on parole, that you're out there and this behavior occurs not just once, but twice in a very short period of time. Your officer recommended revoke of all parole. You did receive the new convictions for assault, third, and received that new sentence of 4 months and with additional 2 years probation. Based on the information that I have, I'm going to recommend that parole be revoked and that you remain incarcerated until your end of sentence date of 12/11/26, which is an approximate 9-month sanction. I do notice that you are involved in DV, so I encourage you to finish that program at this time. I'm going to present this to the parole board on July 2nd. So if the board would like to release you earlier, they may. They can release you as soon as July 2nd. That's the soonest they can release you. They can release you anytime in between up until your EOS date. You will get this in writing about a week after July 2nd from the board, letting you know the board's decision, as well as conditions if they do want to re-release you back into the community. Do you have any questions?
No.
Sir, I'll set up a call with you so that we can chat and kind of debrief everything, okay?
All right.
Okay, best of luck, sir. You are all set for today.
Thank you. Have a great day.
Thank you, Attorney Dean. Have a good day.
Bye.
Morning.
Hey, how are you? Yes, Mr.
Good.
Davis, he's
Yeah.
at court. He's at court today.
Oh, he's at court today?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
You're so welcome.
Have a good day.
All right.
Regarding inmate Davis Jamil, number 294-905's preliminary hearing has been continued to the next available hearing date of July 14th, 2026, as the offender is unable to attend the hearing due to being at court. Regarding inmate Jeffrey Williams, number 254-399's preliminary hearing has been waived by counsel. His revocation hearing will be scheduled upon disposition of pending charges. Good morning.
Good morning. What, are you looking for
Prince?
Mr. Prince?
Yes, please.
All right, he'll be down momentarily.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome. No, y'all know about that good dude lawyer, right? Yeah. What? Who's the one that was supposed to come for the No, not the laptop. The guy that just came in, the one that's DOC. Yeah, he came in. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, because he been down here. He's in the video visit room waiting, but he been down there like. All right, good looks. He said door open all the way, right? He's done. He's close behind you.
Good morning, Mr. Prince.
Yes, ma'am.
How you doing?
Good.
We're here today for your revocation. You a chair in there?
I can. Yes, ma'am.
Oh, have a seat. All right, so we're gonna get started with your hearing, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Good morning, I am P.O. Meisinger, hearing examiner for the Board of Pardons and Paroles. This is a revocation hearing concerning Prince Brandon, number 430521. Today is June 17th, 2026. This hearing is being conducted via video at the BLPP Central Office in Hartford Correctional Center. This is a public hearing and public access to the hearing is available via video live stream. Please state your full name and DOC inmate number for the record.
Brandon Prince, 430521.
This is a revocation hearing to determine whether you have violated conditions of your release. I will review and make findings of fact as to each of the charges against you. The state, not you, has responsibility to prove the allegations by a preponderance of evidence, that is. The better weighted evidence must establish that, more probable than not, the allegation is true. If I do not find that there is a preponderance of evidence to support a violation of one or more conditions of your parole, I'll reinstate your parole, which is release you and place you back on parole supervision. If I find that you have violated one or more conditions of your parole, I will consider whether or not your parole should be revoked. If I recommend revocation, I'll make a recommendation as to appropriate sanction, and my recommendation will be given to a panel for a final decision. If the panel wishes to impose a sanction beyond my recommendation, a supplemental hearing will be provided to justify additional confinement. So this is the procedure for today. I'm going to read you your rights. Then we will review the parole violation charge the state your PO is bringing against you. I will review and identify exhibits filed for the record. You will then have an opportunity to present all relevant testimony. After considering all of the evidence presented, I will announce my findings. If I find you violated one or more conditions of your parole, you will have an opportunity to speak to your background and history. Do you have any questions about the purpose or procedure before we begin?
No, ma'am.
Okay, you have important rights today, the right to have an attorney present. Would you like to continue without counsel?
Yes, ma'am.
You have a right to receive the written notice of charges of the violation. Did you receive the written notice?
Yes, ma'am.
You have a right to review the evidence against you before the hearing. You have a right to submit evidence in support of your case. At the hearing, you have a right to call and examine voluntary witnesses and cross-examine adverse witnesses. Do you understand these rights and are you ready to go forward?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so now we will review the charge that the state, your parole is bringing against you, and information underlying each charge. So charge one, obey all laws, obedience to the law. Your charging officer reported on 3/20/26, you're involved in an incident at the Big Y store located in Holland, Connecticut. You were reported to police for shoplifting and subsequently were charged with Connecticut General Statute 53A 125A. In the state, it saw the following exhibits that are pre-marked for identification as Exhibit A, conditions of parole. B is remand to actual custody. C is notice of parole violation. D, parole violation report. E, state of Connecticut pending case detail. F, CSP incident report. And G is decision information summary. Did you receive notice of parole violation report, and those other documents that I just marked, and did you review those?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and I also received an addendum from PCS. The addendum states on 3/20/26, Brandon Prince was arrested by CSP Troop C for a charge of shoplifting, 53A 125A larceny 5th degree on docket ending in 1410-S. He was sentenced on 4/6/26 on the above docket and pled guilty to larceny 5th degree and received a sentence of unconditional discharge. Now, do you need to continue this hearing to obtain any additional evidence?
No, ma'am.
Okay, we have no witnesses today. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to swear you in under oath today so you can testify on your behalf. So can you please raise your right hand? You solemnly swear, solemnly affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give concerning this case should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God upon penalty of perjury?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so now is your opportunity to respond to the parole violation charges against you. However, remember that you may remain silent if you so choose. At this time, you may testify regarding your case. Would you like to? You can put your hand down now. Would you like to say anything in regards to that charge?
I just want to say that I am guilty of that charge. I did what they have charged me with. I did shoplift from Big Y. I deeply do regret that, but I can't go back in the past. And I just want, I just can move forward now and do better.
Thank you for your statement. So I'll be right with you with my findings. So regarding that charge one, I do find you violated that condition, obey all laws, obedience to the law. This is based on your conviction of larceny 5th and received a sentence of unconditional discharge, as well as evidence provided by the state, exhibits A, D, and F, and testimony that was provided today. So that concludes the fact-finding portion of the hearing. Before I make a recommendation, you will have an opportunity to speak to your background and history. This purpose part of the hearing is to help determine what outcome I will recommend. So if you would like to let me know anything about, as was stated, your past history or things you're working on, what are your plans to go back into the community? Now's the time to discuss that.
Yes, ma'am. So I wasn't out for a very long time. I was only out for 75 days. And I did an extended period of time incarcerated. I was locked up, incarcerated at 21 years old, and I got out at 27. And during that time period, I did some programming, the dog program, the true program, and I did a lot of things, but I didn't work on my mental health. And getting out, and after that long period of incarceration, I was institutionalized, and I did obtain employment. I had a part-time job working at Love's Travel Stops. I was working on getting my license. I had a good, stable home to stay in, and I had responsibilities as of taking care of horses. I was working on four-wheelers and dirt bikes, doing stuff that I enjoyed. I was with my family, taking care of them, just trying to do the right thing. But I did lose track, and I did go to Big Y that day, and I took some stuff that didn't belong to me. And after all that time and being incarcerated, I should have known better. I should have known that that was wrong, and I knew it was wrong. I knew it was wrong, and I still chose to do it. And I don't use substances. I'm not a drug addict. I care about my physical health, but I need to start focusing on my mental health. I need to start seeing why I did that, why I think I can justify that, and why why that's okay, because it's not okay. And I said in the moment it was, because I said, these people are rich. They have insurance, they have a lot of money. I think that I really need this stuff right now. I think that I can take this stuff from the store and it won't hurt them. And that's the wrong mindset to have. You can't have that mindset. It doesn't matter how big or small the item is. It's not yours, so don't take it. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what it is. And I still chose on my free will to go into that big wine Tallinn in intention, and I knew I went in there and I filled up that cart without intentions on ever paying for anything. And I know that I broke the law, and I know I'm back in prison now, still serving my sentence, for violation of parole now, and I know I still have some time hanging over my head. And I would really like to, maybe get my parole reinstated if I can in an appropriate time that you guys think. I just really would not like to EOS, because I really need your guys' help still to reintegrate back into society and have some help with transition, because I don't have probation after. And I know I need some assistance, and I know I'm going to need bigger stipulations, because I got out the first time and I didn't have a curfew. I didn't have any stipulations, as in just leaving the state, clean urines, and not breaking the law. I think I need a little bit more structure and I need a foundation I need to build up. I have a great support system, and I just need to work with them, and I need to get into some type of outpatient program when I get released. As a part of the condition, I need to start seeking mental health treatment, not substance abuse treatment, but mental health treatment, because I'm incarcerated now, and I'm working in medical right now. I'm in the process of maybe getting an A&D job, which is admitting in the property job, and I know I can work. I obtained employment. I would love to do that again. And I really just want to get back out to society if I can and do better. I know I have a lot to offer out there, and I can do the right thing if I figure out what's going on with my mental health, on why I did that, and how I can address those, the word I'm looking for is those, maybe not urges, but those impulses. I need to figure out how I can cope with those, how I can adapt with that, with that problem, and how I can work on it effectively so this doesn't happen again. Because this is my first violation, and I wasn't out for long. And that's really sad, being in jail for 5 years, 8 months, and coming out in 75 days. I was working, I had a great place to live, I had a very good foundation, I had a car when I was ready for it, I had beautiful family, many things to look forward to, and I decided to just throw it away. I did that. I threw it away, and I'm just asking for another chance if possible. And I understand the time being, of it only being 75 days, it looks absolutely crazy, but I just want to say that I didn't run. I showed up to all my visits, like clean urines. I even in the situation when the asset protection guy got in front of me, I left all the belongings. I explained to him, I said, I apologize. I don't want any altercations. I don't want to turn anything into I don't want to run. I know I'm caught, and I want to take accountability for this right now. And I apologized, and I wasn't looking to skip out on parole. I wanted to make sure that I was arrested and taken into custody where I belonged. And that's all I have to say today, ma'am.
Where do you want to, do you have a sponsor, or are you asking to go to like a halfway house for structure, or where do you plan on going if you go back out?
If possible, I would prefer a halfway house this time.
What area?
Hartford would be ideal, because that would be closest for employment for me, because I do have a job opportunity at Sunset Valley Construction as a laborer in Ellington, and that would be the easiest commute for me.
Is that full or part-time?
This job is part-time, so I can seek my treatment mental health wise, because I can't commit to full-time right now.
Do you have a place in mind that you want to go to for treatment?
Honestly, I'm thinking I would like to maybe check out CHR or Hockenham Valley in Vernon, but I want to see something that's more mental health based than substance abuse. So I have to really look into that deeply and see what I can, see what benefits me the most. I don't want to just settle. I don't want to just accept that. I want to just figure something out that will actually work for me. I don't want to just go to a program that's going to be in one ear out the other. I have to actually I have to know what's going on with me so I can really address it and figure out my issues.
Well, it sounds like a smart idea. So definitely look into that. Is there anything else you want to say in regards to future plans when you go back out there?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So I'll be right with you then with my recommendation. All right, so I'm gonna put a few things on the record and then I am gonna make a recommendation. Yeah, you were in the community about 2.5 months before you were returned to custody on these new charges. For larceny theft, which received a new conviction and unconditional discharge. So it is concerning to see the same pattern of behavior and the extent of the criminal history you have for the same type of behavior. So I do encourage you to seek, I mean, I don't know if it's therapy you need. I don't know if it's just, as you say, you need to understand why you're doing things. I agree 100% with that you prioritize that or else you're going to be back here. And you're very lucky that you received an unconditional discharge for the same type of behavior you've been doing for so long. It is extremely concerning. And especially, I don't know how many opportunities you're going to be given if you keep doing the same behavior. You don't want to wind up back there for, another, you were sentenced 7.5 years for similar charges of larcenies, numerous larcenies. You do have the flat sentence, so I do agree with you that you do need some type of structure and supervision. A lot of these things that you've discussed, you're gonna have to work on with your officer in the community. We don't stipulate to a lot of things that you've stated that you're looking for, but that doesn't mean you can't look for those things just because it's not a stipulation. So I encourage you to seek the help that you've stated, even though it may not be written on your conditions. You know what you need to do, and I hope that you can do that. Based on the information that I have, as well as statements made today, your officer did recommend at least a 3-month sanction. I am going to recommend that parole be revoked and that you be re-paroled for July 20th of 2026. This is about a 4-month period of confinement as a sanction. I recommend the following parole conditions, which are halfway house placement, no consumption of alcoholic beverages, and mental health evaluation and treatment deemed necessary. I'm going to present this to the parole board on July 2nd. So the board can agree with me and release you on July 20th. They can let you out as July 2nd if they did want to. They can release you. That's the soonest date you can get out. And just know the board can revoke all of your parole at any point in time. You are on supervision till August of 27. So it's still giving you about a year on supervision if they do agree, a little over a year, if they agree with my sanction. Do you have any questions?
No, ma'am.
All right, so you're gonna get this in writing about a week after July 2nd from the board. It's gonna say what the board's decision is. If they want to give you a re-parole date, it'll have that date on there. And it will also have your conditions listed as the board votes. So everything I said today is a recommendation. So they'll make the final decision on that day of July 2nd. Okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you
Yes,
have any
ma'am.
questions?
No, ma'am.
Okay, well, I hope you stick to your plan. And hopefully we won't see you again, okay?
Thank you.
All right, good luck, sir. You're all set.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'm off and on with that.
Yeah, I know.
What do you got here?
That's some stupid rule here.
Good luck.
You're right, you
Good
know.
luck. When'd you come back?
Week or two. At least there's no new charges.
What's that?
Morning, Osborne. Oh, can you see us?
I can see you and hear you good.
Is Mr. Perez, is that Mr. Perez? Is he there?
This
Perez
is
is
not
not,
Perez.
he's not here yet.
Perez
but
isn't here yet?
Howard.
Okay, we'll,
Yes.
I'll see Perez after that. It's fine.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Morning, sir.
Good morning.
I'll be right with you in a second. P.O. Gerard and P.O. Antui, are you both here? Perfect. Okay, I just have to check on the attorney and I'll be right with you.
Question though. What is the purpose of Gerard if I've never met him other than when he
Listen,
slapped
Howard,
handcuffs on me?
They have the right to be here and they have a right to speak today on behalf of the state. So that's the way it is.
I'm
be
just
right with
asking
you.
a question because I never.
You can have officers that have worked with you. Any offers pertaining to the case can definitely speak.
I mean,
at
I
the-
get it. I get if he knew me and he could speak to a character thing, but
Well, that's their. Well, see, hold on a second. Yes, PCF has the right to testify. So I have your attorney here. So we will get started with this preliminary hearing. Is everybody good to go? Good morning, I am P.O. Meisier, hearing examiner for the Board of Pardons and Paroles. This is a preliminary hearing concerning Howard Christopher, number 339-747. Today is June 17th, 2026. This hearing is being conducted via video with the BOPP Central Office in Osborne Correctional Center. This is a public hearing and public access to the hearing is available via video live stream. Can you please state your full name and DOC inmate number for the record, sir?
Christopher Howard, 339-747.
Thank you. We have parole officers present today. Can you both please state your name and title for the record?
Yep, Kwaku Antwi Residential Unit, Waterbury.
Parole Officer Gerard, Waterbury.
Thank you. And we also have counsel here today.
Good morning, Peter Matthews with the Public Defender's Office for Mr. Howard.
This is a preliminary hearing, which is the purpose of our Connecticut law to determine if there is probable cause to believe you've been act that violated the conditions of your parole, to determine if the act is sufficiently serious to warrant revocation of your parole, and to determine if you should be held in prison pending further proceedings. The state, not you, has a responsibility to show that there is probable cause to believe you violated one or more conditions of your parole. If I do not find probable cause, I'll reinstate your parole, which is releasing and placing you back on parole supervision. If I find probable cause and determine the act is sufficiently serious to warrant revocation, you may be held in prison pending further proceedings. You should know a preliminary hearing is an adversarial proceeding, and you say this hearing can be used against you. This hearing is being recorded. So this is the procedure for today. I'm going to read you your rights. Then we will review the parole violation charge, the state your PO is bringing against you. I will review and identify exhibit file for the record. The state will then have an opportunity to address the issue of probable cause and the severity of the allegations. After the state is finished, counsel will have the same opportunity. At the conclusion of the hearing, I will inform you my findings, which are based on the available evidence. Do you have any questions about the purpose or procedure before we begin?
No.
Okay, you have important rights today. Your right to have an attorney present. You have counsel here. You have a right to receive the written notice that charges the violation. Did you receive the written notice?
I did.
Okay. You have a right to review the evidence against you before the hearing. You have a right to submit evidence in support of your case. At the hearing, you have a right to call and examine voluntary witnesses and cross-examine adverse witnesses. Do you understand these rights and are you ready to go forward?
Yeah.
Okay, so we will now review the charge, the state your PO is bringing against you, and the information underlying each charge. So, state, if you could please read the charges.
So the first charge is going to be residence on 5/20/2026, approximately 5:32 p.m. You departed your only approved residence located at 31 Wilcott Street in Waterbury, Connecticut, the Renaissance Halfway House without permission or approval. Your whereabouts of the community were unknown until RSU officers and Waterbury police apprehended you at your girlfriend's residence in Waterbury, Connecticut on 5/22/26. Charge 2 was halfway house placement. On 5/19/2026 at approximately 7:20 p.m., you were issued a residence East Halfway House Community pass for St. Mary's Hospital after requested to seek medical attention to obtain seizure medication. On 5/20/2026, at approximately 12:16 a.m., you returned back to the halfway house and failed to provide staff with documentation verifying that you went to the hospital as directed. Subsequently, staff contacted St. Mary's Hospital, and you were advised there was no record that you were seen or treated at that location. Your whereabouts in the community were unknown from 5/19/2026 at 7:20 p.m. until 5/20/2026 at 12:16 a.m., a total of 4 hours, 15 minutes. This is a violation of your halfway house agreement, which states I will only go to locations indicated on my approved community pass unless changes have been authorized by staff, and I will return to the halfway house from my community pass as scheduled at my scheduled return time. If I am unable to do so, I will call the program staff to explain why I'm expected to be delayed and receive a new return time. On 5/20/2026 at approximately 5:32 p.m., you departed your parole for residence located at 31 Wolcott Street in Waterbury, Connecticut. The residence East Halfway House without permission or approval. Your whereabouts in the community were unknown until RSU officers and Waterbury Police apprehended your girlfriend's house in Waterbury, Connecticut. This is a violation. In the event I'm placed in a halfway house, I agree to go directly to the residence in the facility designated by the Parole and Community Services Division until released by Parole Community Services Division. I will abide by the written rules of the facility. I will not leave the physical confines of or the facility or the property therefore for traveling to and from work, or as authorized by the facility or Parole and Community Services Division's rules. During my stay, I will pay fees to the facility as required. I will not operate any more vehicle that I have used without permission from the facility or the Parole and Community Services Division. I understand that I'm not allowed to consume or possess alcohol at the facility.
Thank you. And the state has filed the following exhibits that are pre-marked for identification as Exhibit A, notice of parole violation, B, notice of parole rights, C, parole violation report, D, agreement actual custody, E, parole signed conditions 5/19/26, F, parole halfway house agreement form 5/19/26, G, parole signed conditions 5/20/26, H, signed misconduct unpalatable in the community 5/19/26, I, Renaissance East Incident Report 5/19/26, J, Renaissance East Incident Report 5/20/26, K, decision information summary, and L is previous parole violation summaries. Did you receive the notice of parole violation report, and those other documents that I marked? Did you review them?
I did.
Okay. Do you need to continue this hearing to obtain any additional evidence?
I do not.
We have no witnesses today. At this time, the state is going to have an opportunity to make a short statement, call witness to testify with respect to probable cause and the severity of the allegations. So the testimony in today's hearing will be taken under oath. I am going to swear in both P.O. Intui and P.O. Gerard, as well as you, Mr. Howard, in the event you would like to speak at all today. So can you please raise your right hand? You solemnly swear or sincerely affirm, as the case may be, the evidence you shall give concerning this case be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God upon penalty of perjury?
I do.
Yes.
Okay, so at this time is the state's opportunity. If you'd like to say anything in regards to probable cause and the severity of the allegations at this time, you may.
Not at this time.
Well, this will be the only time. Because it's a prelim.
Okay. So I believe, based on the charges, charge 1 and charge 2, the offender should not be released back to the community. The offender does have a long history of noncompliance, and he's received multiple opportunities for treatment, opportunities as far as IOP. Also charged here as well to testify to the fact that he has personally made statements that he will not reside in the halfway house, and as so has absconded numerous times from the halfway house, and has made statements previously he's not going to stay in a halfway house even if placed.
I've never made that statement.
Hold on, this is not your turn to speak, Mr. Howard. It'll be your turn when they're all done. So you can continue, P.O. and Tui, if you like.
Thank you. No, I'm finished. Thank you.
Yeah, I just wanted to speak real quick. So when I went and picked up Mr. Howard from Osborne facility last month, and we were driving on the way for me to drop him off at Renaissance East,
Wait, hold on
he
one
had
second.
said that
Hold on, P.O. Jordan, 1 second. What are you objecting to?
pretty much, I'll summarize what he
Can you
said.
hear me?
Everyone, what was that?
Can you wait 1 second? He's objecting to something. I just want, what are you?
This is pertaining to the process failure. These are the allegations contained in the process failure. This isn't in the evidence here. This isn't relevant to the violation. I just don't think it's relevant at this point in time.
Well, I'm not understanding what he's
testifying as to what happened during
the process failure case when he was apprehended earlier in the month during the process failure.
Is it at all related to what's happening today?
No,
Or what-
what I was gonna mention
Go ahead.
was,
I do want to hear what you have to say and how it's related, if it.
yeah, the day that I picked him up from Osborne and brought him to Renaissance East Halfway House. He had made the statement that
This
I
time?
do not want to reside in a halfway house. Everyone that asks me, I tell them I do not want to go to a halfway house. I will run. And I spoke with him and said, listen, look at this as a fresh start. You're going to Renaissance East. You only have 2 years left on supervision. You can get into a scattered site bed. You could get a job. We could look into getting you a parole apartment type thing. And he said, no. He said, I have no problem being on the run for another 2 years until I end of sentence.
Okay. Is there anything else from the state? Before I turn it over to council?
I'm sorry, can you turn yours up?
Yep.
I don't have my speakers working.
I'm sorry, please repeat that.
I said, is there anything else further from the state before I turn it over to council?
Not this time, no.
Okay. Turn it over to council.
Mr. Howard, are you willing to be placed in a halfway house?
Absolutely, and I never told Gerard that I wasn't.
Okay. So
I said I don't like them. I didn't say I wasn't willing. There's a difference.
Thank you. So, Mr. Howard, can you tell me a little bit about what happened at the halfway house on May 20th with regard to your belongings prior to you going to your girlfriend's?
Well, I can repeat to you exactly what I told Antwi, which Antwi said he was going to put in a report, which he never did. I told him my things were stolen. I reported this to the staff. They checked the cameras, verified it was stolen. He said he checked with the staff, yet he never put that in the report.
So
her name's Latoya, Letitia, whatever it is.
But you did attempt to address this issue.
About $85 to $90 of stuff were stolen out of the office. I was told to leave it in when I went to the hospital. Which, if memory serves correct, they're supposed to lock it. Somebody walking out with a big bag of stuff should be seen relatively easy. Now, they were unable to find this because they waited a whole day to find it.
All right.
I stayed there, I paced for about an hour and a half, and I got overly mad. And instead of doing something stupid, I walked away. Yes, that was the wrong thing to do. But I didn't do my usual routine and just run.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Howard. So
I was actually trying to stay this time.
I think what happened was he got very frustrated. He indicated his belongings were stolen. It was not the first time it had happened. He indicated he did try to report to the staff. And he did try to address it at the halfway house. His frustration got the better of him, and he did go to his girlfriend's. I would argue, however, there's insufficient evidence to establish a finding on charge 1. The allegation is that he was found at his girlfriend's residence, but it was like the next day. So given the brief period that he was there, the fact that there was no evidence presented with regard to his intent to permanently reside there, as opposed to the halfway house, I don't think there should be a finding with regard to the residence with charge 1. With regard to charge 2, with regard to the hospital first, I would just stress he was on a pass. He did ultimately return to the halfway house that day on the 19th. He has just been re-released special parole. I don't think there's evidence here that he intended to abscond or that even that he refused to work with parole. I don't think enough time had passed to come to those conclusions. He is willing to work with parole. I understand he's frustrated. I understand he's angry. I understand he didn't want to be at a halfway house, but he does understand he needs to be at a halfway house, and he will go to a halfway house. Given the nature of these violations, the very brief period of time that passed before he was violated, I would argue it's not serious enough to warrant revocation. I think he should be given an opportunity to try to develop some sort of a longer track record and re-engage with treatment and supervision.
If I'm back in the halfway house, I want to go to Antweeds.
Is there anything else you want to say before we're done here, Mr. Howard?
If I'm back in the halfway house, I want to go back to Antweeds because he had a conversation with me in a car.
All right, thank you.
All right, well, we're not at that point right now. Is there anything else from the state before I announce my findings?
No, ma'am.
Oh, ma'am.
Okay. So I'll be right with you with my findings. All right, so I am going to announce my findings. So in regards to charge one condition, the restriction residence, I make a no finding of probable cause based on the charge not meeting the elements. Regarding charge two, I do make a finding of probable cause, restriction halfway house placement, additional condition halfway house placement. This is based on the evidence presented for the violation, Exhibit C and E through J. I have determined the acts are serious enough to warrant revocation. I've determined you should detain while you wait for revocation hearing. At the rev hearing, myself or another hearing examiner will determine if you violated conditions of your parole. If so, the hearing examiner will make recommendations regarding whether parole is to be revoked or if any sanction should be imposed. So this is a technical violation, so we will schedule you for that.
Which one is charge two, if you don't mind my asking, since that's.
Halfway house placement. There was
Okay.
2 charges, so it's halfway house placement. So we'll bring you back, determine if there's a violation or not. Obviously, you know, we have 16 business days from your return to custody.
I know.
So we will schedule that and bring you back, determine if there's a violation or not. So we will see you shortly. POs, are you guys participating in the rep hearing as well?
We will be, yes.
Okay. All right, so you guys are all set for today. Thank you, Mr. Howard. We'll see you shortly, soon.
Thank you.
You guys have
Thank
a
you. Good day.
Hello. Hi.
Hi.
They sent email Perez to Chow. I don't know why they do that. So
Okay.
I'm still waiting for him.
Okay, well, I'll wait.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, I would have to go over it. All right.
Yeah, go on.
I need to know what's happening with Perez. Okay. Number 45374. Okay, for me, please, today waiting. No, that's not on him, that's on the officer that sent this child, and I told him not to. All right.
What's up, man? Yeah. Yeah, I got it. I'm waiting up for a prelim hearing to start.
Okay, he's at the gate right now,
So
coming down.
yeah, I got
Thank you.
I'm waiting on this guy to start his prelim here, interstate case.
Yo, Davis, just so you
All
know, I
right.
can hear you.
All right, bye. Oh,
Walker, you have one lobby, Walker?
my mic is still on there. Sorry about that.
No, I just want to let you know that you were on.
I appreciate it.
We should be starting hopefully in a minute.
Yeah, no worries.
Okay.
He's here.
Thank you. Mr. Perez,
Yes,
good morning.
morning.
We're here today for your preliminary hearing, so we're gonna get started with that. Good morning, I am P.O. Meitzger, a hearing examiner for the Board of Pardons and Paroles. This is a preliminary hearing concerning Perez Wilfredo, number 453740. Today is June 17th, 2026. This hearing is being conducted via video at the BOPP Central Office in Osborne Correctional Institution. Can you please state your full name and DOC inmate number for the record, sir?
Wilfredo Perez, 453740.
Thank you. Your parole officer present. Can you please identify yourself for the record?
Parole Officer Patrick Davis. I work out of the Hartford District Office.
Thank you. This is a preliminary hearing, which the purpose of Connecticut law is to determine if there is probable cause to believe you committed an act that violated the conditions of your parole. Interim term is to be held in prison pending further proceedings. The state, not you, has a responsibility to show there's probable cause to believe you violated one or more conditions of your parole. If I do not find probable cause, I'll reinstate your parole since at least you place you back on parole supervision. If I find probable cause any determined act is sufficiently serious to warrant revocation, you may be held in prison pending further proceedings. Please note you've been referred by the DOC for diversion for substance abuse programming and treatment. If by the end of the hearing I determine you should be held in prison pending further proceedings, I will provide additional information about the diversion process. I do want to note this is an interstate case coming from the state of Massachusetts. So in the event that TOP would not be completed, revocation proceedings would not occur due to that. So you should know a preliminary hearing is an adversarial proceeding. Anything you say at this hearing can be used against you. This hearing is being recorded. This is the procedure for the hearing. I'm going to read you your rights. Then we will review the parole violation charge. The state your appeal is bringing against you. I will review and identify exhibits filed for the record. The state will then have an opportunity to address the issue of probable cause, the severity of the allegations. After the state is finished, you will have the same opportunity. At the conclusion of the hearing, I will inform you my findings, which are based on the available evidence. Do you have any questions about the purpose or procedure before we begin?
No.
Okay, you have important rights today. Your right to have an attorney present. Would you like to continue without counsel?
Yes.
Okay, you have a right to receive the written notice of charges of violation. Did you receive the written notice?
Yes.
You have a right to review the evidence against you before the hearing. You have a right to submit evidence in support of your case at the hearing. You have a right to call and examine voluntary witnesses and cross-examine adverse witnesses. Do you understand these rights and are you ready to go forward?
Yes.
So we'll now review the charge the state appeal is bringing against you and the information underlying each charge. Appeal Davis, please read the charges.
Sure. All right, charges. Charge number 1, on or around 2/3/20, you use cocaine. CT violation number 2, obey all laws. I will not use, have in my possession or control any illegal drug, narcotic, or drug paraphernalia. MA violation number 1, I will obey all local, state, and federal laws and conduct myself in the manner of a responsible citizen. MA violation number 8, special conditions, supervised for drugs, testing and ordinance with agency policy. Charge number 2, on or around 3/10/26, use cocaine. CT violation number 2, obey all laws. I will not use, have in my possession or control any illegal drug, narcotic, or drug paraphernalia. MA condition number 1, I will obey all state and federal laws and conduct myself in the manner of a responsible citizen. MA violation number 8, special condition, supervised for drugs, testing and ordinance with agency policy. Charge number 3, on or around 5/5/26, use cocaine. CT violation number 2, obey all laws. I will not use, have in my possession or control any illegal drug, narcotic, or drug paraphernalia. MA violation number 1, I will obey all local, state, and federal laws and conduct myself in a manner of a responsible citizen. MA violation number 8, special condition, supervised for drugs, testing, and ordinance with agency policy. Charge number 4, on or around 5/12/26, use cocaine. CT violation number 2, obey all laws. I will not use, have in my possession or control any illegal drug, narcotic, or drug paraphernalia. MA violation number 1, I will obey all local, state, and federal laws and conduct myself in a manner of a responsible citizen. MA violation number 8, special conditions, supervised for drugs, testing, and ordinance with agency policy. On or around 5/26/26, you use cocaine. CT violation, obey all laws. I will not use, have in my possession or control any illegal drug, narcotic, or drug paraphernalia. MA violation number 1, I will obey all local, state, and federal laws and conduct myself in the manner of a responsible citizen. MA violation number 8, special conditions, supervised for drugs, testing and ordinance with agency policy. On or around 10/14/25, 10/28/25, 11/4/25, 11/11/25, 11/17/25, 11/24/25, 12/1/25, and 3/5/26, you use cocaine. CT violation, obey all laws. I will not use, have in my possession, or control any illegal drug, narcotic, or drug paraphernalia. MA violation number 1, I will obey all local, state, and federal laws and conduct myself in a manner of a responsible citizen. MA violation number 8, special conditions, supervised for drugs, testing and ordinance with agency policy.
Thank you.
welcome.
I just wanted to note, when I do announce my findings, I have categorized all these under one charge, under charge 1, obey all laws, drugs. So when I announce my findings, I'm going to be speaking to all that was just put on the record, but under one charge of charge 1, drugs. Just
Sorry, yeah.
just so you're aware, that's how I'm going to restructure it, just so it all.
Yeah, it was my first interstate PVR, so.
No, it's good. I'm just gonna do it so that way we could just do refer to one charge.
Yep.
So thank you. And the state
You're
has filed the following exhibits that are marked for identification as Exhibit A, which is remand of custody order. B is signed parole condition, CT and mass. C, notice of parole violation. D, parole violation report. E, premier biotoxicology report dated 2/3/26. F, misconduct dated 2/13/26. G, premier biotoxicology report dated 5/5/26. H, misconduct dated 5/12/26. I, premier biotoxicology report dated 5/14/26. J, misconduct dated 5/26/26. K, premier biotoxicology report dated 5/26/26. And L is an email from probation. And did you receive the notice of parole violation report, and those other documents that I just marked? And did you review them, sir?
Yes.
Do you need to continue this hearing to obtain any additional evidence?
No.
We have no witnesses today. At this time, just so you know, testimony today's hearing will be taken under oath. So I am going to swear in P.O. Davis as well as you, Mr. Perez, in the event you would like to speak today. People, please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear and solemnly affirm, as the case may be, the evidence you shall give concerning this case should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God upon penalty of perjury?
I do.
Yes.
So at this time, the state will have an opportunity, if you'd like to make a short statement, call witnesses, or testify with respect to probable cause and the severity of the allegations. You may at this time, if you'd like to say anything in regards to the charge.
I'm just very, very concerned with Mr. Perez's cocaine usage. You know, we tried a lot of options. He went to the App Foundation for 30 days in April. And when he got out, the use immediately continued. I put him on intensive weekly supervision with urines every week or UAs every week, and it still continued. He's duly supervised as well by Hartford Probation. They actually made a DCF referral on Mr. Perez because of his drug usage and the three minor kids in the home. So at the conclusion of this diversionary program or TOP program, Mr. Perez is going to need a halfway house bed to get him to his end of sentence, which I'm seeing here is 11/3/2026. I just hope he takes this program seriously, and I just wish him luck in the future.
Thank you for your statements. Mr. Perez, now is your opportunity to respond to the parole violation charges against you. I remember that you may remain silent if you so choose. Would you like to respond to the charges?
I just want to say I'm sorry. I did mess up. That's about it.
Right, thank you. I've noted the statements from both parties. So what I'm going to do next is I'm going to announce my findings in regards to the charge. So in regards to that charge 1, I do make a finding of probable cause on obey all laws drugs. This is based on evidence that was presented in support of the violation of parole, which is exhibits B, E, F, G, L, H, as well as testimony that was provided today. I do make a no finding on the following dates due to there being insufficient evidence to support the charge. Those are the dates of 3/10/26, 5/12/26, and 5/26/26. I do find the act was serious enough to warrant revocation. DOC has recommended you for diversion from the revocation process for substance abuse programming and treatment. This means if you wish to participate, apply, and I find you meet the criteria, I can continue your case while you provide an opportunity to participate in the substance abuse programming and treatment in the correctional facility. If you successfully complete the programming that you provided, I will dismiss your case and order your parole reinstated.
Okay,
So the decision to participate in the diversion is voluntary. Do you understand the diversion process and do you want to apply for it?
I'm already in it.
So is that a yes?
Yes,
Okay, so I will now announce my findings with respect to your eligibility. If I determine you are eligible, I can accept your application and divert you from revocation. So I have reviewed all the relevant information. My finding is as follows. I find that you have no pending misdemeanor or felony charges. I find that your discharge date is more than 60 business days from your return to custody. I find there's evidence that you have identified substance abuse treatment needs. I find that substance abuse is reasonably considered to be a motivating factor in your alleged failure to comply with the terms and conditions of parole. And I find that there is some evidence that you received or provided with an opportunity to receive substance abuse programming or treatment during your period of parole supervision in the community. So I have determined you are eligible for diversion for the top program. Before I accept your application for diversion, I ask you indicate whether you understand the following by answering yes or no. I understand I will remain incarcerated while I receive programming and treatment, and that parole proceedings may be delayed as a result. You won't, and just so you're aware, as I stated before, you will not have rev hearing because you're incoming from the state of Mass. So we would, if you don't complete this, we would refer your case over to Massachusetts to deal with your release, okay?
yes,
Okay, so I understand the dismissal of my case and reinstatement to active parole supervision is not guaranteed. It is conditioned upon my successful completion of the top program.
yes,
I understand that ultimately the DOC will determine whether I have successfully completed this substance abuse programming and treatment provided.
yes,
I understand that my participation in this process is completely voluntary.
yes,
Okay, so your application for diversion is granted. Obviously, you said you're already in it, so that's great. You're placed in it for no more than 60 business days. So upon your completion of it, we will be notified. Well, your officer will be notified and will let us know. We will reinstate your parole as long as you complete it successfully and you stay out of trouble in the facility. Do you have any questions?
no,
Okay, good luck, sir. Hopefully you get something out of the program. You do well when you get back out there, okay?
all right, thank you.
Great, thank you. Thank you, P.O. Davis. Have a great day.
You too. Thank you very much.
conditioned or absolute for convictions in the state.
Good morning. This is the June 17th, 2026 commutation session of the Boards of Pardons and Paroles being held at Osborne Correctional Institution. My name is Parole Officer Mack, and I'm the hearing coordinator for today's session. Additional board staff are also present to assist with the hearing. Presiding over today's hearing will be Chairperson Zaccanini, who will now say a few words.
Good morning. My name is Jennifer Medina Zaccanini, Chairperson. Other members of the board joining me today are Sergio Rodriguez and Michael Polk. Welcome to everyone. The people of the state of Connecticut have vested the Board of Pardons and Paroles with the extraordinary power to grant commutations of punishment, releases, and pardons, conditioned or absolute, for convictions in the state.
May the interpreter render, please?
Yes.
Thank you. Buenos días. Esto es la sesión de conmutación de pena celebrado el día 17 de junio de 2026 de la Junta que emita perdones y también libertad anticipada, que se está celebrando en la institución correccional Osborne. Mi nombre es la agente de libertad anticipada MAC y yo soy la coordinadora de la audiencia por la sesión de hoy. También está presente personal adicional de la Junta que está dispuesto a asistir con la audiencia. Presidiendo sobre la audiencia hoy será la persona que es el líder de la Junta, Zaccanini, y ella compartirá algunas palabras. Buenos días, me llamo Jennifer Zaccanini, yo soy la persona que es la líder de la Junta. Los otros miembros de la Junta están entrando en la llamada y ellos son Sergio Rodríguez y Michael Paul. Bienvenidos a todos. La Fiscalía del Estado de Connecticut le ha dado el poder extraordinario a la Junta de Perdones y de Libertad Anticipada para poder emitir conmutaciones de pena, libertades y perdones o con perdón absoluto de parte del Estado.
A commutation, if granted, may result in a reduction of your sentence. The board may also decide to release you from your sentence.
Y si es que se emite la conmutación de pena puede resultar en reducir su condena y también la Junta puede decidir liberarlo de su condena.
In considering whether to grant any form of relief, the board looks at, among other things, the following.
Y en considerar si es que se debe de emitir algún tipo de alivio, la Junta examina dentro de algunas cosas lo siguiente.
The nature and seriousness of the crime,
La naturaleza y la seriedad del delito,
its impact on any victims,
el impacto que tenga en cuanto a cualquier víctima,
the length of time that has elapsed since the commission of the crime,
la duración de tiempo que ha pasado desde que se cometió el delito,
any efforts the applicant has made towards rehabilitation,
cualquier esfuerzo que el solicitante ha hecho para tratar de rehabilitarse,
and any compelling or exceptional circumstances.
y circunstancias que pueden ser contundente o excepcional.
As an applicant to be heard today, your case has been reviewed thoroughly by the board.
Y como el solicitante que desea tener el uso de la palabra hoy, su causa ha sido repasado extensivamente por la Junta.
I wish all of you the best.
Le deseo a todos la suerte.
Thank you, ma'am. Please note, if there have been any changes to your conviction status, or you have had any new arrests since filing your application for relief with the board, you must disclose such information to the board today.
Por favor, haga constar que si han habido cambios de algún tipo en cuanto a su estado de la condena o si se han presentado nuevos arrestos desde que usted presentó su solicitud para alivio con la Junta, tiene que usted revelar esos datos a la Junta hoy.
Additionally, without exception, any form of commutation granted by the board today may be revoked at any time for good cause shown.
Y adicionalmente, sin excepción, cualquier forma de conmutación de pena que se emita hoy por la Junta puede ser revocada en cualquier momento si es que se demuestra una buena razón.
As stated by the chair, your application has been fully reviewed by the board. The board is familiar with your case, has read and examined your written submissions, including any written letters in support or against your application for commutation.
Y como dijo la líder de la Junta, su solicitud ha sido revisado completamente por la Junta y ellos están familiarizados con su causa, han leído y examinado sus documentos que usted escribió y entregó, y también eso incluye cualquier carta por escrito en apoyo o en contra de su solicitud para esta conmutación de pena.
The panel members have copies of those letters in their files and have completely and thoroughly reviewed those files in preparation for today's hearing. There is no need to repeat what has already been submitted in writing.
Los miembros del panel ya tienen copias de esas cartas en sus expedientes y han de manera extensiva y completa han revisado esos documentos en preparación para la audiencia de hoy. No hay necesidad de repetir lo que ya se ha escrito, lo que se ha entregado por escrito.
The purpose of your appearance today is to allow you to make a brief presentation to the board while adding any information that's not already in your file. You are required to tell the board why you are seeking relief. The board may issue a decision to you today. However, you will receive a letter by mail informing you of the board's decision within 2 weeks.
El propósito por su comparecencia hoy es para permitirle dar una presentación breve al agregar cualquier dato o información que ya no está incluido en su expediente. Se le requiere a usted decir por qué está pidiendo alivio hoy. La Junta emitirá una decisión en cuanto a usted hoy. Sin embargo, usted va a recibir una carta por correo informándolo de la decisión de la Junta dentro de 2 semanas.
Mr. Capone, as part of your testimony today, you are required to be sworn in. Please raise your right hand.
Señor Capón, como parte de su declaración, hoy se le requiere ponerlo bajo juramento. Por favor, levante la mano derecha.
The appropriate response to this testament is I do.
Y la respuesta apropiada para esta declaración es lo juro.
Do you solemnly swear and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or upon penalty of perjury?
Usted jura solemnemente o afirma solemne y sinceramente, según sea el caso, que las pruebas que usted presentará en cuanto a esta causa será la verdad, toda la verdad, y nada más que la verdad, bajo amparo de Dios o so pena de perjurio.
I do.
Lo juro.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Mr. Capone, please state your name and inmate number clearly for the record.
Christopher
Señor Capone.
Capone. Oh, sorry.
Señor Capón, por favor, declare su nombre, apellido y su número de estar dentro de la correccional para que consten en las actas.
Christopher Capone, inmate number 304037.
Christopher Capone, número de estar interno en la cárcel 304037.
Board permission, you may proceed to explain why you believe you deserve relief, or if you wish, have your attorney make an opening statement. You may do so, then you may address the board after. The decision's yours.
Yeah, I like
Entonces, con el permiso de la Junta, usted puede proceder y explicar por qué usted piensa que merece el alivio, o si usted desea, su abogado puede hacer una declaración de apertura. Usted lo puede hacer o puede abordar con eso con la Junta después. La decisión es suya.
All right, Mr. Talbot, please state your name and juris number for the record.
El señor Taubes, por favor, declare su nombre, apellido y su número jurídico para que consten en las actas.
You're muted, sir.
Su micrófono no está encendido, señor.
Thank you. My name is Alexander Taubes. My juris number is 437388.
Gracias. Mi nombre es Alexander Taubes y mi número jurídico es 437388.
Thank you, Attorney Talbot. You may begin your opening statement.
Gracias, licenciado Taubes. Puede comenzar con su declaración de apertura.
I am the lawyer for Christopher Capone.
Soy el licenciado que representa a Christopher Capone.
Christopher is here today after more than 24 years in prison.
Christopher está aquí después de pasar 24 años en la cárcel.
Before I talk about Christopher, I want to remember why we are here.
Antes de hablar de Christopher, quiero hacerles acordar por qué estamos aquí.
A man, the victim, Mr. Torres, lost his life.
Un hombre, la víctima, el señor Torres, perdió su vida.
Nothing can bring him back, and we do not ask you to forget his loss.
Nada puede volver que él esté de vida otra vez y no le estamos pidiendo que usted se olviden de su pérdida.
Christopher has lived with remorse for his actions for more than 24 years.
Christopher ha vivido con remordimiento en cuanto a sus acciones por más de 24 años.
Today, Christopher still feels remorseful and takes full responsibility for the harm he caused.
Hoy día, aún Christopher todavía siente remordimiento y asume toda la responsabilidad por todo el daño que ha causado.
I now want to explain what has happened over the past 24 years.
Ahora quiero explicar lo que ha sucedido dentro de los últimos 24 años.
Throughout most of Connecticut history, the longest prison sentences were 20 to 25 years.
Durante la historia de la mayoría de Connecticut, las condenas más largas de cárcel han sido dentro de el rango de 20 a 25 años.
And most of those prisoners were released earlier than the end of their sentence.
Y la mayoría de esos prisioneros se les liberó más temprano del final de su condena.
In fact, in 1981, the United States Supreme Court stated that at least 75% of Connecticut prisoners with life sentences received commutations.
De hecho, en 1981, la Corte Suprema estadounidense declaró que al mínimo de 75% de los prisioneros de Connecticut con condenas perpetuas recibieron conmutaciones de pena.
That was normal. That was the normal practice of Connecticut.
Eso fue normal, eso fue la práctica normal de Connecticut.
Then, in the 1990s, the laws changed in Connecticut very quickly.
Y después, en los 1990, las leyes de Connecticut cambiaron muy rápidamente.
The prison sentences became much longer, and parole was abolished for several crimes.
Las condenas de cárcel se hicieron mucho más largos y se quitó la libertad anticipada por varios delitos.
And people convicted of murder lost the right to earn time off their sentence for good behavior.
Y las personas que fueron condenados de asesinato perdieron el derecho de poder trabajar hacia que se le reduzca la condena por buen comportamiento.
Christopher has served the last 24 years under these new laws.
Christopher ha cumplido con su condena estos últimos 24 años debajo de estas nuevas leyes.
He has dedicated himself to changing his life and acting right and doing right for the last 24 years because of how sorry he is.
Y se ha dedicado a cambiar su vida y actuando de la manera correcta y hacer bien en estos últimos 24 años debido de que cuánta lástima él siente de cuanto lo que sucedió.
But under these new laws in Connecticut, he cannot reduce his sentence even one day by his good behavior.
Pero según las nuevas leyes de Connecticut, él no puede reducir su condena ni siquiera un día a pesar de su buen comportamiento.
Our question today is not who Christopher was on the night of his crime.
Nuestra pregunta hoy no concierne cómo era Christopher en la noche del delito.
Our question is, who is Christopher now?
Nuestra pregunta es, ¿quién es Christopher ahora?
And do we need to still keep him in prison now?
Y todavía aún debemos de mantenerlo dentro de la cárcel ahora.
When he committed this crime, he was 24 years old.
Cuando él cometió este delito, él tenía 24 años de edad.
He had been using drugs and alcohol since he was 12 years old.
Y desde los 12 años había estado consumiendo alcohol y drogas.
He had mental health disorders that were never treated.
Él tenía desórdenes de salud mental que nunca fueron tratados.
Most sadly, as a child, he suffered from severe abuses.
Y más triste aún, como niño, él sufrió maltratos severos.
At the time of his crime, his brain was not yet fully developed.
Y en el momento de que cometió el delito, su cerebro no estaba desarrollado completamente.
We do not offer this as an excuse for his actions.
No estamos ofreciendo eso como una excusa de sus acciones.
This is only to help explain how he is who he is today at 48 years old.
Y Esto solamente para explicar quién es él hoy a los 48 años de edad.
He has been free of drugs for more than 24 years. He has been sober every single day in prison.
Él ha estado libre de las drogas por más de 24 años y él ha estado sobrio cada día en la cárcel.
He has earned his GED and prayed at the religious chapel, and he has earned college level certificates.
Él ha cumplido los requisitos para ganarse el equivalente de las escuelas secundarias. Él ha rezado en la capilla religiosa y también ha reunido los requisitos para conseguir ser certificados a nivel universitario.
He has completed programs to understand the harm of crime, to control his anger, and to recover from addiction.
Él ha cumplido con programas para entender los daños que causaron el delito, para controlar su ira y también recuperarse de adicciones.
The officers who supervise him give him strong recommendations for his work to help the officers.
Las agentes que lo supervisan le han dado recomendaciones fuertes en cuanto acerca de su trabajo para ayudar a los oficiales.
He has not broken a single prison rule since 2022.
Y desde el 2022, él no ha incumplido con ninguna regla dentro de la cárcel.
The Department of Correction rates his risk level as low.
Y la correccional penitenciaria califica el nivel de riesgo de él como bajo.
And the next point is very important.
Y el próximo punto es bien importante.
Christopher never joined a gang in prison.
Dentro de la cárcel, Christopher nunca participó en una pandilla.
He did more than that, though.
Pero él hizo más que eso.
He helped other men leave the gangs in prison.
Él ayudó a otros hombres a salirse de las pandillas en la cárcel.
2 former gang members wrote letters to this board saying he is the reason that they left the gang.
2 otros ex miembros de pandilla escribieron cartas dirigidos a la junta diciendo que ellos son la razón por cual ellos se salieron de la pandilla.
He has worked hard every day to go from being a bad man to being a good man.
Y él ha trabajado fuertemente cada día para convertirse de un hombre malo a un hombre bueno.
His mother is old and sick, and he wants to take care of her.
Su madre es de avanzada edad y está enferma y él quiere cuidar de ella.
A job is waiting for him on the outside.
Afuera le espera un trabajo.
He has promised to spend his weekends helping young people like the prisoners he has helped to stay away from drugs and gangs.
Y él ha prometido compartir de sus fines de semana ayudando a gente joven, así como lo hizo con los prisioneros, para que él los ayude a mantenerse distante de drogas y de pandillas.
This is a very hard day with hard questions, but the board must ask these 3 questions.
Este es un día difícil con preguntas difíciles, pero la Junta tiene que hacerse las siguientes 3 preguntas.
Is Christopher still dangerous to the public? The evidence says no.
Christopher aún es peligroso al público. Las pruebas dicen no.
Has Christopher changed during 24 years in prison? The evidence says yes.
si Christopher ha cambiado los últimos 24 años dentro de la cárcel, las pruebas dicen sí.
And will the public be safer if he can transition into society through a halfway house, through the parole board programs, instead of being released directly on the street?
Y la pregunta sí es que el público estaría más seguro si él puede hacer una transición hacia participar en la sociedad por medio de una casa de rehabilitación de exprisioneros o por medio de programación que ofrece la Junta de Libertad Anticipada en vez de ser directamente liberado hacia la calle.
In the vast history of Connecticut, Christopher has served more time in prison than the vast majority of people who have committed the same crime. And today, we ask that you show mercy on him.
En la historia extensa de Connecticut, Christopher ha cumplido con más tiempo en la cárcel comparado a la mayoría de las personas que han cometido el mismo delito. Y hoy le pedimos a ustedes que le tengan misericordia.
Thank you, and my deepest condolences to the members of the victim's family. God bless you.
Gracias y mis condolencias más sentidos hacia los miembros de la familia de la víctima. Que Dios los bendiga.
State's Attorney, could you please state your name and juris number for the record?
Al fiscal que por favor declare su nombre, su apellido y su número jurídico para que consten en las actas.
You're muted, sir.
Su micrófono no está encendido, señor.
I apologize. Can the board hear me now?
Yes.
Disculpe, la Junta ahora me puede oír. Sí, sí, sí.
Thank you. I'm sorry about that. It reversed to a different microphone sometimes. Thank you for hearing from me this morning.
Perdón, a veces se confunde el micrófono a veces. Gracias por oír de parte mía hoy. Lamento.
My name is John Doyle. My juris number is 415543. My business address is 235 Church Street, New Haven, Connecticut. Thank you.
Me llamo John Doyle. Mi número jurídico es 415543 y mi dirección donde conducto mi trabajo es 235 Church Street en New Haven, Connecticut. Gracias.
Thank you, State's Attorney Doyle. You may proceed with your statement.
Gracias al fiscal Doyle. Puede proceder con su declaración.
Good
Or
morning.
you can reserve your statement till the end, Attorney Doyle, if you prefer.
I apologize. Thank you, Chairperson. I thought I would be going after you talked to
Yeah.
Yeah,
let's do that. Yep.
Entonces, licenciado Doyle, usted puede decidir tener uso de la palabra después si usted desea. Sí, gracias. Yo tenía entendido que iba a ser así.
Mr. Capone, did you have a statement?
Yes,
Señor
I do.
Capone. Señor Capone, ¿tenía usted una declaración? Sí, lo tengo.
Go ahead, sir.
Yes.
Sí, adelante,
Thank you.
señor. Gracias.
Good morning to the board members and everybody in attendance.
Buenos días a todos los miembros de la Junta y todos los que están asistiendo a esta audiencia.
I would like to start off by thanking the board for giving me the opportunity to be here.
Quiero comenzar con agradecer a la Junta por darme la oportunidad de comparecer ante ustedes.
Thank you for this chance to show you the man I have become over the course of my incarceration.
Gracias por la oportunidad de demostrarle el hombre que me he convertido durante el curso de mi encarcelamiento.
I would first like to say how deeply sorry I am about taking the life of Mr. Torres on the night of August 27th.
Primeramente quiero pedir lo más sentido disculpas por haber quitado la vida al señor Torres en la noche del 27 de agosto.
I will never forget something that should never have happened.
Nunca me voy a olvidar de algo que nunca debió suceder.
If I could change one thing about that night, I would have called the New Haven Police Department and let them handle things.
Si yo hubiera podido cambiar una cosa de esa noche, hubiera llamado al departamento de policía de New Haven y dejar que ellos aborden con eso.
When Mr. Torres called me tonight and asked me to meet him, I didn't know things were going to turn out the way they did.
Cuando el señor Torres me llamó esa noche y me pidió que me reuniera con él, no sabía que iban a suceder las cosas como sucedieron.
Ultimately, Mr. Torres lost his life, but my intention was never to harm or kill Mr. Torres, but I did.
A finales, el señor Torres perdió la vida, aunque nunca fue mi intención de causarle daño ni tampoco matar al señor Torres, pero yo lo hice.
I've carried the guilt of Mr. Torres' death with me for the past 24 years.
He llevado conmigo la culpabilidad de la muerte del señor Torres estos últimos 24 años.
I am truly sorry from the bottom of my heart and the deepest part of my soul for taking the life of Mr. Torres.
Realmente pido disculpas desde lo más profundo de mi corazón y la parte más profunda de mi alma por haber quitado la vida al señor Torres.
Every morning I go outside to pray, and I always ask for forgiveness for what I have done.
Todos los días salgo afuera a rezar y siempre pido que me perdonen por lo que yo he hecho.
And I ask the Creator to help ease the pain and suffering in the hearts and minds of the people I have hurt.
Y también le pido al cuerpo celestial que por favor ayuden a disminuir el sufrimiento y el dolor que está dentro de los corazones y los mentes de la persona que yo he lastimado.
That night I ended up hurting and destroying 2 families.
Esa noche resultó que yo hice daño y destruí a 2 familias.
I want to apologize first to Mr. Torres' family for the hurt and pain that I've caused them.
Primero, quiero pedirle disculpas a la familia del señor Torres por todo el dolor y los daños que les he causado.
I know there is nothing I can say or do that would bring Mr. Torres back.
Yo sé que no hay nada que yo pueda decir ni hacer que pueda volverle la vida al señor Torres.
I'm not the same 24-year-old man who made those poor choices that night.
Yo no soy el mismo hombre de 24 años de edad que hizo esos errores terribles esa noche.
Next, I would like to apologize to my family and to my kids.
Próximamente quiero pedirle disculpas a mi familia y a mis hijos.
I know how hard it was my coming to prison was on them and how it impacted their lives.
Yo sé cuán difícil ha sido cuando yo fui a la cárcel y cómo les afectó a ellos y a sus vidas.
My responsibility when I am released is to be a better man today than yesterday.
Mi responsabilidad, si es que me le liberan, es ser un mejor hombre hoy quien fui comparado a ayer.
Now I'd like to talk about the programs that I've taken and what I've learned and incorporated into my life.
Ahora quiero yo hablar de los programas del cual he participado y del cual he aprendido de y incorporado hacia mi vida.
The first program I like to talk about is AVP.
El primer programa del cual quiero abordar es AVP.
AVP taught me how to recognize my triggers and how to disarm them.
El programa AVP me enseñó a reconocer qué son las cosas que me enfadan y cómo poder disminuirlas.
It taught me when it was time to walk away from an issue before anger turned into rage, because once you get enraged, it's usually too late.
Me enseñó a reconocer el momento del cual tenía que yo moverme de una situación de que me estaba molestando antes de que se convirtiera en una furia, porque cuando uno está en una furia ya es demasiado tarde.
It showed me that taking action so both parties can walk away from the issue before it gets to anger is better.
Me demostró que tomando esa acción para que esas dos partes puedan salirse de esa situación antes de que la molestia se empeore.
Then I took advanced ABP, which gets into exercises that bring out deep pain and helps you deal with past traumatic experiences.
Después he tomado ejercicios más avanzados del programa AVP que me ayudan a hablar de dolores bien profundas y le ayuda a uno a enfrentar experiencias del pasado que son traumáticos.
It was the first time I actually cried in front of a bunch of men I didn't know. That's how intense it got.
Fue tan intensivo. Eso fue la primera vez que yo lloré delante de hombres que yo desconocía.
Ever since taking both ABP classes, I haven't put myself in situations where I get angry to the point of violence.
Desde que he tomado esos dos cursos del programa AVP, yo no me he puesto en situaciones donde yo me molesto que resulta a que yo esté a punto de violencia.
I also took a program called People Empowering People. I received a lot from that program.
También participé en un programa que se llama People Empowering People y recibí bastante de ese programa.
The main point of view was that everybody is entitled to their own opinion and that there are many points of views on a subject.
La idea principal es que todos tienen el derecho a expresar su opinión y que hay varios puntos de vista en algún tema.
It also taught me how to set goals by using the SMART method, which stands for specific, measurable, action-oriented, realistic, and time-specific.
Y también me enseñó cómo hacer metas para mí mismo utilizando el método SMART, siglas en inglés, SMART, que tiene que ver con lo siguiente, que sea algo específico, que se pueda medir, que la acción tenga una orientación y que sea realístico y también que sea específico dentro de un parámetro de tiempo.
PEP taught me that we are all different on the insides as we are on the outsides. That's what makes us who we are.
Y el programa AVP me enseñó de que todos somos diferentes dentro de nosotros mismos en comparación de lo que demostramos afuera. Y eso es lo que nos hace ser quienes somos.
The last program I'd like to talk about was the Native American Red Road Recovery Program, which I attended for 2 years.
Y el último programa del cual yo quería abordar es el Native American Red Road. Es un programa de recuperación del cual yo asistí por 2 años.
We talked about addiction to both drugs and alcohol. We focused on what our triggers were and how to recognize when we were going to slip and who to talk to or where we can go for help instead of turning to substance abuse.
Hablamos de adicciones en cuanto a lo que tenía que ver con drogas y alcohol. Nos enfocamos también en lo que las situaciones que resultaban en que podría suceder algo y qué eran y cómo reconocerlas y reconocer cuándo nos íbamos a perder el hilo y saber con quién hablar y también a dónde podríamos acudir para recibir ayuda en vez de acudir a abuso de sustancias.
I have been sober and clean for almost 24 years.
He estado sobrio y limpio de drogas por casi 24 años.
I'm around drugs every day and have a highly stressful living environment and job, but I never have the urge to get high again.
Siempre estoy alrededor de drogas todos los días y vivo en un ambiente de alto estrés. Y también tengo un trabajo dentro de lo mismo, pero nunca tengo esas ganas de estar bajo los efectos otra vez.
I hit rock bottom by coming to prison, so I have rehabilitated myself with the programs that I took.
Llegué al punto más bajo de mi vida al llegar a la cárcel y me he rehabilitado con los programas del cual yo participé.
I've made thousands of hours of phone calls with my 3 best friends, who I look at as my therapists. It has contributed to the man I am today.
He hecho más de 1000 horas de llamadas con mis 3 mejores amigos, del cual yo los veo como mis terapistas, y ha contribuido eso al hombre del cual yo soy hoy.
Now I would like to give you some background on my family to show why I can be useful in society.
Ahora le quiero dar antecedentes en cuanto a mi familia, ofrecerles antecedentes en cuanto a mi familia, para enseñarles por qué yo puedo ser útil dentro de la sociedad.
Mary Jane is my fiancée and soon-to-be wife.
Mary Jane es mi novia y se espera que pronto va a ser mi esposa.
We have been friends since we were 12 years old, and she was my high school sweetheart until an unfortunate fight broke us up.
Nos conocemos desde que hemos tenido 12 años y ella es mi pareja amorosa de la secundaria hasta que ella fue mi pareja amorosa en la secundaria hasta que una pelea resultó en una ruptura.
We always remain friends, and she stayed by my side for these past 24 years I've been incarcerated.
Siempre nos permanecemos amigos y siempre estuvo a mi lado durante estos 24 años del cual yo fui encarcelado.
She has 2 children, ages 16 and 8.
Y ella tiene 2 hijos, uno de 16 años y uno de 8 años.
Mary Jane suffers from epilepsy, which is under control, but stress induces them and causes her seizures more frequently.
Mary Jane sufre de epilepsia, pero está bajo control. Lo que causa esos momentos de epilepsia es el estrés, y eso causa que suceda con más frecuencia.
She has been through a lot over the years. She lost her mother and her grandfather, who both died of cancer, and she was their primary caregiver.
Y ha pasado bastante estos últimos años, ha perdido ambos su madre y también su abuelo, quienes murieron de cáncer, y ella fue la persona que principalmente cuidó de ellos.
Her grandmother bought her a house 2 years ago, so she and her kids could get out of her house from a bad relationship with her kid's father.
Su abuela les compró una casa hace 2 años atrás para que ella y sus hijos se pudieran mudarse de la casa del cual tuvieron, de esa casa. En esa casa ella tuvo una relación mala con el padre de los niños.
Now she takes care of her grandmother, who lives with her, who suffers from COPD, epilepsy, and has been diagnosed with stage 4 cancer.
Ahora ella cuida de su abuela, quien vive con ella, quien sufre de el desorden COPD, epilepsia, y también fue diagnosticada con la 4ª etapa de cáncer.
My mother suffered a mild stroke 5 to 6 years ago. She also suffers from migraines, which have gotten worse since her stroke.
Mi madre ha sufrido un derrame cerebral menos leve hacia 5 o 6 años atrás, y también sufre de migrañas que se han empeorado desde que ella tuvo el derrame cerebral.
My brother recently went through divorce, He has 4 boys, ages 15 through 7.
I'm gonna interrupt Mr. Capone. I'm
mi
sorry.
Mi hermano,
Interpreter, I'm sorry. I'm gonna interrupt for a minute. We have very limited time with the interpreter. We've read your entire history. I'm gonna ask that you please focus on all the positive things that you've done while you're incarcerated. Because the interpreter has to leave in a half an hour, and we want to make sure that the victim can understand everything that's going on today. Thank you.
entonces voy a interrumpirle, señor Capón. Lamento a interrupción a la intérprete. Voy a interrumpir. Tenemos tiempo limitado con la intérprete. Hemos leído todo su historial. Le voy a pedir que por favor se enfoque en todas las cosas positivas que usted ha hecho mientras que usted está encarcelado. Porque la intérprete solamente está aquí por la próxima media hora y queremos asegurarnos que la víctima entiende todo lo que está sucediendo hoy. Gracias.
Yes, Christopher, you can wrap it up.
Sí, Christopher ya puede concluir.
All right. Well, can I just want to do one final thing right here?
Bueno, perdón.
Yeah.
Quería agregar una cosa más.
Finally, I would like to apologize to Mr. Torres' family and loved ones again for my reckless and thoughtless decision.
Finalmente quiero pedirle disculpas al señor Torres, a la familia del mismo y a sus seres queridos, otra vez, por una decisión que fue hecho temerariamente y sin pensamiento.
My behavior as a young man, which ultimately caused the death of Mr. Torres, was that of a person who wasn't in the right state of mind.
Mi comportamiento como un hombre joven que a finales resultó en la muerte del señor Torres fue de una persona que no estaba bien del cerebro.
I'm living with the pain and guilt of taking a life every day.
Estoy viviendo todos los días con el dolor y la culpabilidad de haber quitado a una vida a otro todos los días.
I'm also working on forgiving myself for all the pain I have caused as well.
También estoy trabajando hacia tratar de perdonarme a mí mismo por todo el dolor que he causado también.
But I will use that pain as fuel to push forward and do the right things in life and help out people as best I can.
Pero voy a utilizar ese dolor como para poder inspirarme a seguir adelante y seguir haciendo las cosas correctamente y ayudar a otras personas lo mejor que yo pueda.
I promise to help out my community and to be the role model to the young men in my family first, and then the people within my community so they don't fall into the same patterns I did.
Yo prometo ayudar a mi comunidad y también a ser una persona ejemplar hacia los hombres jóvenes dentro de mi familia primero y después a las personas dentro de la comunidad mía, para que ellos no caigan en los mismos patrones del cual yo caí.
I spent a third of my life in prison, and I will do great things with the last third.
He pasado un tercio de mi vida dentro de la cárcel y yo voy a hacer buenas cosas con la última, como el último tercero de mi vida.
I ask to be forgiven for my actions because I am not the young man who committed these crimes 24 years ago. Thank you.
Pido que por favor perdonen mis acciones porque yo no soy el hombre joven quien cometió estos delitos hace 24 años atrás. Gracias.
Thank you. So in preparation for today's hearing, the board has reviewed your file to include the following items.
Entonces, gracias. En preparación para la audiencia de hoy, la Junta ha revisado su expediente y eso incluye los siguientes artículos.
A police report, court transcripts,
el informe policíaco, las transcripciones del tribunal.
Your records from the Department of Correction to include disciplinary reports, programs, work, education, evaluation, certificates.
Sus documentos de parte del penitenciario correccional. Eso incluye informes de disciplina, programas, su trabajo, su educación, evaluaciones y certificados.
We received many letters of support from your family, friends, and correctional staff.
Y hemos recibido varias cartas de apoyo desde familiares suyos, amistades y el personal de la correccional.
As well as a memorandum from Attorney Talbis and the commutation summary from the parole officer.
Y también un memorándum de parte del licenciado Taubes y un resumen de la conmutación de pena de parte del agente de libertad anticipada.
This panel does have some additional questions for you. Before we ask our questions, we will ask the Office of Victim Services to facilitate any input from the victim's family.
El panel sí tiene preguntas adicionales que queremos hacerle, pero antes de hacer esas preguntas, vamos a pedir a la oficina de defensores de las víctimas que faciliten cualquier información adicional de parte de la familia de la víctima.
Ms. De Jesus, thank you for joining us.
Señora de Jesús, gracias por participar en esta audiencia.
Good morning, board members. I will be reading a statement. Interpreter, the victim has the statement, so there would be no need for you to interpret the statement.
Entonces, buenos días. Voy a leer una declaración. A intérprete, la víctima tiene la declaración, así que no hay necesidad de que usted interprete la declaración.
I spoke with the victim's mother, and the following was relayed to me. As you know,
Hablé,
it is
apologies, may the interpreter just quickly clarify if this is the statement now?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Okay.
As you know, it is extremely painful to talk about this because, unfortunately, this hearing has brought everything back up to the surface. Upon receiving notification of this hearing, I was hospitalized for 6 days. My blood pressure was out of control, and I had an immense headache since learning about this hearing. I don't understand why. When he was sentenced, I was told he wouldn't be released until the year 2033. As a Christian and a believer in God, I forgive him, but justice must also take its course. Since he killed my son, I have prayed for him because he took my son's life and destroyed a family. Neither his parents nor his siblings want him released. He didn't give his daughter, who was only 9 months old, the chance to get to know him. Neither my ex-husband nor my children nor my granddaughter want him out of prison. I have never been able to let go of the memory of my son. Every time I wake up, I see my son in a photograph by my bed. He was my youngest child, and I loved him with all my heart. I will never forget him. I adored him in every way. Since he died, my life has not been the same. I have survived because I am in God's hands. I believe in the Lord. He killed my son. He destroyed a family. My heart will continue to bleed as long as I live. When a child loses a parent, they are orphaned. However, there is no word in any language for a mother when she loses a child. At the sentencing hearing, I was told he would serve his sentence day for day. I don't understand why I'm being forced or why we are being forced to relive this all over again. I've had to be in and out of the hospital twice since I received the news of this hearing. I forgive him because I'm Christian, but justice is justice. I want to know why he killed my son, if they were friends. What did my son do to him that was so great that he took his life? There is nothing in this world that compares to the death of a child. No one is ever supposed to bury a child. Having to relive this pain is devastating to my health at my age. I can forgive him, but I insist justice is justice. I pray to God that he will repent for what he did to my son. He destroyed my life from that day forward. If you decide to give him the opportunity to be released, I will not object. Thank you, board members.
Thank you.
May the interpreter just quickly clarify what the statement was before the statement was read into the record so that the victim understood why it was not interpreted? Can the interpreter do that quickly? Se aclaró de parte de la defensora de las víctimas, la señora de Jesús, que la víctima ya tenía la declaración, así que no se iba a ver la necesidad de leer la declaración otra vez en español. Gracias.
Thank you, interpreter. Thank you, board members.
Gracias a la
Thank you.
intérprete, gracias a los miembros de la Junta.
I'd like to thank the victim's mother for that very gracious statement.
Quiero agradecerle a la madre de la víctima por esa declaración que fue llena de gracia.
The panel will proceed with questioning now. We'll begin with my colleague, Mr. Polk.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
El panel va a proceder con el interrogatorio ahora. Y primero vamos a comenzar con mi colega, el señor Polk. Gracias a la líder de la Junta.
So, good morning, Mr. Capone.
Buenos días, señor Capone.
Good morning.
Buenos días.
So I'm really looking for some concise answers to some questions that I have. Okay.
Entonces, yo ahora mismo le pido respuestas bien breves a algunas preguntas que yo tengo.
Specifically, why are you seeking a commutation?
Específicamente, ¿por qué usted está pidiendo una conmutación de pena?
Well, I've been in jail for the past 24 years. And it's
Bueno,
been,
he estado yo dentro de la cárcel por los últimos 24 años.
and I worked really hard on rehabilitating myself.
Y trabajé bien laborosamente para rehabilitarme.
My family can really use me at home at this time because they're going through a lot health-wise, and I know that there's a lot I can do to help them to relieve the stress that they're going through at this time.
Y mi familia realmente podría utilizarme que yo esté en la casa porque ellos están pasando por bastantes problemas de salud. Y yo sé que hay bastante que yo podría hacer para ayudarlos, para aliviar el estrés del cual ellos están pasando en este momento.
And all I can say is that what happened that night should have never happened. And I know that being on drugs isn't an excuse.
Yo lo único que puedo decir es que lo que sucedió esa noche nunca debió suceder. Y yo sé que estar bajo los efectos de drogas no es una excusa.
But drugs does destroy your brain and does destroy your life in every aspect, in every way.
Pero las drogas sí destruyen el cerebro y también destruyen la vida de uno en cada aspecto de toda manera.
Okay, and so a couple of things there. One is just to understand, and I want to preface this by thanking the victim for their statement and recognizing that there's nothing that you can take away from a mother greater than a child.
Bien, entonces un par de cosas ahí. El primero es para entender. Yo quiero comenzar esto al agradecer a la víctima por su declaración y reconociendo que no hay nada que uno puede quitarle de una madre que sea más valioso que un hijo.
And there's no giving that back, and the only way to make up for that is to do a living amends by how you perform incarcerated in the community.
No hay manera de poder volverle la vida a la persona y ni tampoco hay una manera de poder compensar por eso. Lo único que puede uno hacer es viviendo una vida arrepentida en conjunto con la manera que usted se comporta de dentro de estar encarcelado o en la comunidad.
So just up front, You were a heroin addict and the victim was your drug dealer. Is that correct?
Entonces, para llegar al grano, usted era adicto a la heroína y la víctima fue la persona quien le repartía las drogas. ¿Eso es correcto?
Yes.
Sí.
And everything that happened here was over money.
Over money.
Y todo lo que sucedió aquí era, tenía que ver con dinero. Con
And that
dinero.
was money that you owed the victim.
Y eso
Yes.
fue dinero que usted le debía a la víctima. Sí.
So that's important for context. So a
Entonces-
continuation of the question that I have.
Entonces eso es importante para el contexto. Entonces, para continuar la pregunta que yo tenía,
Why do you feel now is the appropriate time for the board to grant the compensation?
¿por qué piensa que ahora es el momento apropiado para que la Junta le conceda una conmutación de pena?
It's kind of hard for me to answer this question because I don't want to take away from the fact that I did end up taking a life when I don't know how to say this, so please don't take this the wrong way.
Entonces, es un poquito difícil para que yo conteste esta pregunta porque yo no quiero quitar del hecho de que sí, de hecho yo le quité la vida a una persona. Entonces, yo no sé cómo poder decir esto. Por favor, no lo tome de la manera equivocada.
I'm not taking away from the fact that I took Mr. Torres' life, and like I said in the beginning, I never meant to.
Y no estoy quitando del hecho de que le quité la vida del señor Torres y como dije al comienzo, yo nunca tenía intención de hacer eso.
But when we were in the car, he was the one that initiated the whole situation and came at me with the razor and started the whole incident.
Pero cuando estuvimos dentro del carro, él es el que instigó toda la situación y él se vino hacia mí con la navaja y eso comenzó todo el incidente.
So to go along with that, what was your frame of mind and what were you experiencing at the time that you did this?
Entonces, para seguir con eso, ¿en qué estado de mente estaba, en qué estado de mente tenía usted? ¿Qué estado de mente tenía usted? ¿Y qué estaba usted pasando en el momento que usted hizo esto?
There was a lot of fear going through me at that time. Like, it's when you're put in a situation like that, you never know how you're going to react. And
Había bastante miedo en aquel momento y cuando uno está dentro de una situación así, uno nunca sabe cómo va a reaccionar próximamente.
And like I said at the beginning, if I could do it all over again, I would have went to the police department and filed a report, which I probably should have did. And I am really sorry that I didn't.
Entonces, como yo dije, si yo pudiera hacerlo otra vez de nuevo todo, hubiera ido al departamento de la policía y hubiera presentado una denuncia, que probablemente debía haber hecho eso. Y realmente lamento que no lo hice.
So you said you were feeling fear. Had you recently used or what was your mental state?
Entonces, usted dice que tenía miedo. ¿Usted había últimamente utilizado drogas? ¿Cómo era su estado mental?
I was using a lot, and it wasn't just heroin. It was a lot of Oxycontins too at the time.
Y estaba yo utilizando drogas bastante en ese tiempo. No solamente heroína, pero también oxycontin.
So you weren't sick at the time, though, right?
Pero usted no estaba enfermo en aquel momento, ¿correcto?
I don't remember as well that night, but I would say that at the time I was going to meet him was probably to cop at that time on top of it.
No realmente recuerdo esa noche, pero yo diría que en el momento que yo iba a reunirme con él, probablemente estaba bien subido en el momento.
So what resulted, the reaction to what happened, and certainly, if I go along with the wound that you had on your arm and blocking and things like that, the response that happened at that time.
Entonces, ¿qué resultó con la reacción que sucedió? Si yo lo di de manera más larga, la lesión que usted tenía en su brazo y el movimiento de bloquear y cosas así, y la respuesta que usted tuvo en aquel momento.
The confrontation.
Hang on one second. It seemed, I hadn't finished. It seems that was way over the top.
Y espere un momento. Parece que no había terminado. Parece que fue demasiado intenso.
I can go through the whole scenario.
No, I don't want you to do that.
And and that's what I'm saying. I don't want to do that.
Yo podría repasar todo el escenario. Y yo no digo que yo quiera hacer eso, pero no se quiere que se haga eso.
And like I said, I never meant to kill him. When I left Mr. Torres at the end of the whole incident, he was still alive. And I didn't realize that I had hurt him as bad as I did during the incident.
Y como le dije, yo nunca tenía intención de hacerle daño al señor Torres, que al final del incidente, él todavía aún estaba vivo y no me di cuenta que lo había lesionado tan severamente durante el incidente. Y
the reason why I went through that was you talked about the Alternatives to Violence program and some of the things that you've done along with working with some gang members and such. But we still need to recognize the fact of the state that you were in at the time and what happened in order to find out if there is, extraordinary circumstances that have happened since you've been incarcerated that would warrant a commutation.
Yes.
One moment, please, for the interpreter. Y la razón por cual yo repasé eso era que usted había hablado del programa de alternativos a la violencia. Y algunas de las cosas que usted había hecho en trabajar con uno de los miembros de las pandillas y tal así. Entonces, todavía tenemos que reconocer el hecho de que el estado del cual se encontraba en aquel momento y qué sucedió para enterarnos si es que hubieron circunstancias extraordinarias que han sucedido desde que usted fue encarcelado que merecen una conmutación de pena.
Okay, so you spoke, and I'm not going to go through this again, but one of the questions that I had was, how can you demonstrate that you're fundamentally different from the person who committed the offense? Thank you for covering that information during your statement.
One moment, please, for the interpreter. Bien, entonces yo voy a repasar esto otra vez, pero una de las preguntas que yo tenía era cómo puede demostrar usted que usted es una persona fundamentalmente diferente de la persona quien cometió el delito. Y gracias por cubrir esa información durante su declaración.
So the one question that I do have that I have that hasn't really been addressed here is the last 4 tickets that you have, last 4 disciplinary reports that you have that go back with 12 years are for fights. And I want to clarify that I understand that there's a fighting ticket and there's an assault ticket.
Entonces,
you do not have assault tickets.
Entonces, la única pregunta que sí tengo es, y del cual no fue abordado aquí, es que tiene que ver con las 4 citaciones que usted tiene. Entonces, los 4 informes de disciplina que usted tiene que remontan hacia 12 años. Son 4 peleas. Y quiero esclarecer que yo entiendo que hubo una situación de pelea y hay una situación de agresión. Que usted no tiene situaciones de agresión.
So the last ticket was in 2022. The one before that was in 2017. So it's going back 10 years. Can you tell me, what was the basis of those 2 fighting tickets, especially the one in 2022?
Y la última situación que usted tuvo fue en el 2022 y antes de eso hubo uno previo en el 2017 y eso remonta hacia 10 años atrás. ¿Me puede decir cuál fue la base de esas situaciones de pelea, especialmente la que sucedió en el 2022?
So the fight in 2022, we were both chairmen.
May the interpreter ask for repetition? We were both.
Janitor is probably the closest word, right? To chairman?
Yeah, janitor.
Entonces, la del 2022, nosotros los dos fuimos personas de mantenimiento.
The counselor gave me bleach earlier in the morning. It was during COVID time when everything was really bad in here. And
El consejero me había dado, me había dado bleach más temprano en la mañana y era durante el tiempo de COVID, cuando todas las cosas estuvieron muy malos aquí.
And he specifically asked me not to hand out the bleach to anybody else, only to use it in the showers, to clean the showers and make sure that they were clean so nobody contracted the COVID as easily as they could.
Y específicamente me habían pedido que no comparta bleach a nadie, solamente utilizar ese agente de limpieza dentro de las duchas y asegurarnos que todos estén limpios para que nadie resulte con COVID y que lo haga fácilmente.
And one of the other chairmen wanted the bleach, and I told him I couldn't give it to him, and that was started off as an argument earlier in the day.
Y uno de los otros trabajadores de mantenimiento me había pedido que le preste esta agente de limpieza y le dije que no se le podía dar y eso comenzó como una pelea más temprano en el día.
Then later and again on that night with the same individual, we were passing out the dinner trays. He took some extra dinner trays and 2 people didn't get their trays and didn't get to eat. So I approached him and asked him if he could give one of the trays to the gentleman that didn't eat.
One moment, please, for the interpreter. Y entonces otra vez esa misma noche, con el mismo individuo, estábamos entregando el servicio de la cena y él se había llevado una de las bandejas adicionales de la cena y habían 2 personas que no habían recibido sus bandejas, entonces no pudieron comer. Me acerqué a él y le pregunté si él me pudiera dar una de esas bandejas al caballero que no comió.
Another argument started between us with him arguing with me, and I kind of calmed him down a little, and he started walking away, and somebody had said something to him out of his cell when he walked away.
One moment, please. Y otro argumento surgió entre él y yo, con él argumentando conmigo, y yo como que me calmé un poco y él empezó a caminar hacia la otra dirección y alguien le dijo algo a él desde su celda mientras que él caminaba.
He ended up coming back in my face and he hit me in the face, and I basically just took him and dragged him down to the ground until they came and broke up the situation.
Y él resultó acercándose hacia mi cara y me dio golpe a la cara. Y yo lo agarré y lo tiré al piso hasta que ellos vinieran y terminaron la situación.
Okay.
Nobody really got hurt or nothing during that incident. It was just something that should have never happened and just ended up happening. It's jail. I mean, people just get angry for no reason sometimes.
Nadie, y quiero decir que nadie realmente resultó herido durante ese incidente. Fue algo que realmente nunca debió suceder, pero resultó sucediendo dentro de la cárcel. Me refiero a que a veces la gente se molesta por no tener ninguna razón, a veces. Sin tener razón a veces.
So, and then, okay, so that's the 2022 ticket. And just to clarify as well, I just want to go back to the 2017 ticket.
Yeah.
Entonces, yo también quería aclarar que eso fue la situación del 2022, pero también quiero esclarecer que quiero volver a la situación del 2017.
Can you explain that?
So 2017 was more Mr. Gilliard, he was pushing my buttons all morning long, and he was being belligerent and argumentative. I went to the kitchen staff.
Entonces usted podría explicar eso. Entonces, la situación de 2017, eso era más el señor Gilliard. Él estaba instigándome toda la mañana y él fue argumentativo. Entonces yo fui al personal que se encarga de la cocina.
I went to the kitchen staff and I asked them to intervene. The supervisor, Chinelli, went and talked to Mr. Gilliard and told him to cut it out. And it was 5:30 in the morning. We were serving breakfast.
Entonces yo fui al personal de la cocina y les pedí que ellos intervengan, y la supervisora Chinelli, ella fue y habló con el señor Gilliard y le dijo que ya pare de hacer eso. Y era las 5:30 de la mañana, estábamos entregando desayuno.
He invited me to his private parts and we just started talking. We started fighting after that. It was just.
Me invitó a sus partes privadas y empezamos a hablar y empezamos a pelear después.
So was that the catalyst for any significant change?
¿Y eso fue lo que instigó un cambio significativo?
That fight in 2017 was the one that changed me the most, because I realized that I had to drop my pride and start becoming a more humble person.
Esa pelea de 2017 fue la que me hizo cambiar lo más. Porque yo me di cuenta que yo tenía que dejar de lado mi orgullo y empezar a convertirme en una persona más humilde.
My daughter at that time, when I got into that fight, she told me, she said, "Dad," she said, "you always tell me that sticks and stones may break my bones, but names will never hurt me."
Mi hija en aquel momento, cuando yo me metí en esa pelea, me dijo que las palabras tal vez me causan que me sienta herida, pero eso no me va a lesionar.
And she was right. And after that, I never really let anybody get to me anymore. Like, if you could say whatever you want to me now, and I just can walk away without even any kind of confrontation or anything.
Y ella tenía razón, porque después de eso realmente yo no dejé a otras personas que me fastidien. Ya. Usted podría decir que me podría decir cualquier cosa y yo podría caminar en la dirección opuesta, sin ninguna confrontación o nada.
Did you take programs after that that were related to any kind of anger management or AVP or anything like that?
Well, I took the advanced AVP after that.
¿Y usted participó en algún programa que fue relacionado con eso o algún tipo de manejamiento de ira o al programa AVP o algo así? May the interpreter ask for the repetition from the party who is
Alternative to Violence. Alternative to Violence program.
el programa alternativo a violencia.
Yeah, I took the advanced AVP after that incident and the people empowering people.
Sí, yo participé en el programa avanzado de alternativos a violencia, a ese programa. Y también participé en el programa People Empowering People. So the
Yes,
members
but
of
we
the
understand,
parties-
interpreter, that you need to leave. Yeah,
I
we
am
will
getting-
relieve you at this time.
Apologies. I don't know if I can just quickly talk to my supervisor because he wants to call me right now, and I am very sorry to interrupt the hearing.
That's okay. We're going to bring in the board's interpreter clerk, and we thank you for your service today.
Thank you. Am I being
Great
relieved
job.
then?
So
You did a great job.
Thank you. Just for clarity, am I being relieved right now?
yes, you are. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Apologies again for the interruption.
Okay, so we brought in the board's interpreter clerk, Daisy Caporal, and she'll be sworn in at this time. Thank you, Officer Mack.
Please state your name for the record.
Daisy Caporal.
Please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear or solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that you will faithfully discharge according to law your duties as an interpreter to the best of your abilities, so help you God, or upon penalty of perjury.
I do.
Thank you.
Okay, I just have a couple more questions for you. So many incarcerated individuals complete programs and for the most part have good conduct through. What distinguishes your rehabilitation from that of other applicants who seek commutation?
Okay, hold.
Yo solamente tengo un par de preguntas para usted. Entonces, nosotros tenemos muchos individuos que también completan programas y también tienen buen comportamiento. Creo yo saber qué es lo que lo separa a usted de los otros aplicantes que están solicitando la conmutación.
It took a lot for me to change. I was never a bad person per se. I just like the drugs, and I don't use it as an excuse, but the drugs make you a different person inside and out. And I suffered from ADHD my whole life. I've been on medications since a kid, and I never really knew what normal felt like until I've been off the drugs and did these past 24 years sober.
Tomó mucho para que yo pudiera cambiar. En realidad no quiero decir que nunca fui una mala persona, pero sí hice drogas. Entonces, no quiero echarle toda la culpa o responsabilidad a las drogas, pero las drogas te hacen que seas una persona diferente, tanto por dentro como por fuera. Al igual que también sufría yo del trastorno del que se conoce como el ADHD, que es de hiperactividad. Entonces, tuve ese trastorno toda mi vida. Entonces, desde que yo era niño, y nunca me sentí como que era yo mismo hasta que pude estar ebrio durante estos 24 años.
You know, I've always had a big heart, and I help out as many people as I can in here. I mean, a lot of people come to me with their issues. I'm almost like an elder because I've been in jail so long. A lot of people have known me forever. Some things in jail you just can't avoid, and I wish I could have avoided everything. If you read most of the things the COs have wrote, or the captains or the lieutenants, they'll all tell you that I'm not the person to initiate anything or or even put myself into situations like that.
Yeah, I absolutely read that. Can you tell me, as long as that's, we're on that subject, because that's one thing that, is important. How, if you were, released earlier from, through commutation, how would you handle, a recovery in community?
Well, that was part of my statement.
One second for the interpreter, please. Okay. So yo tengo un corazón grande. He ayudado a mucha gente aquí con sus problemas. En realidad, mucha gente viene y me mira y me busca para ayudarles con sus problemas. Lo ven como una persona con señoría, se puede decir, ya que he estado encarcelado por mucho tiempo. Entonces, en realidad no puedo yo evitar todo lo que sucede aquí en la cárcel. Me gustaría decir que ojalá y sí pudiera evitar lo que sucede aquí, pero si ustedes miran lo que han escrito los oficiales de la correccional, a los capitanes o a los oficiales de aquí, pueden ver que yo no era quien comenzaba estas cosas o me ponía yo en esta situación inicialmente. Entonces, el señor Paul dijo, sí, puedo ver eso. Y ya que estamos en este tema, ya que pienso que es importante, quería yo preguntarle a usted que si es liberado por medio de la conmutación, ¿cómo es que usted piensa mantenerse rehabilitado o en rehabilitación?
So that wasn't part of my statement that I didn't get to read.
Okay.
I plan on working in the community centers in New Haven, like for children's community centers, because when I grew up, I was going to the community centers to help me a lot. And I know that with my past experiences, I can help kids to stay on the right track.
Right.
And
Can I pause for a second? Because my question is about you and recovery.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Ese es un tema importante de mi declaración que en realidad no tuve oportunidad de leer. He estado trabajando en los centros comunitarios de la ciudad de New Haven, en centros comunitarios para niños. Entonces, eso es algo que a mí me ha ayudado en el pasado y basado en mis experiencias del pasado, siento que es algo en lo que puedo ayudar mucho. El señor Paul dijo, necesito pausarle en este momento porque en realidad mi pregunta era más acerca sobre usted y su rehabilitación de usted.
So my best friend Christy has been in recovery for the past 12 to 14 years. She's been clean and sober, and she goes to NA meetings every week. And I told her that I would like to participate with her going to her NA meetings when she goes a week. And I also plan on getting a therapist when I come home, because there's no way you can be in jail as long as I have and not seek some kind of therapy or counsel. And I also know that C-Card, which I tried to get into, which I'm on a waiting list, they have programs on the street where if I feel like the urge to do anything or need help, that I can go to a C-Card place and get the help that I need.
Muy bien, entonces yo he hablado con mi amiga Christy. Ella ha estado yendo a juntas de alcohólicos anónimos por varios años. Entonces ella va durante los fines de semana y yo le he comentado a ella que a mí me gustaría participar yendo con ella cuando ella vaya. Al igual que también, claro, me gustaría buscar algún tipo de ayuda de terapia. Ya que pues no has estado en la cárcel tanto tiempo como yo he estado sin necesitar ese tipo de terapia. También tengo una tarjeta que se llama la tarjeta C-Card, donde en realidad me he puesto en la lista, pero me tienen en la lista de espera para este programa. Pero sé que hay programas en la comunidad que también te dan este tipo de ayuda, que si yo sintiera la necesidad de hacer algo, podría yo ir a buscar ayuda en este centro.
So I'm gonna just one last question. So why should the board be confident that you do not pose a risk to public safety if released?
Muy bien, le voy a hacer una última pregunta. Yo quería saber por qué la Junta debe de tener la confianza en usted de que si usted fuera puesto en libertad, usted no sería un peligro para la comunidad, para la gente en la comunidad.
the whole incident was an isolated incident. I don't really pose a threat to anybody. I think I've proven that in the last 24 years in prison. Like I said, if you read anything that everybody has written for me, they'll let you know that I am not the person that starts conflict or anything. And like I said, I've grown up a lot. I know that police are a good thing. And when I was younger, growing up where I grew up, we were always taught that police aren't a good thing. But I've 100% changed my tune on that.
Bueno, entonces quiero dejar saber que el incidente que sucedió fue un incidente solo, un incidente que fue aislado. Entonces, en realidad, yo no soy una amenaza para nadie. Mis 24 años encarcelado, ustedes pueden ver durante esos 24 años que he estado encarcelado, si leen todo lo que han escrito acerca de mí durante este tiempo, pueden ver que yo no soy alguien que comienza conflictos. Además, aparte de eso, yo ya he crecido bastante. Ahora yo pienso que la policía es una cosa buena. Antes no lo pensaba así cuando yo era niño y en el lugar en donde yo crecí, en la comunidad en la que yo crecí, nos enseñaron que la policía no era algo bueno, pero yo ya no creo eso.
Madam Chair, I don't have any further questions.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Capone, I want to return to the victim's mother's statement because she asked a question, and if we can attempt to give her an answer to that question, I think we should do so. Do you remember what the question was?
I'm sorry.
Señor, muchas gracias. Ya no hay ninguna preguntas. Señor Capone, me gustaría regresar a la declaración de la madre de la víctima. Ella dio una declaración e hizo una pregunta. ¿Recuerda usted cuál era esa pregunta?
No, said no. Okay, so the question was, why did you have to kill my son? And I want you to keep in mind, we all know that you left the scene, so you were no longer in danger, and you returned to the scene to harm him some more. So keeping that in mind, I would like you to attempt to answer the question. Let the interpreter.
Le voy a dejar saber lo que era la pregunta. Ella le preguntó a usted, ¿por qué tuvo que matar a mi hijo? Recuerde usted que usted estaba en la escena y se había ido de la escena. Entonces usted al irse de la escena ya no estaba en peligro. Pero usted regresó a la escena para hacerle daño a la víctima. Entonces me gustaría que usted intentara responderle la pregunta a la madre de la víctima.
So during the altercation, I was hit in the head with a bat myself during the whole altercation. And after I got hit in the head with a bat, I feel like I had a mild concussion because everything was going in and out after that point to me. And I dropped the bat when I was done. Supposedly we left the parking lot, and my brother, who was with me at the time, got nervous and was like, you like, I dropped the bat and go get the bat and the knife. What were you doing? And so he drove back into the parking lot, which I wish he never did. And when I went to go retrieve the bat from the ground, Mr. Torres came back at me with the razor, and that's when we started all over again. And like I said, I wish that never happened. And I like I said, when I left the scene, he was still alive, and I didn't mean to take his life. And that's the honest to God answer.
Si se recuerdan lo del altercado, hubo el altercado tomó lugar. Durante el altercado me golpearon en la cabeza con un bate. Después de que me golpearon en la cabeza con el bate, yo pensé que tenía daño en la cabeza, una contusión o algo, porque sentía que iba y venía, entraba y salía como de conocimiento. Entonces se me cayó el bate o tiré el bate. Después de eso nosotros nos fuimos del estacionamiento. Mi hermano estaba conmigo y me fui con mi hermano, pero después mi hermano me dijo, ¿por qué dejaste el bate y la navaja ahí? Hay que regresar a traerlos o a recogerlos. Entonces, él fue quien condució de regreso al estacionamiento, lo cual hubiera yo querido que no hiciera eso. En realidad, deseo con toda mi fuerza que no hubiéramos regresado, pero regresamos. Entonces, cuando yo regresé al estacionamiento para recoger el bate, es cuando el señor Torres regresó y se abalanzó hacia mí. Ya él tenía un tipo de navaja y es cuando todo el altercado volvió a comenzar de nuevo. De nuevo les reitero que en realidad yo no quería quitarle la vida, yo no quería que eso pasara. Cuando yo me fui de ahí, el señor Torres todavía estaba con vida.
Thank you. Okay, you've mentioned several times that you abused substances at that time. Can you tell us what recovery efforts you've been involved with in the prison?
Muy bien, entonces, está bien, entonces usted mencionó varias veces de que usted pues abusaba de sustancias. Quería yo saber cuáles han sido sus esfuerzos para recuperarse de esto, cuáles son los esfuerzos que ha hecho para estar en rehabilitación y recuperación de esto.
I was part of, like I said, I was part of the Red Road Recovery Program, which is for substance abuse. It's a Native American program. I was part of it for 2 years, and it hit on a lot of the same things like NA does and AA does. And we talk a lot about what our triggers were and stress and how to control them and where to seek help. And I tried to take the Tier 2 program, and as you can see, you have a request in there that they said I had too much time to take any kind of institutional drug program. And
are you involved in NA or AA right now?
No, I have a job that's like 24 hours, and I don't have the time to like do too many things.
Muy bien, entonces yo he tomado parte en un programa de recuperación de uso o abuso de sustancias. Es un tipo de programa para los nativos indios de aquí. He estado en ese programa ya por 2 años. Es algo similar al programa de NAIAA, que es de Alcohólicos Anónimos y Narcóticos Anónimos, a donde hablamos acerca de qué es lo que hace que nosotros tengamos la urgencia del uso, al igual que también los estresores o a los factores estresantes que nos pueden causar a llevar al uso, al igual que también el control. Y también en donde es que uno puede buscar ayuda si es que para necesitarla. También he tratado de entrar al programa nivel 2 o conocido como Tier 2. Si ustedes pueden ver, está mi solicitud, pero me dijeron que tenía yo mucho tiempo o algo así. La presidenta le preguntó si estaba en el programa de NA o AA. De nuevo, esto es Alcohólicos Anónimos o Narcóticos Anónimos. El señor respondió de que no estoy porque en realidad tengo un trabajo de 24 horas y no tengo tiempo.
Okay, we need to take a 5-minute recess. Stay put, we'll be right back.
Vamos a tomar un receso de 5 minutos. Por favor, manténganse ahí. Regresaremos.
The hearing is still live to the public, so I would ask everyone to remain silent in the meantime, otherwise the public can hear you.
En realidad, cuando me ingresaron, yo di una nueva sentencia.
Are you ready?
Yep. Thank you.
Yep, back on the record. We'll wait for the camera to shift. All right, thank you. Sorry for the interruption. Mr. Capone, I wanted to address the 2017 disciplinary report.
Yes.
Señor Capón, quería yo hablar acerca del reporte disciplinario del 2017.
Your explanation is a little concerning to me because not only do we have the disciplinary report, we have the police report because it resulted in a new conviction for assault third.
Yes.
Muy bien, entonces, la explicación que usted me dio fue un poco preocupante acerca de ese reporte disciplinario. Tenemos el reporte disciplinario, al igual que también el reporte de policía, porque esto resultó en una nueva sentencia por agresión en tercer grado.
In your explanation here today, you said that he said something to you and the two of you started fighting, but that's not what happened.
En su explicación el día de hoy, usted dijo que él le dijo algo a usted, ustedes comenzaron un altercado físico, pero en realidad no fue eso lo que sucedió.
He said something to you and you punched him in the face.
Él le dijo algo a usted y usted le dio un golpe en la cara.
I want you to recognize it's very different to say, well, we started fighting, or I didn't like what he said, so I punched him in the face and then we started fighting.
Entonces, lo que yo quiero es que usted reconozca que es diferente decir, hay una diferencia entre decir, me dijo algo y comenzamos a pelear, a que él me dijo algo, no me gustó lo que me dijo, entonces yo le golpeé y después comenzó la pelea física.
Oh, I'm sorry, and I didn't mean it like that because when the guy came and interviewed me, I told him that I was the one that hit him that day.
I understand.
And
I
was
just wanted to be clear to everybody,
no,
because in
yeah.
order to take full responsibility and not minimize something, you have to present the facts correctly. You understand?
I get you. I'm sorry for that. I didn't mean it like in a bad way. Like I took responsibility for that because when I went to court, I even pled guilty and I didn't even.
Yeah, I know you did.
Yes. Yes.
Lo siento mucho, me disculpo, no lo quise decir de esa manera. En realidad, cuando me ingresaron, yo dije que yo le había golpeado. La presidenta dijo, sí, entiendo, pero necesitaba yo aclarar eso, ya que en orden para tomar responsabilidad total de algo, no tiene uno que minimizar lo que se hizo o los hechos. En realidad, tiene uno que decir o declarar estos hechos correctamente. El señor Capón dijo, sí, lo entiendo, no lo quise decir de esta manera, tomo responsabilidad completa, hasta me declaré culpable cuando fuimos al tribunal.
You were involved in an education program, I think it's an acronym, SCEA. Can you tell us what that is?
Muy bien, entonces está usted
Is it SIA? I don't
I
know.
think it's second chance.
Second
Oh, Second Chance
Education.
Educational Alliance,
Yeah,
okay.
hey.
How many classes did you take?
If I hope that's what it is. That's what it is.
Good for you.
Muy bien, veo que estás.
Get a raise. How many classes did you take?
What is that? I don't understand what SEC is.
Did you take classes
Second
with
Chance?
Second Chance Alliance's education?
No, I was supposed to take classes, but my paperwork got messed up, and the counselor that was doing my paperwork at the time ended up leaving, and then I ended up getting my new job, and I didn't really have time to take the classes as far as college in jail. I've taken some courses on correspondence courses that I've done while I've been in jail.
Right. We did read about those. Yep. Go ahead. Sorry.
Ok, entonces quería preguntarle si está usted involucrado en un programa de educación que se llama Second Chance Alliance Education. El señor Capón dijo, no estoy. Creo que iba yo a comenzar, pero la persona que estaba haciendo el papeleo para eso terminó yéndose. Después de eso yo conseguí el nuevo trabajo, el nuevo empleo. Entonces ya no tuve tiempo para tomar las clases mientras estaba yo en la correccional. Pero sí he tomado algunos cursos por correspondencia.
Thank you. You've held several jobs throughout your incarceration. Are you currently working as a plumber?
I work as general maintenance.
General maintenance, okay.
Muy bien, entonces veo que ha tenido usted varios empleos durante su encarcelamiento. En este momento trabaja usted como plomero, en realidad en el mantenimiento general.
But I am the
Go ahead.
I'm sorry, but I am the 24-hour on-call plumber all throughout the night.
Soy el plomero que está listo o en espera para asistir 24 horas al día.
You received excellent evaluations from program facilitators and supervisors in all of the jobs that you held. In addition, and this is very rare, but we received letters of recommendation from several staff members in the prison system.
Muy bien, entonces usted recibió recomendaciones excelentes de supervisores en los trabajos que ha tenido en la instalación, al igual que también hemos recibido varias cartas. Esto es un poco raro, pero porque recibimos varias cartas de recomendación de diferentes empleados del sistema correccional.
Okay. Mr. Rodriguez?
Yeah, I just want to go back to your disciplinary reports. You've taken program, what I have on record is that you took anger management in 2015.
Yes.
And then you took alternatives to violence. I have it back in 2010.
That was the original.
Yeah, but can you just share with us what happened that you didn't utilize the skills that you learned in those programs in both of your disciplinary reports, both in 2017 and in 2022? What happened that, you took the programming, what didn't work for you?
Muy bien, entonces quiero regresar a sus reportes disciplinarios porque veo que usted tomó un programa en el 2015 de manejo de ira, al igual que también veo que tomó el programa de alternativas a violencia en el 2010. Yo quería preguntarle a usted, ¿qué sucedió que usted no pudo usar las herramientas que aprendió en esos programas en sus reportes disciplinarios del 2017 y el 2022? ¿Qué fue lo que pasó? ¿Por qué no funcionó lo que usted aprendió en esos programas?
Well, like I said, about 2022, I thought I had the whole situation diffused between me and the other tier man. By the end of the altercation, like I said, he walked away. Somebody said something to him. Out of the cell, I don't know who it was or what happened, that put a battery in his back that made him come back at me and hit me. And like I said, I only put him on the ground. I didn't try to hurt him. I didn't try to do anything until the staff came. In 2017, with Mr. Gillier, like I explained, I went to the staff member and he went and tried to de-escalate the situation. I thought it was all de-escalated. And it was like, it's bad to invite somebody to your privates in prison. And it's almost known by anybody that that is like one of the worst things that you can do to another individual or say to another individual. And like I said, my pride got in my way that day, and I've humbled myself a lot since that day. That was like one of the incidents.
You know, what's going to happen at some other point when that happens to you again? I mean, you take these programs to kind of figure out ways to be able to work through these things, so you don't find yourself in those situations. You know.
En el incidente del 2022, como saben, esa situación yo traté de calmar la situación. Yo pensé que ya se había calmado la situación y que era el final del altercado. Él se marchó y alguien de una celda dijo algo que causó que él regresara a golpearme. Entonces yo lo que hice en realidad, yo no lo golpeé ni lo traté de lastimar, simplemente lo puse hacia el piso y lo mantuve ahí hasta que viniera alguien del personal a ayudar, a asistir. En los casos del 2017 con el señor Gillard, como les digo, eso fue, fui a decirle a un miembro del personal de la correccional, ese miembro fue a tratar de calmar la situación y pensé que ya la situación se había calmado, que ya estaba todo bajo control. Pero aparentemente no fue así. Ahora todos los que están en la prisión, en la cárcel, saben que una de las cosas que puede hacer es invitar a alguien a áreas privadas. Entonces eso en realidad no se hace. Y tengo que decir que en esa situación dejé que mi orgullo fue tomar lo mejor de mí. Pero desde ese momento ya yo me he calmado un poco, a donde ya soy un poco más humilde. Entonces, es lo que puedo decir de eso. El señor Rodríguez dijo, sí, lo entiendo, pero ¿qué va a pasar en el futuro? Se supone que cuando usted toma este tipo de programas es para que le ayuden a controlar estas situaciones en el futuro.
All I can say is that I've given my word to both my children, and I've given my word to Deputy Warden Moore, and I've kept my word, and I don't let people get to me like that anymore. Like, you could say something to me today that you could have said to me 10 years ago that doesn't even bother me anymore. Like, my pride is gone. I've humbled myself to no end. And at home, if you do decide to release me, I know that I've got plenty of places to walk away and go, where in here, you're just in a tiny little box or area with people that sometimes, even if you try to walk away, you can't.
Yeah. Well, listen, I do want to acknowledge the excellent evaluations that you got and the work that you have done in terms of your work experience and your employment within the facility. They really do acknowledge that. And the letters of support that you got quite a few letters of support. But thank you for answering that question for me.
Thank you.
Muy bien, entonces lo que puedo decir es que yo ya le di mi palabra a mis hijos, al igual que también le he dado la palabra al presidente de aquí, el Warden Moore. Entonces, yo ya he dejado que cosas pequeñas como esas me molesten o me causen una reacción. Si es que yo fuera liberado o puesto en libertad, en realidad tengo tantos lugares a donde puedo ir, ya no estaría yo encerrado en una caja pequeña o en un lugar pequeño a donde en realidad luego no hay donde ir. Entonces el señor Sergio dijo muchas gracias, le entiendo eso, muchas gracias. Le quiero dejar saber de que reconozco eso y de que también quiero reconocer de que sí, en realidad usted ha recibido recomendaciones excelentes mientras ha tenido su estadía aquí. Entonces, sí, las cartas, recibió usted bastantes cartas de apoyo del personal de instalación.
Okay, we're done with our questions. So at this time, we will ask Attorney Doyle if he wants to give a statement.
Muy bien, entonces ya hemos terminado con nuestras preguntas. En este momento le vamos a pedir al abogado del Estado si es que él tiene alguna declaración que dar.
Thank you to the board. Before I start, I just want to make sure that you could hear me. If my state computer microphone's working. Thank you.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
I'll try. I know you've been here for quite a while, so I'll try to summarize this as best as possible. I'm asking this board not to commute Mr. Capone's sentence. This was an agreed disposition. He pled guilty to murder. Judge Fasano imposed a 30-year sentence by an agreement of the parties. This is not a trial situation. It's not a situation where he went to trial and then the board is sitting back reflecting upon what possibly a judge could or should have done after trial. It was an agreed disposition. So I agree with Ms. Torres, who started off when she indicated that this was justice. This is what she thought the defendant observed. She thought it was going to be there. I give her great credit. However, also indicating whatever the board's going to do, the board's going to do, and then recognize that. On behalf of the state, I'm asking the board not to reduce the defendant's sentence. And there's some things that I just need to correct that.
I
Some
just need a pause for
I
the
apologize.
interpreter.
I forgot about the interpreter. I'm sorry.
Bueno, muchas gracias. Primero que nada, quiero asegurarme de que la Junta pueda escucharme. La Junta respondió sí, sí se le puede escuchar. Entonces, sé que hemos estado aquí ya un largo tiempo. Voy a tratar de dar mi mejor resumen posible. Yo le voy a pedir a la Junta que por favor no le den la conmutación de la pena al señor Capón. Como saben, el señor Capón cumple una sentencia por homicidio. Él se declaró culpable de homicidio. No fue una situación en donde fuimos a un tribunal, hubo una audiencia donde se juzgó este caso. Él simplemente se declaró culpable de homicidio. Entonces, en este caso, estoy de acuerdo con la señora Torres. Como sabe, ella indicó y dijo que ella reconoce que en realidad la Junta va a hacer lo que la Junta va a hacer o va a decidir y que pues ella tendrá que acatarse a eso, pero sí estoy de acuerdo con ella que no se le debe dar la conmutación de la sentencia.
And I apologize for that. I'll address the interpreter in a moment. I'm not here to debate correctional theory and rehabilitational theory. That's for this board to determine. What I want to bring up is the fact that there was a plea deal where the defendant agreed to accept a 30-year plea sentence in regards to murder. Was it arranged?
Entonces no estoy aquí para volver a hacerlo, para volver a escuchar una audiencia o hablar acerca de la teoría de rehabilitación o lo que hace el sistema correccional o la Junta, sino que estoy aquí para recordar que el señor aceptó una sentencia de 30 años por homicidio. Él aceptó servir esta pena.
I'll leave the board to its own analysis or its own historical analysis of indeterminate sentencing in Connecticut in the 70s and 80s, of which was changed in the early 80s. Attorney Talbot brought up that 75% of, I think his comment was 75% of prisoners received commutations, and that the longest sentences were 20 to 25 years. That was during a period of time where individuals were sentenced from 20 to 25 years up to life in prison, and for then the process to address that. However, the legislature changed that, as Attorney Talbot brought up, in the early 90s, in the mid 80s.
Muy bien, entonces yo voy a dejar que la Junta haga su análisis propio, su análisis historial propio acerca de las penas o de las penas indeterminadas. Recuerden que estamos hablando de los 80s, a donde el señor mencionó que el 75% de reos o prisioneros cumplen una pena de 20-25 años, pero lo que no se mencionó es de que en realidad esto era en los 80s, cuando individuos estaban cumpliendo una pena, se puede decir, de 20-25 años hasta una pena de por vida, pero eso era en los 80, después eso ya cambió en los 90.
In addition, before this board and other bodies and courts, there's been arguments in the past that there's some apparently a federal study, which my understanding is a federal study of national averages of sentences on homicide offenses or murder-related offenses is somewhere in the 20 to 25 year sentence range. I do not believe that to be the case, but I'll leave the board to their own analysis.
Interpreter is going to have to either get slower sentences, briefer sentences, or more process. This is
okay,
a very fast information in lengthy format.
Sorry, thank you.
So to maintain the accuracy, I will need a repetition of said statements.
Yes. I'll rephrase it another way, Madam Interpreter. I apologize. Arguments have been made comparing sentences across the country to the federal system, where the federal system predominantly does not address murder or homicide charges. That is predominantly in the state system.
Sí, está bien, me disculpo con la intérprete, lo voy a decir de otra manera. Entonces, se ha discutido el tema de las sentencias o las penas cumplidas, donde algunos han comparado las penas con el estatales con el sistema federal, pero recuerden que el sistema federal en realidad no trata o aborda los temas de homicidio, sino que eso es un tema estatal.
However, it is said quite often, and when a board such as this needs to address issues of pardons or commutations or sentence mods or juvenile probation hearings, or when the courts need to address it, one of the first big issue is acceptance of responsibility.
Muy bien, entonces, ya dicho esto, esta junta, ya sea que esté lidiando con el tema de indultos, conmutaciones o temas de menores, de penas que tienen que ver con menores de edad. Algunas veces ellos cuando abordan este tema, una de las cosas que ellos hacen para aceptar la petición es que uno debe aceptar la responsabilidad del delito o del acto.
So the board is going to have to balance who's the defendant now, what has he done to rehabilitate himself, and what were the circumstances of his offense.
Entonces, lo que la Junta va a tener que hacer ahora es encontrar en dónde se encuentra el reo ahora en caso de su rehabilitación y también tomar en cuenta cuáles fueron las circunstancias de su delito.
And I appreciate the victim's mother being on this call, and this may be difficult for what I have to say next, but what I want to point out to this panel is the defendant, after an altercation with the victim, returned to a crime scene to recover a bat he left there and smashed the victim's head in with a baseball bat.
Muy bien, entonces yo agradezco que la madre de la víctima se encuentre con nosotros el día de hoy. Esto va a ser un poco difícil por lo que voy a decir próximamente. Entonces, el encarcelado, el preso, el día de hoy el acusado estuvo en una altercación con la víctima. Se había ido y regresó después de haberse ido a la escena del delito, a donde él fue a recoger un bate. Él con este bate terminó golpeándole la cabeza a la víctima. Se puede decir destruyéndole la cabeza, golpeándolo con el bate en la cabeza.
The board noted it has the incident reports in this matter. I'm sure it has the commutation packet, which I now have. Believe it has transcripts of the defendant's plea and sentencing. And then it has what was presented here today.
Entonces, la Junta indicó de que ellos tienen la petición de la conmutación, también tienen el paquete de la solicitud, al igual que también el reporte del incidente, lo cual también incluye la transcripción del caso y de la audiencia, al igual que también de la audiencia de la sentencia.
Basic facts I think we could all agree on is that the victim was a narcotics dealer, the defendant was a customer, and there was a dispute about money owed between the two individuals.
Muy bien, algo de lo cual sí todos podemos estar de acuerdo es de que la víctima vendía narcóticos, el acusado era cliente de la víctima y que el altercado tuvo que ver con cosas monetarias, de dinero.
When the police were investigating this matter, it was noted that the victim, after having been initially in an altercation with the defendant, fled to a building where a worker observed him attempting to gain aid for injuries that he had at that time.
Algo que tenemos que notar cuando sucedió la investigación de la policía, es de que se hizo una anotación a donde indicaron que después de que la víctima estuvo en el altercado con el acusado, la víctima trató de huir hacia un edificio para buscar ayuda por las lesiones que había tenido.
And then noted for the police that an individual came to the area in a pickup truck, exited the vehicle and proceeded to strike the victim several times in the head with a bat.
Entonces hay que notar de que se indicó en el reporte de policía de que un individuo vino en una camioneta, salió de esa camioneta y procedió a golpearle pues a la víctima con un bate en la cabeza.
So as opposed to calling the police indicating I have a problem with somebody where I may owe a drug debt, or I just got into an altercation with somebody over a drug debt, or I may have assaulted them, the defendant proceeded to return to the scene to recover evidence of his crime and promptly dispose of it, and then to take the life of Mr. Torres.
Entonces, en vez de que él llamara a la policía para dejar saber que había estado en un altercado con alguien por una deuda de drogas o narcóticos, o que había agredido a alguien por una deuda de narcóticos, el acusado lo que hizo fue regresar a la escena del crimen para recoger evidencia y tratar de destruir esas evidencias, y aparte de eso todavía le quitó la vida.
The autopsy or medical examiner's report, as noted at the plea, was consistent with the victim's fatal injuries occurring when he was on the ground and struck and hit by a baseball bat to his skull.
Entonces, también es importante mencionar que el reporte del examinador médico indica que la víctima, la causa de la muerte de la víctima, o que acudió a la muerte de la víctima, fue que él recibió estos golpes ya estando en el piso. Estando en el piso, él fue golpeado con un bate al cerebro, a la cabeza.
As noted in the offense summary that was prepared by somebody employed by the board, it is noted that the defendant falsely attempted to point the finger at a friend of his, who then subsequently responded and told the police the real story.
También se debe de dejar saber de que en el reporte, el resumen del delito, lo cual fue preparado por un miembro de la Junta, se indica de que el acusado intentó falsamente acusar a un amigo, lo cual resultó en que el amigo respondiera a estas acusaciones y en realidad contar cómo sucedieron los hechos en realidad.
That was after the first individual that Mr. Capone tried to pin this matter on told the police what he had known from the defendant, which is that the defendant went to the area to meet with Mr. Torres.
Y eso fue después de que el primer individuo al cual el señor Capón trató de involucrar o acusar en este hecho, le dedicara saber a los oficiales que el defendido había ido al área para verse con el señor Torres.
There was a second witness that also indicated to the police that Mr. Capone had enlisted him if he would go with him to, quote, watch his back and help him out, and that he was going to take a bat with him because he was going to meet with someone over his drug debt.
También hubo un segundo testigo que también les dejó saber a la policía de que el señor Capón le había pedido que fuera con él para que le cuidara las espaldas y le asistiera, ya que él iba a ir a ver a alguien y se iba a llevar un bate con él, iba a ir a encontrarse con alguien acerca de una deuda de narcóticos.
I'd also point out the defendant's assessment in his statement to the Board of Parole, and I believe it's page 17 of the commutation packet, don't comport with the transcripts that the board has in regards to the brother's responsibility and the brother's part of this particular incident. And I just like to address a few of those points.
Muy bien, entonces también me gustaría que fuéramos a la página 17 o viéramos la página 17 del paquete de conmutaciones que tiene acerca de la declaración del acusado, a donde se habla, o la porción donde se habla de la responsabilidad que tuvo el hermano en este incidente. Quiero señalar algunos puntos acerca de esa parte.
The prosecutor at the sentencing and at the plea was very clear that this was a murder charge for the state from the beginning.
Interpreter needs a repetition, please.
Can you repeat that, please, Attorney?
I apologize. The plea transcripts and the transcripts provided reflect that this was a murder charge for the state from the beginning.
Muy bien, entonces la transcripción que se ha obtenido, tenemos con nosotros de acerca de la aceptación de la culpabilidad, indica aquí que esta pena desde un principio fue por cargos de homicidio, de asesinato.
I've reviewed the transcripts and I've reviewed the original files when I saw this documentation here about efforts to obtain a plea to a manslaughter. I don't dispute that happened. I do dispute whether that was actually part of the discussions in working out this case, which is why I endeavored to get the transcripts of this matter.
Entonces, he revisado las transcripciones en este caso, en el expediente, y puedo notar aquí de que hubo un esfuerzo de que esto se bajara, la pena, la sentencia o el cargo se bajara a un delito menor de homicidio sin intención o por comportamiento imprudente. No discuto en totalidad de que esto haya sucedido. En realidad quiero ver si esta fue una discusión, una plática que se tuvo, lo cual es la razón por la cual yo me di a la tarea de peticionar o pedir las transcripciones.
It didn't come up before the board today, but it is noted in both the packet and in the assessment about the search and revolving manslaughter and what was going to happen with the brother's case if the defendant did not accept responsibility and plead. And I'll leave you with this. I completely disagree with that assessment that is in here.
The interpreter does need a repetition. Can you please repeat that, sir?
Sure. The what is in the offender's version and that which is in the motion where it is asserted that pressure upon the defendant due to the situation with his brother is what led him to enter the guilty plea. Those parts I disagree with entirely.
Muy bien, entonces.
I'm sorry, Madam Interpreter.
Hubo una plática o algo se mencionó de que aparentemente hubo presión en el acusado con los cargos que le iban a imputar al hermano, lo cual le causó esta presión al acusado para que él se declarara culpable de los cargos de asesinato, lo cual yo estoy indicando que no estoy de acuerdo con esa declaración o ese hecho.
Mr. Capone's assertions today and then in documents that he did not intend to kill Mr. Torres and that Mr. Torres, when he was alive, when he left the scene, I can't disagree with the latter part, but I do disagree with the part where he did not intend to kill Mr. Torres.
Entonces, el señor Capone dio una declaración el día de hoy donde él indicó de que no fue su intención de él matar al señor Torres y de que el señor Torres todavía estaba con vida cuando él se fue de la escena. En realidad, yo no puedo discutir o no estar de acuerdo con la última parte de esa declaración. Con lo que sí estoy en desacuerdo es con la primera parte donde él indica de que él no quería o no había sido su intención asesinar o matar al señor Torres.
The assertion that his brother, who had no prior criminal record at the time and who eventually was granted accelerated rehabilitation, that he would face more jail time than the defendant is, in my experience, incorrect.
Entonces, la declaración de que su hermano de él, que en realidad no tiene un récord de antecedentes penales o no tenía en el momento en que esto sucedió, y que él ha tenido una rehabilitación acelerada. El pensamiento o el hecho de que el hermano de él pueda cumplir más tiempo en la cárcel que el acusado, para mí es algo incorrecto.
Criminal jury trials are always a risk for both parties in presenting them. You don't know how a jury is going to react with certain evidence.
Entonces, un juicio penal por medio de un jurado siempre es un riesgo para las dos partes, ya que nosotros no sabemos cómo es que el jurado en estos casos va a tomar la evidencia.
But it appears the state would have presented evidence that the defendant had two other witnesses. One, he initially attempted to, quote, as the parole board member writes, parole board analysis writes, pin it on him, and another individual gave clarity to what happened after what occurred.
Pero parece que el Estado en este caso trató de presentar evidencia. Hubieron dos testigos en este caso. Uno de los testigos, el cual la Junta puso en comas o puso en comillas, que decía que él trató de acusar a alguien más o echarle la culpa a alguien más. Y hubo otro individuo que no dio claridad en este caso.
The more likely scenario is the state would have sought to introduce to compel the defendant's brother to testify against him.
You broke up for a second, Attorney Doyle. Can you repeat that, please?
Yes, I'm sorry. Downtown New Haven traffic, Chairperson, I'm sorry. More likely the state would have compelled those two other witnesses as well as the defendant's brother to testify against him.
Lo más probable fue de que el Estado le pidiera o le recomendara de alguna manera a los testigos, al igual que también al hermano, a declarar contra él.
In this situation, I think the details matter, as the board is aware by reviewing these documents and the transcripts. After the altercation he had with Mr. Torres, left and returned to the scene.
Muy bien, entonces siento que algunos de los detalles en este caso de los cuales tenemos que tomar en mente y que le pido que la Junta tome en mente es de que vean en las transcripciones que se indica que después de que el acusado estuvo en la altercación con el señor Torres y se había ido de la escena, él regresó a la escena.
And I know this board reads a lot of incident reports and arrest warrants and transcripts, but I would ask you to take that factor into account here.
Entonces yo sé que la Junta lee muchos reportes de incidentes, muchas transcripciones de los casos, pero en realidad quiero que tomen ustedes ese hecho o ese factor aquí en este caso.
So to have the foresight to determine, I'm not going to call for medical assistance for Mr. Torres, I'm not going to cooperate with the police, but I'm going to return to the scene to obtain the bat that I used to strike Mr. Torres with.
Entonces, que él tuviera esa mentalidad, no la mentalidad de que él dijera, voy a llamar para asistencia médica para el señor Torres o voy a llamar a la policía para dejar saber lo que había sucedido, sino que su mentalidad fue de regresar y usar o recoger este bate para agredir al señor Torres.
Would also note there was, according to the investigation that I've reviewed, there's a few things that were today. One being that the defendant indicating and now that it was his brother who directed him to go back and get the evidence and then dispose of it.
Entonces, también quiero pues tomar nota o dar nota de esto que está entre comillas el día de hoy que el acusado indicó el día de hoy al haber dicho que fue el hermano de él quien le dijo que deberían de regresar a la escena para recoger esta evidencia.
The defendant indicated today that Mr. Torres is the one that was in possession of a bat. However, the police reports and the statements provided indicate that he told others that he, Mr. Capone, brought the bat with him.
El acusado indicó el día de hoy que fue el señor Torres quien estaba en posesión de este bate, pero hay reportes de policía que indican que fue él, el señor Capone, quien le dijo a otros individuos que él traería o trajo el bate.
The claim that his plea raises concerns about whether the sentence was truly proportionate to his culpability, the state would disagree with.
Muy bien, entonces también la declaración de que hubo preguntas acerca de que si la aceptación de la sentencia y la sentencia ya dada fue algo que estuvo a su medida de la culpabilidad del delito hecho o del delito cometido, es algo de lo cual pues me gustaría decir que me ocupa.
No, that's not on him, that's on the officer.
I do agree with Mr. Capone's statement here where when he, after he struck Mr. Torres and he left the scene, that Mr. Torres was possibly still alive. I don't know if we're talking about the first time or the second time, but let's assume the second time. According to the medical examiner report, the strikes to the skull were not going to be something that Mr. Torres was going to survive.
Entonces yo sí estoy de acuerdo con la declaración que dio el señor Capona, donde él dijo que una vez que él golpeó al señor Torres y se fue, que posiblemente el señor Torres todavía se encontraba con vida. En realidad no sé si él está diciendo esto, que eso fue en la primera ocasión o en la segunda ocasión, pero vamos a decir que fue en la segunda ocasión. En realidad el examinador médico dijo de que estos golpes a la cabeza del señor Torres, el señor Torres no iba a sobrevivir a esos golpes.
So, and lastly, I would ask the board to consider the words of the victim's mother today, and also in the sentencing transcript there. She did note that she is a Christian person, that she is forgiving of this conduct, but she also noted to this board that when all this was worked out, she expected that the defendant would be doing a 30-year prison sentence. And to find out now, and you heard about the health and the issues had when she found out that this was being considered. I would ask this panel to honor the sentence imposed by Judge Fasano, which was an agreed recommendation of 30 years on this murder. And thank you for allowing me to address you here today.
Muy bien, entonces yo le voy a pedir a la Junta que tome en cuenta las palabras de la madre de la víctima. También, si recuerdan, la madre de la víctima indicó que ella es una persona cristiana, que es una persona que cree en el perdón, pero que ella indicó que una vez que todo esto había terminado, ella se quedó con la idea de que el acusado iba a cumplir una pena de 30 años en prisión. Y mencionó también los problemas de salud que ella ha tenido una vez que esto se reabrió o comenzó de nuevo. Entonces yo voy a pedirle a la Junta que por favor le hagan honor a la pena que impuso el juez Sano de los 30 años por el homicidio o por el asesinato.
Okay, thank you, Attorney Doyle. At this time, the panel will enter into deliberation.
Muy bien, muchas gracias, abogado Doyle. En este momento el panel va a entrar en la sección de deliberar.
And we'll return shortly with our decision.
Regresaremos pronto con nuestra decisión.
Okay.
Mr. Polk.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I appreciate the input from the victim and the input from the state's attorney. We have a case in front of us that was sentenced on August 27, 2004, almost 22 years ago. And I would say at the time the sentence was appropriate. However, in a commutation, what we're looking for is exceptional and compelling circumstances.
Better
I'm
interpret.
sorry.
Thank you.
So,
Muchas gracias. Yo agradezco las declaraciones de la madre de la víctima el día de hoy, al igual que también la declaración que dio el abogado del Estado. Entonces, el acusado en este caso está cumpliendo una pena que se le impuso en la fecha de agosto 27 del 2004.
What we're looking for are exceptional and compelling circumstances that the sentence be reduced because of what's happened during the incarceration. So what I've, with everything that I've reviewed, all the documents that have been submitted, the testimony here today, the positions of the Mr. Thomas and Mr. Doyle, Mr. Capone, where I'm looking is that Mr. Capone has had a great deal of dedication to programs. He has taken some anti-violence programs. His last DR, which was over a squabble over very guarded.
All right, stop.
I'm sorry.
I will need a repetition on that PR. Entonces, lo que nosotros estamos viendo en este momento es las circunstancias excepcionales que suceden durante la pena del acusado, donde estamos viendo qué es lo que pasa durante su encarcelación. He repasado todo lo que tenemos al alcance de nosotros, como los documentos que se nos han entregado, las declaraciones dadas el día de hoy, al igual que también la posición del señor Carles, el señor Doyle y el señor Capón, a donde estoy viendo aquí que el señor Capón ha tenido una dedicación a sus programas, ha tomado un programa de oposición o de controlación contra la violencia, al igual que también acerca del último reporte disciplinario. Start over when you were saying about the DRs.
So, thank you. So, in looking at the DRs, of course, the 2017 DR, which resulted in an assault, was very concerning.
Muy bien, entonces estaba yo mirando el reporte disciplinario del 2017. Claro, ese reporte disciplinario resultó en agresión, lo cual para mí es algo muy preocupante.
The subsequent DR, which was 5 years ago, was over a very guarded material bleach that certainly was limited quantity out here in the community and even more limited inside.
Muy bien, entonces el siguiente reporte disciplinario, que fue aproximadamente hace 5 años, fue de un producto que estamos hablando del cloro. El cloro en ese momento aquí en la comunidad era en cantidades limitadas. Me imagino que en la correccional la cantidad era aún más limitada.
Which resulted in, according to Mr. Capone, not striking, but stopping the thing and calling for correctional staff.
Entonces, esta situación resultó, basado en lo que nos ha dicho el señor Capone, no resultó en un ataque físico, sino que resultó en que él detuviera o parara a este otro individuo y llamara para asistencia del personal del correccional.
In between the 2017 disciplinary report, the 2022 disciplinary report, Mr. Capone engaged in alternatives to violence advanced.
Entonces, entre estos reportes disciplinarios, el del 2017 y el reporte disciplinario del 2022, el señor Capone también estuvo participando en el programa de alternativas a violencia a nivel avanzado.
And even more dedication to the Native American program as well.
Y también demostró aún más dedicación al programa de los nativos americanos.
He has outstanding and exceptional ratings for his work in the facility.
Él también tiene marcas o puntuaje excelente, excepcional con sus empleos en las instalaciones o en la instalación.
He has several letters of support, including some from other inmates.
Él en realidad también tiene varias cartas de apoyo, incluyendo cartas de otros reclusos, de otros prisioneros.
Some of those other inmates are now former gang members.
Algunos de esos reclusos eran parte de pandillas.
And that's attributed to their dialogue and support from Mr. Capone.
Can you have a repetition?
That's due to the dialogue and support from Mr. Capone.
Entonces, eso también se debe a las pláticas y el apoyo que ellos han recibido de parte del señor Capone.
And for me, the most compelling matters before us are from people who know Mr. Capone.
Entonces, para mí, se puede decir que el tema más impactante para mí viene de las personas que conocen al señor Capone.
The letter from the captain states that Mr. Capone is willing to learn, improve, and make constructive choices.
Entonces, la carta o la declaración del capitán indica aquí de que el señor Capone está dispuesto a aprender, está dispuesto a mejorar y a hacer mejores decisiones.
Takes on numerous vital roles and has a strong work ethic.
Él tiene la aptitud para tomar diferentes trabajos o roles en la instalación, al igual que también
In 2024, which is post the last DR, Counselor Keene wrote, "Will be successful in the community."
Entonces, en el 2024, después del último reporte disciplinario, el consejero King escribió que él va a ser exitoso en la comunidad.
Is a role model for other inmates and has a positive outlook.
Él es una persona, un modelo positivo para otros encarcelados, otros prisioneros, y también él tiene una disposición positiva.
2026 letter from a correction officer says that he has shown significant improvement.
Entonces, la carta del 2026 de un oficial de la correccional dice que él ha enseñado una mejoría significante.
And that he is genuine and goal-oriented.
Que es genuino y que tiene metas.
And for me, one of the most compelling here is from a lieutenant.
Para mí, una de las que tiene un poco más de impacto para mí es la carta aquí de un oficial.
The lieutenant recommends early release.
Que recomienda que se les dé la liberación temprana.
and states that Mr. Capone will be a positive impact on the community.
Y él indica que el señor Capone va a tener un impacto positivo en la comunidad.
As was stated earlier in the hearing, the letters from DOC staff are not things that are frequently written.
Entonces, como también se dijo anteriormente durante esta audiencia, cartas que vienen del personal del Departamento de Correccionales no son cosas que se escriben frecuentemente.
And for those reasons, I believe that exceptional and compelling circumstances have been established.
Can I please have a petition, Mr. Paul?
And for those reasons, I believe that exceptional and compelling circumstances have been established.
Y por esa razón yo pienso que se ha establecido aquí lo de las circunstancias impactantes y excepcionales. Hemos visto que ese punto se ha cumplido.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Gracias,
Thank you.
señora presidenta. Gracias.
Thank you. So Mr. Capone committed this offense at the age of 24. He's now 49 years old.
Entonces el señor Capone cometió este delito cuando él tenía 24 años de edad. Ahora el señor Capone tiene 49 años de edad.
There's no doubt that he has matured, which one would expect after 24 years.
Entonces no hay duda alguna de que él ha madurado, lo cual se puede esperar después de 24 años.
He has participated in some positive programming.
Él sí ha participado en programas positivos.
He also received 10 disciplinary reports, 4 of which are for fighting.
Él también recibió reportes disciplinarios, 10 de ellos, los cuales 1, 2, 3, 4 son por peleas.
I'm looking at the most recent one in February 22, and it reads that the correctional officer witnessed Mr. Capone engaged in a physical altercation.
Entonces, estoy mirando el que él recibió en el febrero 2022, a donde el oficial de correccional dice que él fue testigo del señor Capone, que el señor Capone estuvo involucrado en una altercación física.
We did receive many excellent evaluations and reports from staff about his work in the facility.
Entonces nosotros sí recibimos muchas cartas, muchas evaluaciones positivas del personal del sistema correccional por evaluación positiva o excelente de los trabajos que él ha tenido en la correccional.
He's held employment for most of his incarceration.
Él ha tenido o mantenido empleo la mayoría de su tiempo en la correccional.
I certainly would commend Mr. Capone for all of the changes that he's made and the growth that he's accomplished.
Entonces, le quiero dar una recomendación o verbalizar una recomendación al señor Capone por todos los cambios que ha hecho y todo el crecimiento que ha tenido.
These are all things that are expected in a parole hearing.
Todas estas son cosas que son esperadas o que se esperan en una audiencia de libertad condicional.
This is not a parole hearing. It's also not a juvenile reconsideration hearing. It's a commutation hearing.
Entonces, esta no es una audiencia de libertad condicional, tampoco es una audiencia de reconsideración para menores de edad. Esta es una audiencia para conmutación.
And I do not find that this application rises to the level of exceptional or compelling.
Entonces, yo no encuentro que esta solicitud llegue al nivel de impacto o mérito excepcional.
My vote would be to deny the commutation today.
Entonces, mi voto es para denegar la conmutación.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also appreciate the testimony from Attorney Atal, the victim, and the state attorney as well. as we've all said already, Mr. Capone has attended programming. I think that the programming he took for his alternative to violence was before some of these events occurred. And in fact, taking anger management in between that, or even before that, I believe. I think I shared earlier, those are the things that you want to be able to kind of look at to see whether there's been some real change going on, some real rehabilitation going on.
If you think there's never going to be a fight in prison, you're giving power to the people who instigate fights in prison. You realize
Are
that?
you done, Attorney Talbis?
No, I'm not
Don't
done,
interrupt
because-
us. Don't interrupt
Well, you
us.
can turn off my microphone then, because
Good,
what you're
we will.
doing here is you are giving power to the bullies in prison who can
Yes.
instigate things with
Amen.
good prisoners like Mr. Capone and then stop them from getting releases, because even if you defend yourself in prison, you're going to get this ticket that then you, Chairwoman Zaccanini, are going to unfairly use to
For the record, Attorney Talbis's microphone has been muted because he doesn't know that his turn to speak is over. Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Rodriguez.
Granted, Mr. Capone was a young man at the time that this happened. I also just do not see the exceptional compelling evidence here. There's been real change. Granted, his work history has been excellent, and I think as you shared, it is expected that some of these things will occur while you're in this kind of structured environment. Behavior is very important in there. And by the way, we do have cases where people are in many years and do not get disciplinary tickets in the same system. I will not be supporting his commutation today either. I'm done with what I'm saying.
El miembro de la Junta, señor Rodríguez, comenzó a hablar y dio su declaración. Yo también aprecio la declaración del día de hoy del abogado Chávez, al igual que también de la víctima, al igual que también del abogado del Estado. Entonces, puedo notar aquí que el señor Capone ha tomado sus programas con carácter positivo. También participó en el programa de las alternativas a violencia. Esto sucedió antes de que él recibiera algunos de estos reportes disciplinarios y creo que también tomó el programa de manejo de ira. No sé si fue entre lo sucedido o a lo mejor antes de que sucedieran estos incidentes. Algunas de las cosas que debemos de ver aquí es el cambio, la rehabilitación que se está formando en la persona que está encarcelada. En este momento también se debe de notar en el acta que el micrófono del abogado tal vez se le ha quitado el sonido, no puede hablar ya que el señor tal vez no comprende de que ya su momento para hablar se ha terminado. Entonces el señor miembro de la Junta, Rodríguez, continuó con su declaración a donde dice que sí, él está de acuerdo de que cuando el incidente sucedió, el señor Capone era un joven, era de edad joven, una persona joven, pero que sí, tampoco no veo la evidencia impactante o excepcional que se necesita para mi apoyo. Sí, también debo notar que se espera que ciertas cosas sucedan en este tipo de sistema. El comportamiento es muy importante en una situación así. Pero también debemos de notar que hay personas que también cumplen varios años en el mismo sistema sin haber recibido reportes disciplinarios. Entonces, sí, en este momento no puedo dar mi apoyo para la computación. Eso es lo que tengo que decir.
Thank you. In the matter of Christopher Capone, inmate number 304037, I'll make a motion to deny the commutation as we find that there are no exceptional or compelling circumstances, additional reasons, the nature and circumstance of the offense, and the injury and impact to the victim and the victim's family. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Opposed? It's a majority decision with Board Member Polk dissenting. Thank you to everyone for your participation here today. Best of luck to you, Mr. Capone.
Thank you for your time.
Muy bien,
Yeah, you can
entonces,
report.
muy bien, entonces en el caso del señor Christopher Capón, número de confinado 3040337, se le va a denegar la conmutación. Las razones de la denegación es de que no hubo evidencia suficiente o evidencia excepcional, la naturaleza la naturaleza y circunstancias del delito, al igual que también el impacto que esta ofensa o delito ha tenido en la víctima o la familia de la víctima. Esto concluye el caso de Christopher Carbón.
Good luck to you, Mr. Capone.
Buenas
Thank you.
noches. We'll take a 5-minute recess before we begin the next case. Thank you.
Now concludes the January 17, 2026 competition session of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles for inmate Christopher Capone, number 304037. Thank you.
Hello?
15
Hey, you
years.
got Yates there?
15 years, no tickets.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
We're gonna get him back up to you.
Okay,
Okay,
perfect. Thank you.
you're welcome. You call Yates back up.
Yeah, it should be. I put it down.
Okay.
Hey, everybody, thank you.
Everybody's on, you can see you.
Yeah, you're good.
You'll ask questions and I'll write.
Hey, Mr. Yates, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Good morning.
All right, good morning. We're gonna start in a couple minutes, okay?
Sure.
All right. Morning, this is the June 17th, 2026 commutation session of the Board of Pardons and Paroles being held at Cheshire Correctional Institution. My name is Parole Officer Mack, and I am the hearing coordinator for today's session. Additional board staff are also present to assist with this hearing. Presiding over today's hearing will be Chairperson Zaccanini, who will say a few words.
Good afternoon. My name is
Good afternoon.
Jennifer Medina Zaccanini, chairperson. Other board members joining me today are Sergio Rodriguez and Mike Polk. Welcome to everyone here today. The people of the state of Connecticut have vested the Board of Pardons and Paroles with extraordinary power to grant commutations of punishment, releases, and pardons, conditioned or absolute, for convictions in the state. A commutation, if granted, may result in a reduction of your sentence. The board may also decide to release you from your sentence. In considering whether to grant any form of relief, the board looks at, among other things, the nature and seriousness of the crime, its impact on any victim, the length of time that has elapsed since commission of the crime, any efforts the applicant has made towards rehabilitation during their incarceration, and any compelling or exceptional circumstances. As an applicant to be heard today, your case has been reviewed thoroughly by the board. I wish all of you the best.
Please note, if there have been any changes to your conviction status or you have had any new arrests since filing your application for relief with the board, you must disclose such information to the board today. Additionally, without exception, any form of commutation granted by the board today may be revoked at any time for good cause shown. As stated by the chair, your application has been fully reviewed by the board. The board is familiar with your case, has read and examined your written submissions, including any written letters in support or against your application for commutation. Panel members have copies of those letters in their files and have completely and thoroughly reviewed those files in preparation of today's hearing. There's no need to repeat what has already been submitted in writing. The purpose of your appearance today is allow you to make a brief presentation to the board while adding any information that is not already in your file. You are required to tell the board why you are seeking relief. The board may issue a decision to you today. However, you will also receive a letter by mail informing you of the board's decision within 2 weeks. Mr. Yates, as a part of your testimony today, you're required to be sworn in. Please raise your right hand. The appropriate response to this testament is I do. Do you solemnly swear and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God, or upon penalty of perjury?
I do.
Thank you. Mr. Yates, please state your name and inmate number clearly for the record.
John Yates, inmate number 275612.
Thank you. With the board's permission, you may proceed to, proceed to explain why you believe you deserve relief, or if you wish, you can have your attorney make an opening statement. You may do so, then you may address the board after. The decision is yours.
I would allow for my attorney to make an opening statement.
Okay. If the attorney can please state their name and juris number for the record.
Yes, good afternoon. It is Attorney Jen Beisky. My juris number is 442814.
Thank you, Attorney Beisky. You may begin your opening statement.
Thank you very much. Members of the board, Madam Chair, I do want to thank you for giving us the opportunity to say a few words, especially me to say a few words before Mr. Yates, especially because I know he's the one you're looking to hear from, not necessarily me. I'll definitely admit, as I was sort of preparing for today, I was thinking about, rethinking about, rewriting the words that I wanted to say. Not because I was at all struggling to find the words, but because I was struggling to keep it short. I've had the privilege and honor of working with Mr. Yates for the last 5 years. And I've spent those last 5 years in constant awe and admiration of the individual that sits before you today. His determination, his grit, his work ethic, and his general outlook on life is inspiring and at times enviable. He has this innate ability to take life head on and to do so with a positive energy that's contagious. I'll be the first to say that the last 5 years haven't always been easy, not because of any sort of disagreement between Mr. Yates and myself, but because of the various roadblocks, barriers, and detours that have come his way. But each time something has disrupted the path that we've been traveling on together, I never saw Mr. Yates give up. He'd be disappointed, of course. Sometimes he would need time to process, think, and recover based on whatever happened. But he would always come back stronger and more determined to do what it would take to show those willing to listen just how much he's changed, how much he's grown, and the huge contributions he's made to those inside and outside these facility walls. I had the honor of being invited by Mr. Yates to see him walk across the stage as he received his associate's degree from Wesleyan University. I have no doubt that I will see him walk across the stage at the actual university when he earns his bachelor's degree. The materials you've reviewed speak for themselves. He's spent the last 15 plus years of his incarceration working on his own rehabilitation and change, and bringing that motivation and desires to others within the facility. He's completed numerous programs, obtained his associate's degree, maintained steady employment in a high demand, high stress environment. He started a nonprofit agency, and he's the co-founder of the honor unit here at the correctional at Cheshire. And he's done all of that while remaining disciplinary free. And not for nothing, remaining ticket free for 15 plus years is a feat in and of itself, not to mention when one is balancing all of these other demands that's placed on them. I really do, I know I've said it a number of times, but it's true. I feel privileged and honored that he's entrusted me to help him on this journey over the last 5 years. And I know that he's ready to bring everything that he's learned and his infectious energy out into the community to start making a long-lasting positive impact. He knows, as you will learn when you talk with him over the course of this hearing, that a short period of supervision is an important part of assisting with any transition from incarceration to living within the community. He has a strong support system of family and friends and those educators who are guiding him along his pursuits of higher learning. And all of them are ready to bring him and guide him as he prepares to rejoin his community. So I want to hand it over to Mr. Yates. I want to thank you again for giving me the opportunity to speak. I know he has some thoughts he wants to share with you. And so, Mr. Yates, I hand it over to you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Attorney Beisky.
So, board members, I have a prepared statement I would like to state at this time.
Sure. Thank you.
Good morning, esteemed board members. I want to thank you for granting me this hearing to petition for my sentence to be commuted. With being sentenced to 22 years for robbery at the age of 30, life outside of these prisons before my 50s was only a distant possibility, as parole was not guaranteed to anyone. So again, thank you for this opportunity. Members of the board, 15 years ago, I committed an act that I am ashamed of and deeply regret. On April 16, 2010, I entered Mr. Keshwala's establishment, discharged a firearm, and demanded money from the cash register. I recognize that my reckless actions that day disrupted Mr. Keshwala and his family's security, safety, and peace. I put them through a traumatic experience, something that impacted their way of living forever. And for that, I am truly sorry. If one of my family members, such as my mother or even myself, was a victim of the same event, I know the way in which we ran our business would have been affected tremendously. It probably would have produced a constant state of fear, anxiety, and helplessness in the neighborhood where we owned our business. For that, I sincerely apologize to Mr. Keshwala and his family, and I hope to one day provide some form of restitution to Mr. Keshwala and his family. My actions on that day are in no way a reflection of how I was raised or the values which were instilled in me by my mother, Carol Yates. Ms. Yates, a single parent who had to put her schooling at Sacred Heart University on hold to raise her son, believed and demonstrated to her children that hard work produced successful results. She would go on to attend night school for certification in the pharmaceutical field, eventually becoming a pharmaceutical technician at Bridgeport Hospital. I can only imagine the disappointment she would have endured the day I was sentenced to 22 years for robbery, when her own work ethic was so strong, working in an institution that's main purpose is the selfless sacrifice of others, just so she could be able to provide for her children. And for that, I am painfully sorry. I spent many days and nights asking how I can repay Mr. Keswala and give back to my community. I also wanted to honor the selfless sacrifice of Carol Yates. That is how the idea of Restorative Solutions came to be. Restorative Solutions Incorporated is a nonprofit organization that I created and registered with the state of Connecticut. Restorative Solutions' purpose is to create and implement realistic and tangible ways juvenile offenders can repair and restore their relationship with their victims, injured party, and community. I intend to accomplish this by hopefully working with the courts as an alternative to incarceration program for individuals ages 12 through 16. Repaying back Mr. Keswala the money I took would be the easy part. It is my hope that through my actions, he can find some sense of solace that I am working to prevent the damage I caused him and his family from occurring to someone else. The day I was sentenced to 22 years in prison became the pivotal moment in my life that I resolved to never harm another person through my reckless behavior and take the opportunity to become the best version of myself that I can be. The steps that I have taken to accomplish these goals were to sign up for every program that DOC had to offer. Unfortunately, Cheshire CI has a priority list of programs that I needed. Programs like Tier 2, which deal with drug addiction and treatment, were reserved for those with shorter sentences. However, I did not allow that to discourage me. I remained patient and participated in the programs as they became available to me. Out of all the OAP programs I participated in, there are 3 programs that I had the most impact. Programs such as Thresholds that dealt with better decision-making through a process of thinking about a situation clearly and assessing what you intend to accomplish before acting. The program gave me some real tools to pause before making an impulsive decision and evaluate how I feel in the moment. I also had the opportunity of staying on for 2 additional sessions as a peer mentor. The second program I participated in and had the privilege of being invited to co-facilitate was a domestic violence program. It showed me that there are many different forms of domestic violence. When the phrase domestic violence is heard, it can be a default to automatically equate it to people in some form of relationship. A fact that I became aware of in one of the group sessions is that elderly abuse is also domestic violence. One of our sessions dealt with an elderly person having their monthly checks cashed by their caretaker without their knowledge, causing the senior citizen problems with paying her bills since she was on a fixed income. Not only was that fraud, but it is also another form of domestic violence. The lesson from that group gave me a different perspective on domestic violence. It made me realize that the robbery I committed was also a form of domestic violence, being that I frequented Mr. Keswala's establishment and we were familiar with one another. The third program, Victor Offender Institutional Correctional Educational Services, or VOICES as it is commonly referred to, may have been the most important one for me, as its whole objective is looking at the effects of crime from the victim's perspective. The reason why VOICES is the program that was most impactful on me is because in one of our sessions, there was a video played. And in the video, there was an individual who was assaulted. So when the doctor came into the ER room, the individual flinched. The nurse pulled the doctor to the side and said, "You resemble the individual who assaulted this person, you might want to get somebody else in here that looks a little bit different. The reason why that was so impactful to me was because when I went into Mr. Kaswala's store, there's a bell on his door. And it just haunts me to think that every time his bell rings, he might feel like somebody's gonna come in there and discharge a firearm, rob him, or kill him. It's a great program. I recommend Voices to anybody and everybody that has any type of crime because there's no such thing as a victimless crime. I did eventually complete Tier 2, an essential program that I needed, which provided me with the tools to maintain my sobriety. I have also remained disciplinary report free for the entirety of my sentence, as well as gained and maintained employment in the correctional enterprises of Connecticut here at Chester Correctional. Eventually being afforded the opportunity to be the administrative clerk of the graphic arts sign shop in the organization. In the position of clerk, I oversee the day-to-day operations of the business that produces and sells products to approximately 192 state, local, and private customers. The position has also given me real-world work experience and the confidence to perform in any business setting. During my time, I took advantage of another opportunity that was afforded to me by applying to Wesleyan University's Center for Prisoner Education. I was accepted into the program and enrolled in 2017. In 2024, I earned my associate's degree in the general sciences, and I am currently just a few credits away from receiving my Bachelor of Legal Studies degree in psychology. Something I look forward to doing on the Wesleyan campus, as I am one of the individuals that qualify for a scholarship CPE has created for returning students. It is my intention to ultimately earn my master's in social work for a career in social work, focusing on restorative justice. This will allow me to be properly equipped to engage troubled and misguided individuals at that critical stage of adolescence, something I personally know about through the reflection of my own life to pinpoint where the change may have occurred. It has become through that determination to understand why I had the mind state of a self-centered and careless person who behaved recklessly that gave me the courage to unpack many repressed and unresolved issues of my life. While here at Cheshire, I had the privilege of being selected to participate in the creation of the Cheshire Correctional Institution's Honor Program. The Honor Program was created with the understanding for the need of civic engagement within the correctional system. From the amount of people being granted post-conviction relief and re-entry back into the community, we believe the concept and working knowledge of what civic engagement entails and how communities actually function would be essential for anyone unfamiliar with the process, especially those returning back to society after decades in prison. The Honor Program is structured as a fully functional community. It has a community council called the Roundtable. There are 7 Roundtable members that act as representatives for the community and are voted in and out by their constituents. The unit management team, comprised of a unit manager, counselor, and senior staff members, are the legislative arm of the Honor Program that have the authority to implement any actual changes needed. They meet with the Roundtable to discuss issues, proposals, and the overall well-being of the program. The Honor Program also has annual town hall meetings, which offer full transparency of the running of the unit. It also provides the opportunity for any questions, comments, and concerns by the whole community. It brings me immense pride and satisfaction knowing that the Honor Program is no longer an idea or a pilot program. Through the hard work and the dedication of its residents, staff members, and a lot of external interest generating the program, the Honor Program is now recognized as part of the Correctional Cheshire Program and Treatment Compendium, which is listed on the facility's website. Due to budget constraints, we are currently functioning at about 45% of the design guidebook, which are the bylaws and provide the foundational structure for the operation of the Honor Program. Nonetheless, we are making huge strides and are determined to reach the 100% mark of what the honor program is destined to be. Education and desire to pay it forward has given me purpose. However, I know that is not enough. That is why, when presented with the opportunity by Mr. Ronnell Hall, a recovery coach at the Bridgeport Family Reentry Recovery Center, to create a think tank within the prison that will come up with better solutions that could make for a more successful reentry for those returning back to society, I accept it. Myself and 11 other individuals got to work immediately. We formed an auxiliary advisory board to the BRRC. We named it CURE, an acronym that stands for Connecticut's Unit for Reentry Efficiency. Using our combined knowledge, experience, and a little assistance from ChatGPT, we produced a comprehensive 1-800-day reentry packet. The packet, fittingly named the 180-day reentry plan, became the curriculum we used to divide the honor program into groups of 15 and conducted workshops that provided individuals with the information and resources that constituted a practical reentry plan. Because of that, I can confidently appear before the board today with a solid reentry plan in place. Plan that includes employment, housing, and continued education. There is a saying that when an individual finishes a prison term, they have repaid their debt to society. I feel the repaying of my debt to society begins and continues when I am actively contributing to society by becoming gainfully employed and a tax-paying citizen, contributing to society by helping others become gainfully employed through proper education and available resources, and contributing to my community through selfless sacrifice. So with that, members of the board, I humbly ask that you allow me to start repaying my debt to society sooner rather than later. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your statement, Mr. Yates. So in preparation for today's hearing, this panel has reviewed a lot of materials, your entire file, which includes the police report, pre-sentence investigation, the court transcripts, letters of support. You had a lot of letters of support from fellow inmates who were very well spoken, correctional staff, formerly incarcerated, family members, a lot of support. We read about the programs, your education, lack of a disciplinary report, as well as the memorandum from Attorney Beisky and the report from social worker Roberts and the commutation summary done by an officer here. So we're very well versed in your case. You put a lot of it out there in your opening statement. I wish everybody watching and in the community and even your victims could read all of the things that we read, because it's a lot of information, but we'll attempt to cover some of it here today. We don't have too many questions, but we'll ask you some questions. We don't have any input from the Office of Victim Services or the state's attorney's office today. So when we're done with our questions, we'll deliberate and give you our decision. Okay, are you ready?
Yes, I am.
All right. You're very bright, Mr. Yates. I wondered, did you know when you were younger just how smart you were?
I was told.
Okay.
So,
did you believe it?
I knew. Being able to read at a high level, and being like skip through different grades and having assignments that was handed to me, like I couldn't read the textbook that was in the classroom with the other kids. I had to go to the library and do actual book reports, and also being told, you know, you have a lot of potential by family members, by teachers. I did know that I was bright.
Okay. All right. We did read about the difficulties that you endured as a child, and I'm sorry for the loss of your parents during your incarceration. That's rough as well. So I do need to speak a little bit about the offense, okay?
Yes.
This was a liquor store that you were familiar with, right? You had frequented this this store. Now, you went in there with a gun, and I know you fired a shot from that gun. Were you intending to shoot the victim, or you didn't shoot him? So I'll put that out there. No one was shot, but Was it a warning shot or why'd you fire the gun?
It was a warning shot.
Okay.
I went in, I wanted to just to scare him and get his full attention.
Okay. All right.
I had
and-
no intention of harming the victim whatsoever.
Right. Okay. I didn't think so from reading the reports, but to your misfortune, a very brave neighbor came around, right?
Yes, he did.
And then I think you got the brunt of the physical portion of this offense because he was able to subdue you while the victim then hit you with a bat. Is that what happened?
Yes, yes, that is what happened.
Yeah. Okay. Anyhow, in reading the police report, it was very obvious that you were in a state of desperation.
Yes.
And why is that?
I had a substance abuse problem, and so the main objective of robbing the store was to get money for drugs. Like, flat out, that's what it was. I really wasn't happy with who I was, so I used drugs to escape. My main drugs were ecstasy and cocaine. I like to party a lot, right? And that is the reason why I went in the store to acquire money to support my substance abuse habit.
Yeah. So then you come into prison, right? Let's see, this offense was in April of 2010. So my notes say you've been incarcerated since January of 11. What happened between that time?
So I agreed to take a 14-year sentence, I believe, in 2010. However, I did not turn myself in for sentencing. And so I was apprehended in January. I was supposed to turn myself in October of 2010, but I was apprehended in January of 2011. And, you know, simply, I was not prepared to turn myself in. I was still immature, did not want to face up to responsibility and accept my consequence, right? And so I absconded.
So were you using in that time in between before you came to prison? Did you continue to use?
Yes, all the way up until I got rearrested.
So how did you get clean? I mean, you have no tickets, so I would assume you weren't using after you came in, right? How did you get clean? Did you have to go through like a withdrawal process or?
Not so much a withdrawal process, but like really a self-reflection process. Like, what do you want to do with your life? Like, do you really want to go back out there and be the same individual? Do you want to spend the rest of your life in prison, right? You have a 22-year sentence. What are you going to do to get out as soon as possible, right? You have to change, right? So those were like the motivating factors in me staying clean, following the rules. I want to say in 2013 is where I was hired to the market shop. And then I got promoted to the sign shop, but I love my job, right? And so if
you're gonna answer yourself, but you answered my question and I appreciate it.
Okay.
Okay, so we heard recently, about an hour ago, I'll be honest, that some situations are unavoidable. People are going to get tickets while they're incarcerated. You've gone 15 and a half years with no disciplinary reports. How does one do that?
I mean, sometimes it's not easy, right? But what do you value? And that's what I look at. And so, like I was saying earlier, I value my job. I value school. And if you catch any DRs, all that's gone, right? Me being allowed to be out of my cell for 6 hours working, also attending Wesleyan, you know, on the way to these degrees. This is what kept me motivated to not get in trouble, to not catch tickets, right? And
but that didn't happen immediately. So, I mean, did you have any situations where other people tried to jam you up and you had to deal with that somehow?
Oh, of course, right? So you gotta, again, risk reward. Is this worth it right now? So I walked away from a lot of situations, right? It hurts, it stings, you know what I mean? Because at the end of the day, I am an individual who may be prideful, right? But there's no way that I was gonna allow myself to be jammed up from another individual, right? And whatever they got going on in their life that day.
Yeah. All right, so you've been sober for over 15 years now. You've been going to school, as you explained, Wesleyan. It's an amazing program, and I'm glad you're doing so well. And I hope you will get on that campus and finish it out when, whenever you're released. You're almost done here. Do you have a relapse prevention plan?
I do. So I intend on attending AA meetings, acquiring a sponsor if necessary, but my support team is really good. And I can lean on any one of them at any given time, whether it's my family, my Wesleyan community, right? Everybody knows my story. They know what I'm trying to accomplish. They're all there for me and any type of support I need. My attorney, I can even reach back to the facility if it comes to that, right? I can always call the honor program. I could call certain council supervisors, counselors. Everybody just actually wants to see me succeed, right? Interestingly enough, there's a magistrate judge that also reached out to me and wants me to get his number to his chambers from my lawyer upon release because he wants to continue watching my journey, right? He wants to see me succeed and graduate from Wesleyan University on campus. It's a great story, you know what I mean? So I have a fantastic support system.
All right. You have a scholarship. I'm sorry, I'm pretty sure you mentioned this, but how many classes away are you from the bachelor's degree?
5.
5 classes. Okay, great. Yeah, I think you'll really enjoy. You've come a long way from selling drugs in middle school, being around the gang members, to now being a Wesleyan student. That's remarkable. Very impressive that you're co-creator of the honor unit. We were fortunate enough to visit the honor unit. We didn't have individual one-on-one discussions, but just seeing how the program itself works. I wish everybody could go and tour the facility and the program because it really is. It's special, and you're doing a lot of good work there. Are you facilitating programs in the honor unit?
So I facilitated the 180-day reentry packet that I have here, and I just tap in whenever they need me. Other than that, I'm just around, right? So I'm a mentor in the program. Anytime anybody needs any type of assistance, anybody needs any type of guidance, they usually tap me in as being like one of the elders of the program. And so that's basically it. I'm just there for the community.
Okay. So you've held jobs in the kitchen and the market shop, I think graphic arts. You're currently a clerk, is that right?
Yes.
So what does that entail? Tell us.
So that entails, like I said, running the day-to-day operations. I'm able to receive a work order from central office, make sure that every department in the sign shop is able to complete that work order. Whatever materials that they might need, it's up to me to provide for it, right? I'm responsible for inventory, which I believe there's approximately $300,024 worth of material right now in the shop. So I have to make sure that all that's accounted for, and that everybody has exactly what they need. I'm responsible for purchase recs, right? Purchasing the material for the shops. I also have skills as a team leader, as I have to deal with all the different personalities that are all in these different departments in the sign shop. And like I said, it's a great job, right? I become efficient in Microsoft Office while working in the sign shop, right? So that's Excel, PowerPoint, Word, Access, which our software is running off of. And our software is called Business Pro. It's akin to QuickBooks, I believe, out in the world. So I'm responsible for maintaining that and making sure that everything is going smoothly. I had was not an incident. I had a great experience actually, right? So I did not keep up with the material that was ordered. And my supervisor, Mr. Boyan, has some choice words for me, and it just showed me how to stay on point, make sure everything is supposed to be where it's at, and that all the materials and everything is ordered on time. Because we make the license plates for the state of Connecticut, right? And so the order I'm talking about was the ink for those license plates And it would have been disastrous if that ink didn't come on time, but everything worked out well. And like I said, it was a great experience.
Okay. I understand you hope to earn a master's in social work. What do you hope to, what do you plan to do with that?
So it'll help me be better equipped to help individuals, like I said, adolescents, with my nonprofit organization, between the ages of 12 and 16, I believe. Just from personal experience, I know where, for me, that's where things started to turn at. You know, looking for just to belong to something and following, you know, bad influences, stuff like that. So I think the master's in social work will help me be able to connect with the children and, like I said, just be better equipped.
Yeah, you're in a good position to offer guidance to children. And in the meantime, you're going to work. We did get a job offer, a letter from, it looks like a partner of Burger King that I've never heard of, right? But you know the owner?
Yes, I
Yeah.
do. Abigail Casablanca, yes.
Okay. Okay, nice. In my chicken scratch here, I made a note to myself to ask about your brother, George. Do you know why?
I do not.
I don't either. What's he doing? Where is he?
George is in Bridgeport. George is a business owner. George is a homeowner. It is my intention to transition to a halfway house because, let's be honest, after being in prison for 15 years, I think it would just be just way better to go through that process and to enjoy the resources and tools that the halfway house has to offer any individual coming out after doing such a long extended time, right? However, George, my brother, his sister-in-law Karen, they have offered for me to stay at their house if need be.
Okay. Okay, yeah, that's probably why I wanted to ask. Any other family support out there?
Yes, I do weekly conversations with my aunt, Brenda Yates, also my cousin Angelina Atkinson. It's just a
We got
host
those
of
letters, yeah, okay.
right. And it's just a host of family, friends. You know, I talk to a lot of my professors and stuff in here when they come in, right? So I have the resident community. We can't contact them, but you know, like I said, my support system is just like it's very extensive, right? And everybody's pulling for me, and I just really don't see how I could let them down, and most importantly, let myself down, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Have you any idea how, I mean, this was a while ago and I believe your victim was a little bit older. I won't say old because I'm old. Any idea how he's doing and if the business is still open?
I do not, because I have no contact with the victim whatsoever.
Yeah. What was the name of the package store?
United Liquor Store on Willow Street in Waterbury, Connecticut.
Oh, okay. All right. All right. Thank you for speaking with me, sir. I'm going to hand it over to my colleagues. Mr. Rodriguez.
Chair covered quite a bit of area with you, right?
Yes.
You got to share you got to share a lot of information. Your opening statement was very well done.
Thank you.
You shared a lot of information there as well. And you've come a long way. Absolutely. One can see that. What was that one moment? Was there a one moment you said, man, this is good. This is what I got.
I would like to say one moment, there's been a lot of moments, but the day I was sentenced to 22 years and I got back to McDougal Walker and that door shut, that was a very, very profound moment. And it just put everything into a different perspective, right? Like I could be in this little room for the next 22 years, right? And, you know, right now I live in a 9x11 cell, right, with another individual. And we're talking, it's essentially a bathroom. It's a room with a toilet in it. And sometimes it could be a lot, right, dealing with another individual. I mean, I don't think somebody could live for 15 years in a room with their cat that long, right? I mean, you might start looking at the cat like, you guys are gonna keep licking your paws while I'm eating right now, like you know, you're not gonna stop. I mean, it's a lot, right? So I would say that would be kind of like the pivotal moment that put my stuff in a different perspective.
Well, you've come a long way from that moment.
Thank you.
And that really shows, in the work that you've done. I don't really have a lot of questions for you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez. Mr. Paul?
I have no questions.
No questions. All right. So give us some time to deliberate and we'll come back to you with our decision shortly, okay?
Right.
All right. So, I mean, I don't know how much clearer it could be that Mr. Yates is not the same person who committed this robbery back in 2010. He's completely transformed. He's educated himself. He's taken programs. He's created programs and in fact, a whole unit of programming for men in the honor unit. He's a mentor. He's working in a very trusted position as a clerk. He has a scholarship to go to Wesleyan upon release, and he has plans to give back to the community, which he began while incarcerated, creating a nonprofit, Restorative Solutions. He has a lot of support, as evidenced by all of the letters that we received. He has a job offer. He's asking to go to a halfway house before he goes back out into the community so he can get a head start, save some money, maybe get his own place. No disciplinary reports in 15 and a half years. He's done everything possible, but most importantly, he's overcome his addiction issues and has a plan for relapse prevention upon release. He's in a great place. I find this application to be both exceptional and compelling, and I would certainly vote to grant a commutation. My thoughts would be, since he's asking for a halfway house, and I can't give him that, and I can't add that to his sentence. But my thoughts would be, if we commuted 3 years, turned it into a 19-year sentence, he's still earning rec time. I can't do the math, but it would give him some time. We could take 3 years off with the hope and the recommendation that DOC could immediately put him in a halfway house, and he could spend some months in a halfway house preparing for full release to the community. That's where I stand. Mr. Rodriguez?
I would stand in the same place, Madam Chair.
Okay, Mr. Paul?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Easy enough. In the matter of John Yates, MA number 275612, I'll make a motion to commute his robbery first sentence from 22 years to 19 years, commuting 3 years, and with the recommendation to the Department of Correction to release him as soon as possible to a halfway house. Is there a second? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, Mr. Yates, certainly we found that there were exceptional and compelling circumstances here. You've done so well, and we really look forward to seeing what else you can do in the future. We see a lot of the previously incarcerated individuals out there doing great work. We see them at conferences. We read about their work, and we really look forward to seeing the same from you, and wish you luck in all of your future endeavors and your education that you'll complete at Wesleyan. Attorney Vice, thank you so much.
Thank you. Good luck to you, sir.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
This now concludes June 17th, 2026 commutation session of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles for inmate John Yates, number 275612. It also concludes the June 17th, 2026 commutation session of the Connecticut Board and Parole at 12:40 p.m.